special thanks to Commissioner Light for all your work and supporting us, along with our partners of Corner Health, MSU Extension, and Nutrition. So thank you all for all of our partners and helping us get through a successful year.
Wonderful. Do you have any other presenters or components of the presentation? If not, I think we'll have Commissioner questions or at least comments. Okay. Let me start with Commissioner Light.
I just want to say thank you all for your dedication to the Youth Commission. You all have done a phenomenal job. I am glad to be the youth liaison for our Youth Commission. The hard work, the things that you all put in, the time, and just really learning about our government, learning about our communities, and taking that to your schools and to your friends and families. It's greatly appreciated. And as I've told you, whatever you need from us, you can have, because you all do such a wonderful job. And so I know I don't just speak for myself, but I speak for my colleagues as well. We're proud of you, and we want you to continue to do the work that you do. And it helps me. You all provide me with information that I don't have, because I am not a youthful young person as I used to be. So I just greatly appreciate you. Keep up the great work and keep me on my toes.
Any other commissioner comments or questions at this time? Commissioner Beeman.
I just want to thank you for serving in this way and participating and learning about our community from the urban to the rural. I represent a very rural area of Washtenaw County and was very pleased to see my representative talking about a future in politics. Catherine McCleary, our late treasurer, actually started here at the County Commission at the age of 22. We unfortunately lost her recently, but she was a trailblazer. And so I love seeing fellow youthful trailblazers here, and welcome you to keep leading and keep finding these opportunities.
I'll go to another early electee of this body and noted sunglasses enthusiast, Commissioner Yusuf Rabi.
I'm very excited. It's okay. The record didn't need to know that I said that. Want to first thank you all for your service. And those of you that are rolling off the board, thank you for your dedication. I know it's not easy to serve on boards like this, even as youth. You guys have packed agendas, a lot of things going on, and you've still dedicated some of your time to the people of Washtenaw County, because the service, that you're doing, it is to the youth of today, but it's also for the youth of tomorrow, and building those strong systems, making recommendations to the board, building those community connections. We appreciate you for doing that. But really, the thing I wanted to say, and I guess before I say that, when I started on the board, I was 22 years old and got elected when I was 21, still a student at the University of Michigan at the time. So for those of you that are thinking about running for office, definitely encourage it. And the best thing to do is to just do it, to run, to give it a try. And so I highly encourage you to explore that if that's something that you are curious and interested in, which it sounds like some of you are. But the thing I want to really say to you guys, in addition to that, is this is a period of time that you're serving where hope is in short supply in this country. And you saw just yesterday how heartless and terrible our politicians can be. And seeing you all here, seeing you all speak with the passion and conviction that you have, and seeing you all have the passion to potentially someday serve in public office, brings some hope to this room. And I want to thank you for simply doing that, for bringing hope to the 9 of us and to those that are watching at home. Because like I said, it's not an easy time right now for any of us, for any American and for any person that lives on this planet. And so just to see you guys wanting to step up, wanting to be involved, wanting to be part of this, gives us all hope. So thank you.
Any other commissioners who want to provide comment or question at this time? Okay. Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. it's always exciting it seems like it was just like a couple months ago when we got this one last year, and I just realized how quickly time flies. So congratulations to those of you who are rolling off. You didn't say what your next steps are, though. What are your next steps?
Okay. So I am a senior and I am going to George Washington University in DC studying political science with a public policy focus in hopes of being some kind of politician lobbyist of sorts.
I'm also a senior. Next fall, I'll be attending University of Michigan studying poli-sci in hopes of becoming a lawyer of some sort someday.
I'm also a senior. I will be attending Michigan next fall, and I'll be studying poli-sci and hoping to study a minor in public policy with the goal of one day working in politics and related fields. So.
Awesome. That's really cool. When you kept saying that, I was like, are you gonna say what? So really cool to hear that you're all three going into political science. That was my major in undergrad. And so if you ever have any questions, you're welcome to reach out to me. Congratulations.
Any other commissioner questions or comments at this time? If not, I would just add to the laudatory comments and just say, every year I always appreciate the sophistication of the presentation and the obvious depth that you've gone to in terms of your work on the commission. I also want to note, I really appreciate you highlighting the need for more mental health resources. That's something that you're absolutely spot on, and I would sort of say we will try and do our part at this table. Washtenaw County goes beyond what most counties do, but it's never enough. I would encourage you to talk to your peers, to your parents, to your communities about that in the context of where you're at in your lives. Being a young person is hard in any circumstance, especially in today's world. So, thank you for raising that among the other issues. And I really wish you every bit of good luck here, but it's quite apparent what bright and capable futures you have here. So thanks so much. And before we wrap up, Lori, is it still your desire then for us to get a captured image via photograph?
Yeah,
Lo-
do you want to just stand?
Lori, we have suggestions from the floor about taking them on the steps or in here. Do you have a preference?
I think you think would be.
Yeah, the past few years have been on the steps, so I say we keep with tradition. It's a beautiful day outside.
Okay, so before we go do that, we will pick back up, but there'll be a brief break. We'll meet out there.
Great job, you guys killed it.
All right. Folks, I'm going to get us back into order here. And thank you for the flexibility with the photo. I will ask for rowdiness to cease. Going to move then to item B on the agenda, which is the continuum of care members housing update. I want to bring forward then Amanda Carlisle from the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, Aaron Cooper from Avalon Housing, and then Jennifer Hall from the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. All three of you are members of the continuum of care, but just for scope, this is a bit broader than that in terms of the context of affordable housing here in Washtenaw County. So we will let you present and then open it up for Q&A if that's all right. Great.
Yes, sounds good. Thank you. Is this voice okay, or should I move it closer? I think it's okay. So thank you. I'm Amanda Carlisle with the Washtenaw Housing Alliance. There has been a real focus on emergency shelter winter response over the past many years, especially at this board. Thank you all for your investments in that work. But we wanted to have the opportunity to come tonight to really talk about permanent housing. And so we know that the key to ending homelessness for folks is to create more permanent, affordable housing options. And we wanted to share sort of a historical and present day context on our affordable housing and supportive housing in the county. So as Commissioner Labar shared, I'm joined by Aaron Cooper from Avalon Housing and Jennifer Hall from the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. We are going to fly through these slides. I'm sure you saw in the packet, there's a ton of them, and we are not going over all of them. I'm just going to preface, but we wanted that information there for you all to reference later on as you're talking about housing issues in the county. So for today and into the future. This slide I will spend a second on. I just wanted to provide some historical context of kind of like how we've been here over the last 25 years. So since 2000, the county and our homeless service providers and housing partners have worked to plan for and create more permanently affordable and supportive housing options. The focus for our continuum of care has been on supportive housing for our lowest income households who are also experiencing homelessness, many of whom are chronically homeless. In 2000, a County Board of Commissioners resolution created a 3-phased plan to address homelessness, which included creating a single adult shelter that we know of as the Delanis Center, moving Interfaith Hospitality Network to a permanent home on Jackson Road, and creating the blueprint or the community's plan to end homelessness. The blueprint was adopted in 2004 and still guides our work, while we also have plans that have been more recently updated and also help support that work, such as the county's affordable housing and economic equity analysis in 2015 and a system modeling report for supportive housing and other permanent housing and crisis intervention options for the homeless system. The blueprint and a subsequent working group identified the need for at least 500 units of permanent supportive housing, which turned into a 500 PSH units plan. And supportive housing, for short, is really a best practice model that started gaining traction in the early 2000s, but has existed for over 40 years because of a growing base of evidence showing success. Supportive housing provides permanently affordable housing, and that couples that with supportive services to really help someone maintain housing and live more independent lives in the future. I'm going to skip over this slide, but this is just where supportive housing lies in the continuum of housing and crisis services. And I'll skip over this slide, but just know that supportive housing works, it's humane, it's cost effective, and it really is working in our county in particular. And Aaron will kind of cover more of our performance and results. Our goal, one of the things, sorry, I just realized I skipped over in this slide was around the county task force that was to address a sustainable revenue source for services in housing. So in 2008, there was a countywide task force that was created by this body, and they worked on kind of what are the recommendations to have sustainable revenue for services in housing. So as part of that 500-unit plan, and there were three recommendations. One was around a countywide housing and services millage, which was recommended in 2008. We all know that's the Great Recession. Nothing ever happened with that, but that was an important kind of recommendation. The second was creating an endowment for supportive services particularly. And then the third was around public education and making sure that folks knew about the need for supportive housing. So in 2011, an endowment was created, and that was established as the Sister Evangelist Fund for Permanent Supportive Housing Services with a $1 million gift from Trinity Health, which was then matched by the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation. And then in 2020, the voters passed a millage. So we had gone for a City of Ann Arbor affordable housing millage, and voters passed that with 73%, which Jennifer will talk about a little bit about how that millage has been used. But we did recognize that supportive housing needed to be a part of that millage. And so we did ask that 20% of those dollars were dedicated to services in housing. Sorry about that. So my last slide is just around the Sister Evangelist Fund in particular. It's been, we gave an update back in 2014, and I know a lot of you weren't around when we last updated the county board about the Sister Evangelist Fund. So despite not having that countywide housing and services millage as recommended by the county task force, an endowment was established by Trinity Health in 2011 to honor Sister Evangelist, who was a resolute and is a resolute advocate for the homeless, and served as a founding board member of the WHA and CEO of St. Joe's Hospital for many years. We have grown this community endowment, which is housed, like I said, at the Community Foundation, from an initial $1 million gift to a fund value nearing $10 million today. Distributions from the fund are distributed each year to nonprofit agencies providing supportive housing services. And the goal is to grow the fund to a $60 million fund. So we're 1/6 of the way there. But that endowment would generate about $2.5 million a year to be able to provide long-lasting supportive services to about 500 households in supportive housing. So Avalon Housing serves as the largest PSH provider, and so I will now turn it over to Aaron to share more about their work in particular.
Thank you, Amanda. Good evening, commissioners, staff, administrators. Thank you all for having us again here this evening. So what I'm going to speak about today is just a little bit about the services that we provide at Avalon Housing. Also talk to you a little bit about the outcomes and usages of the millage. So just so we keep everyone informed and keep the public informed of, some of those positive outcomes and what have you. So for those that don't know, I know many of you know, if not all of you know, we are a supportive housing provider. We own our units. We also provide services for those units that we don't own across the county, not just here in Ann Arbor, but also in Ypsilanti. And we also are a developer. And we co-develop with the Housing Commission, and we develop some self-properties throughout the county. Dexter, Chelsea, Ann Arbor, and a new building that I'll talk a little bit about later in Ypsilanti downtown. So we're across the county, and we're proud of that. So we serve kind of the county as a whole. And these are just, again, some of our services. As I go to the next slide, I won't dwell on them. I know you all have seen it, but we kind of hang our hat on, we use a broad term when we say services. These are some of the things that fall underneath that. Majority of our residents are seniors or older adults. However, we do serve families as well. So, as you can see, it's a multitude of services. Pretty much a one-stop shop. We really pride ourselves in the individual. And so that individual, whatever that individual's needs are, is what we provide when they come into our housing. Our next slide is a little bit more about the actual funding. And we thought it was important to show the commissioners and show the community We receive about $1.1 million from the millage. That's roughly about 20% of our supportive services that we provide directly from that millage. And you can kind of see here from the different sources under the millage. You know, we receive funds from CMH, from the Sheriff's Office, as well as the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, because we are in their properties as well. And so we pride ourselves, again, just kind of using the funds across, whether it's, you know, older or our older adults or either our young population. But we really try to make sure that we serve a broad range of individuals with those funds. Some of our outcomes, I'm gonna skip that slide. Some of our outcomes I like to just mention to the board, and we didn't go into really a lot of detail because, you know, for lack of time, but we try to keep it high level here. One thing we really pride ourselves is that first bullet point, 94% retention rate. When we look at supportive housing agencies across the country, the average is roughly 84, 86%. We here are at 94%, and I really am proud of that for the work that our staff do and our community partners that work together with us. And that's just really simply just keeping people housed. Again, I won't go through each bullet point, but I will mention the 79% of clients report that they are satisfied with their location. 69% of our clients report that their quality of life are improved since they came to Avalon. And then another 61%, because we do an annual survey. So these come straight from our residents. 61% of clients report that their independence has improved. Now that can mean a lot to a lot of different individuals. And again, this is high level, but I'll just mention that some of those are more so when we talk about the health insurance is big. I think we understand that those low income really are impacted by health disparities more than any other. So I really pride ourselves in being able to help our clients and residents find insurance and really improve those health disparities. Other things, obviously, mental health, physical health and well-being. We also help our residents find whether it's income or improve education. So those are all different points under those positive incomes. We just didn't kind of display them again for the lack of time, but I wanted the commissioners to really know what that meant when we talk about positive incomes. I will skip this one here. Also want to let you all know that, again, we have more developments coming online, roughly 174 new units throughout the county. And of course, that could not come to fruition without you all support, without OCD, who I think Tony's here support, and you all as citizens for the community support. So we really appreciate that. Some of those developments that you see listed here, we have the Grove at Viridian, which we want to extend an invitation to the commissioners as well as the community for July 15th at 4:30 will be our ribbon cutting. I have some information here I'll give you in this folder, but it's July 15th at 4:30 at the Grove at Viridian right there by United Way, right next to County Park. So we hope to see you all there. We understand some can't make it, but we also find time to invite you out personally or individually too, if you'd like to come out, see the site, go in some units, meet some residents. So we wanted to make sure we mention that. As well as we will be soon having our groundbreaking, if you will, in the city of Ypsilanti. It'll be our first development there as well. So again, we're talking about the county, county broadly, but that'll be sometime in late August. We'll get an invite out to you all as well, because we'd like to see you come out there as well. That's the one there in Ypsilanti. It's 206 North Washington, just a kind of a rendering. And lastly, I just want to, again, thank you all. I want to acknowledge our staff. Some are maybe online or what have you, but without them, you know, they truly do the work. So I definitely want to acknowledge them, our board of trustees, and our residents. You know, they keep us honest. They let us know how we're doing. And so, you know, that's why we do what we do. So we appreciate that and thank you all. And I'll turn it over to Jim.
Good evening, Board of Commissioners. The Ann Arbor Housing Commission, we're considered a mid-sized housing commission. based on the number of vouchers and housing units that we own and manage. I'm going to focus on services because the county is a big part of the services we're able to provide to the residents who live in our housing, as well as we have eviction prevention services if you have a voucher in the community, as well as through Rising Hope. So this is kind of a breakdown of where funds come from that pass through to our various nonprofits that we have partners with, including Avalon. We actually have more partners than this, but this just kind of gives you an idea of how wide-ranging in the community the collaboration is. Because the county is looking into creating a housing commission and looking at the various tools that you can utilize to develop housing, I thought it'd be helpful to talk about two of the biggest tools that we're able to use right now. One is utilizing public-owned land. So in 2019, the city did an analysis of underutilized city-owned land for affordable housing, and we looked at every site to see what worked the best. And the second was a dedicated affordable housing millage. As Amanda mentioned, I think it was really important that 20% of the millage can be used for services. And it doesn't matter if it's a renter or homeowner, it can be for financial literacy or homeownership classes, or it can be for on-site supportive services. And our income is limited to 60% of area median income. A couple of the important things that City Council adopted as a guide before the millage was adopted was wanting it to be across the city, wanting it to be permanently affordable, and making it broad in what could be done with the millage. And it is not the only source of funding. It is always important to leverage other funding sources to maximize the value of your millage. And just so people know, it feels like a slow process, because it is. It can take 5 to 7 or more years from concept to actual people moving in. But we do have over 1,000 units either built, supported by our millage, or in the pipeline. So I'm just going to hit on a couple of those to give you an idea of the range of ways you can use these two tools together. So we already talked about Hickory Way. $45 million in development cost, $1 million came from our millage. They raised the rest in from other funding sources. Plus we're doing annual services. You're very well aware of the Grove at Viridian, the land was donated by the county. For the public, that's 50 affordable apartments. It was $20 million development, and less than $2 million came from the City of Ann Arbor's millage, and we're providing annual services. A partnership between the Ann Arbor Housing Commission and Avalon Housing is Dunbar Tower. We expect to be moving folks in February of 2026. And I just showed the capital stack for this project to give you an idea of how complicated and how many funding sources it can take, which is part of the reason it takes so long to get through a development process, is the amount of funds from multiple funding sources that you have to raise. Part of our process at Dunbar Tower is we have a public community space designed by our Community Leadership Council. Another way you can leverage your millage funds is working with private developers. So Avalon's a private developer, they're a nonprofit, but the largest source of affordable housing development is actually for-profit developers. So this is a for-profit developer. This is behind the post office on Stadium. It's 250 apartments, $78 million project. And we loaned them, as opposed to granting them, $3 million that will get paid back that we can reinvest in future projects. And they are permanently keeping their 30% AMI units affordable. Another way you can work with a private developer, it's a similar Lockwood. They do a lot of senior housing. I don't believe this is a senior housing project, but this is on South State Street, on the other side of where the driveway to Costco is. We are developing this site. It's a really big, important site. The Housing Commission did an RFP and hired a private developer, Related Midwest, out of Chicago. We are in our site plan approval phase and securing all of our financing. We will have 330 apartments. All of them will be affordable. It'll take about 2 to 2.5 years to build, so we expect this to be occupied by 2028. And this is on a property that was owned by the city, and we are partnering with the AAATA. So for context, you can see those yellow rectangles surrounding what is called the Blake Transit Center. And we are actually enabling the Blake Transit Center to expand onto our site. So they have more buses that they're able to utilize in the downtown. Another way you can work with private developers, this is a private developer doing a 1,000+ unit transit-oriented development. And because they are requesting brownfield TIF financing, which is currently administered through the county, they have to provide some affordable units. And so the Housing Commission is going to own and manage 200 affordable units that'll be on the site. And then these are just some other sites we haven't gotten to development, but it's like, no matter how big or small, there's all kinds of ways you can do development. You can do, 20 stories, you can do single family homes. So there's just some ideas of what's going to be happening in the future. The biggest program, though, is not the housing that we own and manage right now. It is actually our voucher program. So we have over 2,000 vouchers that we administer throughout Washtenaw County, Monroe County, and a few that are in Western Wayne County. And we have this map showing where those vouchers are utilized. So the bigger the dot is most likely a multifamily apartment complex that has a lot of vouchers that are being utilized in that location. And it's really important to understand that you can build affordable housing. It's often paired with a voucher because when you build affordable housing, it's below market rate rent. You're not guaranteeing that somebody's paying 30% of their income on rent unless they have a rent subsidy. So a lot of times those rent subsidies get paired with these LIHTC deals. The reason it's really important to look at this map is the current proposal, the federal budget cut is a 43% cut to the voucher programs. That is equivalent to over $12 million to our Housing Commission. That's equivalent of over 900 vouchers that we are going to have to terminate if the budget gets adopted how it is. And I want to make sure the community's aware of that. I want to make sure you're aware of that because it will be a major increase in homelessness if that is what happens. And it is going to affect all of your jurisdictions, particularly the urban core, the city of Ann Arbor, Ypsi City, Ypsi Township, Superior Township. And we're only one housing agency in our county. There are others that have vouchers here. It's also an elimination of the family self-sufficiency program, and this whole thing will impact homeownership programs like we are partnering with the county on Dorsey Estates with our vouchers that can be turned into homeownership vouchers. I wanted to let folks know, my final slide is that Braco, Cameron Donald, we're partnering again. We did the Letter to the West Side, and we're doing another documentary called The Road Home about homelessness in Washtenaw County. This was all planned out before these current budget cuts where it was like very hopeful and we can come together and we can come up with a plan. We still need to do this. We still need to figure out as a community how to collaborate. It's just going to be that much harder if these federal budget cuts go through. But I hope if I or Cameron reaches out to any of you that you will participate. We've already talked to a lot of county staff and commissioners, and thank you for doing that. And that is the end of our presentation. If you have questions.
Thank you all. I know there will be questions. Commissioners, that you have them, raise their hand. I'm going to go to Commissioner Somerville to start with.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited about all the development that's actually going to happen while we're all here and alive. Weird. So that's exciting. I'm really excited for the Avalon development in my district. I was on city council when we secured that property to flip it for redevelopment. So also cool to know that the groundbreaking's coming. I know I spoke to Jennifer over the weekend about this voucher situation. Can you kind of like explain like has this happened before? How do you make the determination of like, which vouchers are you gonna terminate?
Nothing like this magnitude has happened. Typically, the last people to join the program are the first ones that get terminated if you end up with not enough funds. But that would normally be a few households. It wouldn't be hundreds of households. I suspect we will not get direction from HUD until after the funds disappear. And so we will have to figure that out. There's two types of vouchers. There's tenant-based vouchers where you as the tenant are attached to the voucher. You go out in the private sector and you find housing for your family. And then there's project-based vouchers are things like we put on our properties we develop, Avalon puts on their properties they develop. We have long-term contracts with these developments with project-based vouchers. I don't think that is a place we can terminate our vouchers unless we've already terminated our tenant-based vouchers. I think our tenant-based vouchers will end up being the most impacted.
Sorry, the mics are really loud tonight. So I guess like just thinking as a person who, like my district will be severely impacted because I have the precinct with like the most affordable housing in Superior Township. I have the most affordable housing like in like the 4.2 square miles that the city of Ypsilanti is. Like realistically, $12 million is a lot of money. Are there ways that you would recommend getting creative? We obviously don't have space for all of those families to be in shelter. And so I guess I'm just curious, like, have you been talking to people about like how to react to that reality? And like, what advice would you give us as the people who are gonna end up dealing with it?
I think we need all hands on deck. Like if this goes through, we like next week need to meet and come up with a plan. It is always going to be cheaper to keep people in their housing than it is for them to lose their housing. And we don't have 900 or 500 or 300 shelter beds. So I think if this actually goes through, we all need to immediately try to figure out a plan. And I've started talking to Milton about it as well. I know that the community is unlikely to have $15 to $20 million for this first year to keep people housed because it's not just us. Mishta has vouchers in our community, Avalon, Continuum of Care. There's all kinds of vouchers in our community, but we may be able to negotiate with some owners to reduce their rents, to accept a short-term reduction and not do evictions, because I don't know if they necessarily have someone to replace anybody they're going to be evicting. And so I think we have to get creative and try to figure out how to keep people housed, because this is not just impacting, it is mostly impacting these families, but these owners are also going to be impacted. It's going to impact taxes. I mean, it's going to impact the whole economy if this goes through.
Yeah, thanks for, I don't know why my mic is so loud tonight. My next question is about the Dorsey Estates. Again, that's in my district, really great project. What do you mean about those projects? Like the people who have vouchers, like, I guess, can you explain how that will impact them?
I think that will also have to be a priority of folks that have been approved to move in, have gotten their mortgage, that we're going to have to prioritize probably that household type when they've already got a place to move to. But I don't see that kind of program happening in the future with that many cuts. So I believe we can keep our promise to those families. I don't see those kinds of programs continuing without additional funding.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, then Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. My question is really just bridging on Commissioner Somerville. And Commissioner Somerville was talking about the number of affordable units in her district. I think I have the most units of Avalon Housing in my district. So I'm wondering if you can say a little bit about what those cuts might mean at Avalon.
Yes, so for our units that are owned by Avalon, the majority, like Jennifer was saying, those are project-based vouchers. Typically, there's a commitment on those. And so that may be like the last impact, if you will, if there was an order. So we're hoping it doesn't impact the project-based voucher per se so much. However, it would probably impact Jennifer's ability to be able to do future RFPs to release project-based vouchers. So if there's new developments that folks like Avalon or a private developer would want to build, those probably would be very limited because she wouldn't have the vouchers to issue. Now, if there are units that are not owned by Avalon, but we are a service provider, that's where Jennifer is mentioning that those individuals could lose their housing. They would be the first because it's a tenant base. So, I think for us, if they are our clients, if we don't own the property, we're limited in what we can do, but we can do a lot of advocacy. And sort of thinking ahead with this is really looking at our own portfolio because we have a lot of commitments tied, not just with the Housing Commission, but with MISHDA. So it's really like getting with the partners and saying, hey, we know everybody has seen this. Are there flexibilities? What can we do? But sometimes you gotta start those sooner than later, if you will. So we're hoping long story short, we don't know the outcome. But hopefully those projects that we have built with the project-based vouchers, hopefully we won't see that impact there. It's no good all the way around.
No.
But.
And I know this is not gonna be a solution for everywhere, but there is that millage in Ann Arbor. Is that gonna be able to mitigate some of the impact of if we didn't have that in the community in general, I'm gonna assume we'd be in a worse position.
Yeah, I'm looking at every resource we have available to try to mitigate the impact, exactly what you're saying. So we are having those discussions, but I also should add, when the budget gets adopted, it takes effect for the voucher program in January. So we have until January, which feels like a short time, but it's not next month.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
it also feels horrible for it to hit in January.
oh, I know.
That's why
I know, exactly.
I assume that with all of this, things up in the air and what's gonna happen to the different amounts of funding that you are working, and talking in conversation with Urban County at OCD and just talk, okay.
We
great.
will, yes.
All right, let
100%.
me know. And we'll all soldier on together.
Yeah, I mean, we need to let you all know because your constituents are going to be impacted. So you will be hearing from us once we know what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for doing this. It's a really hard time for everybody, but I just want to note that I know that you all have dedicated professional lives to this. And if I feel like I'm gonna cry thinking about this, I can't imagine what you're feeling when you're at home and when you're going into work. And it's horrific. And I just want to thank you for doing the work.
Go to Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you for the presentation. Got a couple of questions. I wanted to ask about street outreach. What does that look like? When does that occur? Who does it?
Yeah, I can answer that. So street outreach is, the primary provider is actually CMH's PATH team. So I believe the number of staff right now is at 4 or possibly 5 staff that are doing street outreach. And then we also have the VA does outreach as well for homeless veterans. And they're out in a lot of outlying areas of the county finding veterans who are sleeping outside. The primary goal is to connect with folks who are outside, maybe not wanting to connect with the traditional homeless system, or there's no space available for them in shelter. And so they're providing services, mental health services, connection to doctors, basic needs, that sort of thing.
While you're at the mic.
Sure.
I've been asking this question for a long time and I can't seem to get an answer that allows me to sink my teeth in. So I'm gonna ask you if you could explain to us, the listeners, what is the continuum of care and what is your added value?
Sure.
Why do you exist?
Yeah, sure. So the continuum of care is a HUD mandated at this moment in time body that directs the strategies and plans around homelessness. And the continuum of care dedicates the continuum of care lead agency to guide the work specifically on the funding application for continuum of care services, which brings in about $7 million a year, some of which goes to supportive housing, some of which goes towards other permanent housing, like our rapid rehousing program. And so it's really the intent is for previously, before the continuum of care program and mandates were around, every organization applied directly to the federal government for funding for homeless assistance and homeless services. And so HUD as part of an act called the McKinney-Vento Act in 1987, mandated that continuums of care exist, and that the continuum of care lead agency and the continuum of care board puts forward an application that is recommended by the community about how the funds that we receive shall be used. And so it's really a way for the federal government to limit, how many direct grantees that they have and grant applications that they have. But the continuum of care providers, of which Avalon is one of them, that receive HUD continuum of care dollars, those grants are particularly direct from, say, HUD to Avalon, but the community and the COC board recommends those awards.
So who holds the continuum of care accountable for fairness, equity? How does that work? What happens if, it sounds like this could be sort of an appointment that is in perpetuity. So how does that work?
So the continuum of care has a structure that has like committees that is doing sort of the working body, and then the COC board, that's sort of the policy body. The COC lead agency is Office of Community and Economic Development, OCED. So OCED is really responsible as the COC lead agency to make sure we're meeting the needs and requirements of HUD. But also the COC board is, as an entity, really making sure that we are meeting the requirements of HUD and the community plans. And I would say also, I am focusing on HUD as kind of the main entity, but the state of Michigan, typically with MISHDA or DHHS, requires that the continuum of care be involved in funding decisions related to some of the state funding that goes towards kind of emergency services or.
So your primary funding comes from?
The primary funding for HUD continuum of care, for the
For-
continuum of care is HUD.
Okay. Okay, I think that's the last question for you, maybe. My next question, I think, is for Jennifer. It's about the Dunbar Tower parking.
Mhm.
Help me with that.
Yes, no
'Cause I
problem.
don't really see it.
So for those who don't know, the Dunbar Tower is being built on what was a public parking lot. There was about 50 spaces before the development happened. Anytime you're building in a downtown, if you are trying to provide parking, it is going to be underground. When we got cost estimates 5 or 6 years ago, it was over $135,000 a parking space. So from a cost perspective, where does that come from? It means you have less housing. So our goal is to have more housing, and being in a downtown, which is, walkable, transit oriented, people have a choice. It's not our only sites are in the downtown. When we build outside the downtown, we do have parking on site. It's very important. But when we're in the downtown, there's an opportunity. People have a choice. If they don't have a car, or if they want to get a permit in a parking structure, like on Main Street, then they can get a parking permit. But we do not provide parking spaces because we can't. There's not enough room for the amount of housing. But what we're trying to do to alleviate that difficulty is we are actually purchasing 2 vehicles that will be car shared by residents only, where they can rent it. We haven't set a price, but it'll be like a break-even price, like $5 an hour or something like that. So that the residents, if they need to go to Myers to go grocery shopping or something like that, then they'll have a vehicle. It's not intended to be an alternative way to get to your workplace. It's more of, for shopping and things like that.
Okay, I asked because, prior to Miss Shirley, leaving us for a better place, we had a 3-hour-long conversation in my car and ended up driving around the space because she was really heated. about the
Yes.
parking situation.
Yes, she is and was.
I got heated because I'm thinking, if you're talking about seniors that possibly are living in that space, first of all, because they've now put that island, in the middle of the road. So you can't just easily walk across the street, right? And in the wintertime, I don't know how you would be able to drag your groceries. So let's say you parked in the county lot, which is open after a certain time, right? It's still a struggle to be able to get groceries or anything else across the street. And what if you don't drive?
We do actually have parking on our site, but it is mostly, I forgot how many spaces, 14 or 16 are public spaces and 2 are designated for the car share. So you can, and we also have we're gonna have a drop-off space for things like groceries or maintenance and that kind of thing. But yes, Miss Shirley and I have had more than 3 hours worth of conversation about parking down at that site.
Okay. I would be interested in taking a tour of that space, because
Great,
I'd like to
wonderful.
see how that would work out
Yeah, yeah.
for people.
I am
And-
happy to give anybody a tour, absolutely.
Okay, and then, I think my last question is related to when the slide is showing, the cost of being able to live in one of these spaces, it would be very helpful for me and maybe perhaps for others. I need to know what's the dollar amount look like. So what is the range for, those units that are not sort of based on income or affordability? And then what is the range for the units that are?
I'm going to give you an example of Dunbar Tower. Half of the units have project-based vouchers for folks who are homeless when they enter. They pay 30% of their income on rent. The rest comes from the voucher. And that's one of those pairing things, because the other side doesn't have project-based vouchers, but you still have to be low income. And that's for folks that are low income, that are creatives and artists, which is a specific designation under low-income housing tax credit program. And so we're keeping the rents between $650 and $900, all inclusive, including all utilities. The maximum income is 60% a medium, which means you could make 10,000, you could make 30, 40, 50, probably mid 50s is my best guess of the highest income if you're like a single person.
You just trigger something else. Oh, project-based. That means what?
So that means that the voucher is attached to the apartment instead of attached to the household. So no matter who moves in and out, you always have a rent subsidy attached to the apartment. That's a project-based voucher.
Okay. Do you have price information on Grove and Viridian?
I can give you that, Commissioner Sanders. Like, we're starting, because again, it's like Jennifer said, we have project-based vouchers, and then we have affordable, which means that you can't make more than 60% of the area median income. And you'll hear that term a lot, affordable, to your developers, and it can mean different things, different people.
Absolutely.
But 60% is that range. And so our 1-bedrooms, I believe it's starting off at $725. And then they go up slightly when you add a bedroom, but I believe it starts at $725. And what we did, we do a calculation. So anybody that's at 30% of the area median income in the county, we still try to make sure that we cap it so it's affordable to them. You see them. And again, I understand affordable is used loosely, but we try to make sure when we're really intentional at even setting the market rate rents, right? We still keep them affordable.
And dare I ask what your wait list looks like for, I want to say every property that you showed us in that slide, just give us a ballpark of what that looks like.
I'll give you one example. I know Jennifer probably has many, but when we opened the wait list for the Grove, and mind you, it's only 50 units, and I believe 20 are affordable, the 30 have doctors tied to them. We had 7,000 applicants. So we had, I mean, and then we had to do a lottery. That was the only fair way.
Right.
And then we closed it. And so, you know, obviously we have selected those fortunate 20. And then as we get low, we'll probably have to open it up again. So, yeah, it's crazy.
One last question, I promise, and I'm done. So when you do those notices for wait lists or for people to sign up, what are the ways that you communicate that to the public? So if I can't read a newspaper, or God forbid, I don't have a cell phone that might have some flash advertisement, how do I find out?
Our first source is we go to nonprofits in the community and a lot of churches in the community to let them know that it's going to be opened up, and we try to give people a heads up. And then we do a train the trainer so people can help people who might need help. Right now, everything's online unless you need somebody in person to help you, or we can talk you through on the phone. So whenever we open our wait list, is infrequent because we have so many people on it. All hands on deck. We're there at the office, we're manning the phones so that we can work with people, whether they're seniors or they have a disability and they need help. We are required to advertise in a paper, which is the most useless part of the advertising. But we do try to get it out in advance to as many ways as we can to let people know. And there's no shortage of applicants, which is sad. Our last time we opened our wait list was in November of 2020, and we had 4,500 applicants for our voucher program, and I think 3,500 for our housing that we own. And we still have thousands of people. We had to close the wait list, and here it is 5 years later, and we get over 1,000 people a year contacting us needing housing. So could keep going.
Is that, so what if you're not a Washtenaw County resident?
So you can have.
Can you apply?
Yes, you can apply, but we have a preference. And so we have preference for Washtenaw County. We have preference for people with a disability. And I feel like we have preference for seniors, but we have several senior properties. And so what happens is if you meet a preference, you go up higher in the list. And if you don't meet the preference, you go lower in the list. When we didn't have a preference for Washtenaw County, we also would get like 20,000 applicants. And now that people know that we have a preference, we tend to get more from our county and less from outside our county.
Okay, thank you.
And you can
Oh.
work or live in our county
Okay.
to qualify.
Going to go back to Commissioner Somerville, then Robbie and Light.
Cool. I'll let everybody else go first and then come back to me.
Okay, move then to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. I have a long list, but I think most of them might be easy. Just quick answers. First of all, thank you, three, for the great work that you do in providing housing for folks in our community. Appreciate you. And as Katie, I think, said, it's very difficult work, and I recognize the difficult work that the three of you do every day. Dunbar Tower is the same question for Dunbar Tower and 350 Fifth Street. Are those properties owned and operated by the Housing Commission?
Dunbar Tower will be owned and operated by the Housing Commission. We are going to co-own 350 South Fifth. And a lot of it has to do the type of financing and the 200+ million project. There's so many regulations attached to that the developers will not be our partners unless they can be part of the ownership structure.
So is that, when you said it was 300 units, that's not the whole development, right? Are there going to be non-affordable units?
It's all affordable, 330 affordable units, ranging from 30% AMI to 80% AMI.
So how is the ownership structure of that going to work in terms of, is it just going to be like split 50-50, or is it like?
No, we're splitting it based on how much funding we each bring to the table.
So at what point, I guess like trying to understand that makes sense, but trying to understand like the private interest in a development like that, what are they gaining from owning a property like that when?
I'll try to distill this as simple as I can, but the single biggest funding source out there for affordable housing is low-income housing tax credits, not HUD. It's the IRS program. It's competitive. There's only so much. It gets allocated by Congress. Oddly, in this current budget, there's a increase in the amount of tax credits in the budget to be able to do more affordable housing.
In the bill that they're passing or in the current budget?
Well, in this current form, we'll see what happens. What you do, like we in Avalon and others, and a lot of them are for-profit developers, we apply for tax credits. And then if awarded, we don't pay taxes. So we have to sell our tax credits. Usually it's to like a bank or an insurance company, somebody who has a lot of money that they're trying to write off. They give us cash for the development, and then they write off the taxes on their own corporate taxes. And they get other benefits as well, like depreciation, things like that. So that's the biggest source of funding. I will say this until I retire, which is I'm going to write a book called What the F is This Really Our Affordable Housing Policy? Because it is crazy, crazy,
Don't wait.
crazy. And you saw we had 13 or whatever it was funding sources that were like braiding together
Right.
because it does not come from HUD. HUD does not provide that type of funding for development anymore. So anyway, a lot of for-profit developers have like an affordable housing arm, and some it's very much part of their mission. Others, it's just a part of their development portfolio. We really like the developer we selected. They do have this as part of their mission, is to do affordable housing. And so it's like anything else, you own it, you manage it, you collect rent, you pay maintenance. It's like any other property. Other than
Sure,
it's low
but-
income.
Yeah, right, but it's low income. And so I guess how are the profits made, I guess, for the developer?
It's not the only kind of quote profits is if you take on debt, which we have to. We have a debt service coverage ratio, usually 1.15. So we have to have enough cash flow to cover our debt coverage. So if we have to pay $1 million a year in debt, then we need $1,115,000 in cash. $1 million goes to pay the debt, and then that cash flow, to make this as simple as I can, there's literally a thing called a waterfall that says what happens to those funds. And you are required to have your investor be part of your ownership as well. And there's a whole 800-page document that explains what happens.
Okay, at some point I will sit down with you and we can
Anytime.
go through that together.
Yeah,
I'm very
tell me.
curious about why a private developer would want to partner with the Housing Commission on something like this, beyond something that's truly mission driven.
In our
A
case,
company can't be viable if it's not making money, so I'm wondering where the money's being made.
yeah.
I understand why,
Yeah.
Housing Commission would be obviously part of something like this, but just trying to understand how the partnership works.
This
So,
is, this part,
Point we can,
sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, this particular site and this project, it will be a very prestigious part of their portfolio because it is a all-electric building downtown Ann Arbor. A lot of them went to U of M, all affordable, transit-oriented development. Like, there's just a lot of things about the project that will be part of their portfolio that they can show off to other investors at other projects. But they are actually a good company that I like working with. I have also said I will no longer work with any more a-holes, so this is my choice.
So this company gets the Jennifer Hall, not an a-hole
Not
seal of
an a-hole.
approval. Okay, well, at some point, let's sit down and talk more. We don't have much time today, but at some point I would like to understand things like, the companies, some revenue has to be coming in here. I want to understand how that works. Are they
Absolutely.
breaking even? Are they
Yep.
losing money on the project? Especially if there's, some of the supportive services along the way. So
Yep.
we can talk more about
Yep.
that. Another quick question, Hickory Way Phase 3, is that the 1146 South Maple parcel that's next to.
Correct. Yeah, yeah. And as Jennifer mentioned, we just found out today, we did not get a tax credit award. And that's how complex this process is,
Right.
because they only award twice a year. You're competing against private developers, the whole state.
Is that one through Mishta?
Correct.
Okay, I remember having a meeting with you guys with
Yep,
Mishta on Grove a while ago.
Yeah.
On that issue. So that was just, I wanted to situate myself in where,
Mhm,
that was
yep.
a city parcel that they gave to
Correct.
Avalon.
Yep.
Okay. Couple questions about funding. These hopefully will be quick too. There was a slide about the public safety mental health millage funding going to Avalon. And I wonder if we could bring that slide back up. I just have a question on that. But while that's happening, there was also a slide about the marijuana revenue money going to, I think it was the Housing Commission. Is that all city marijuana revenue money? So, okay. Thank you. And then, on the, public safety mental health village slide. There we go.
Right there.
That's the
I'm
one.
gonna go forward. I think, right. Is that one?
Yeah, that's the one. $1.1 million, that's just in 2024.
Yep.
And is the CMH is $400,000 of that, it looks like, about.
Correct. Yep. So they,
150,000 from the sheriff's office.
yep.
And then it's the Housing Commission that receives the 600,000 for supportive housing services.
Well, yeah, so it's like a rebate.
That's the portion of the rebate that goes to the city of Ann Arbor, and then they allocate 40% of that.
That's exactly what I was.
Yep,
trying
for the
to
Housing
understand,
Commission,
yeah.
and then we allocate it out to nonprofits.
So of the 2.5 million or so that the city gets, they allocate the 600,000.
They allocate 1.2-ish million to the Housing Commission.
Oh, in total, okay.
Annually for services, yep.
And
Only a
of
portion,
that,
a portion goes to Avalon, and we got a bunch of other nonprofits we work with as well that get funding.
so is there potentially other revenue in addition to this that isn't listed here? That comes via Housing Commission to Avalon from the counties?
Not from the county. No.
So,
Just say they go to like Peace, Can.
Mhm. Here on Valley Pace.
oh, I see. So it's like there's other nonprofits that are not Avalon that also receive money. But
Correct.
that's not necessarily listed here, but are you saying that there's another $600,000?
Correct. So Brady, if you go down to my slides. Stop. Up. Up.
Yeah.
This is all the funding that comes from either the city of Ann Arbor, whether it's the 1.1 million that comes from the county rebate, or comes from the millage, the 1.4 million, it's that 20% of the services piece, or marijuana excise tax rebate, or comes out of our budget that we just have, or a small grant we get occasionally, like the Community Foundation. Those are all the funds that come to the Housing Commission
Gotcha.
that
So,
we give to nonprofits to do the service piece, both for housing we own, housing they own, or vouchers.
Gotcha.
Where people, make sure people stay housed when they have a tenant-based voucher.
gotcha.
throughout
So
the county.
about half of that then goes to Avalon and then the rest goes to other.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
My last question, I did have a question about the Union project too, but that's related to the 350 South Fifth Street conversation and how that all works with the private developers. So we can talk about that later.
Mhm.
My quick comment on the Grove. My colleagues haven't heard this in at least a year, so I need to just say it again. But I'm very pleased and happy that the Grove project is finally going to be complete. I'm looking forward to coming to the dedication ceremony. Obviously, when I started working on this in 2011, this was the core part of the project that I cared the most about, was to see the affordable housing component built. I continue to be very disappointed with how the project ultimately unfolded from 2018 onward. There were some years there of uncertainty about whether the affordable housing component would even be built, which I think is a very unfortunate outcome from what could have been a very, an even bigger project, honestly. And if I could have done it all over again, I think I would have been an advocate for giving the whole site over to Avalon and maybe even the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. Or if we create a new housing commission for the county to make it all affordable, housing. So that is sort of like a hindsight comment, but one that still recognizes and celebrates the fact that you were able to get this completed. And I know that there were some allocations that I was able to get earmarked, that Senator Irwin and his office were able to get earmarked to help support the project over the years.
Absolutely.
I know that some years it was smaller and some years it was bigger, but even, $250,000, a year or $500,000
Absolutely.
helps out here and there. So,
Absolutely.
glad to see that it's finally, done, or getting towards, that ribbon cutting. I just really think this is a learning experience for myself and hopefully for others as well as we move forward of how we can do better next time to make sure that we can maximize those public spaces for affordable units. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, we appreciate it, really do. 50 families, we don't appreciate it.
It should be more is the point. And it's not on you guys. I think that's on us just as much.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Light, and I've got a question, then back to Commissioner Somerville.
As you were speaking about the brownfield funding, how many units are required for those developers to create if they receive the brownfield funding? Is it like half, or only got to do like 3?
15% is what the city's current policy says, 15%. But you can adopt whatever you want if the finances work out for it.
Okay, so that can be changed to like.
Yes, and I don't know, I honestly don't know if any other communities have something similar, but I'm happy to send you the City of Ann Arbor's brownfield policy to take a look at.
Okay, and then the next thing is, Commissioner Somerville and I share Superior. However, the income-based housing is in her portion of Superior Township. But has there been any communication with Superior Township supervisor on as to, or, the board, with any recommendations for if there is cuts with the vouchers and housing, on what they're willing to provide, like assistance, financial assistance they're willing to provide? Because I know they just voted to lots and lots of funding for Cherry Hill Road that is unnecessary. And that funding can go towards our housing, for that housing, especially because it's there and it's needed more so than a road that is not frequently used. And so I just want to know if that's a conversation. If it has not been, I am more than willing to maybe open up that so that we can all discuss that opportunity.
I will be honest, this is my first public discussion because the opportunity was tonight.
Okay.
I've been trying not to scare our residents who have vouchers. But the time is upon us right now to figure out what to do, and we should know shortly what that's going to look like. And like I said, once I know, I will be communicating with all of you, and I appreciate your willingness to reach out to Superior Township. I have not had any conversations with them.
Okay, thank
No,
you.
I
I
have not.
appreciate it. Please let me know.
I will.
I'm more than willing to do what I
I
can.
appreciate that.
So a few questions from me. You did not mention in the presentation some of the work that had been done now more than 10 years ago with the NZB report and the recommendations around local zoning. I do want to note, I think both cities involved, Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, took some pretty substantial steps. I think other municipalities, there's more work to go, but that feels both just the other day and a decade plus past. Jennifer and Amanda, you mentioned two specific things. One, Jennifer, on your end, that the Housing Commission owns properties or manages properties through the voucher across the county. Maybe not in every commission district, but certainly based on the map you showed, more than a majority. Amanda, you walked us through a little bit about the continuum of care, its creation in the 80s, its implementation and so forth, and that we're not the lead agency. I know, this board passed a resolution on policy related to the COC last year. We've been active in it. With both of you being essentially with entities that are tied to HUD and tied to federal strictures, you're giving us forewarning that there is, Jennifer, to quote an email you sent me, sort of a tornado coming through the community in terms of these voucher cuts. Can you accept in either the Housing Commission directly or as a member of the COC in total, can you accept additional funds from county, local, and other governments and or other non-traditional sources without putting the COC funds at risk or the home ARP funds? Doing business with the feds gets complicated, especially when you get thoughtful, innovative, or sort of out of the box.
Yes, we can accept funds. No, we cannot combine it with our voucher program. We would have to create a separate voucher program, but it could be done in a way that people would be supported with funding. It just wouldn't be HUD funding. So it's an opportunity to also lift some of the regulatory requirements. When you run out of funds, HUD does not let you supplement their funds with somebody else's funds, which again makes no sense, but that is how the rules are. But you can create alternative ways to deal with it.
So Jennifer, thank you. Amanda, let me ask you a question that'll probably put you in a tight spot, but I know you'll find a good way out of it. You mentioned the YSG endowment. Is there any wiggle room on that, given its long-term use to purchase property, where some of those funds could be temporarily used for sort of Trump mitigation efforts, if you will, in terms of the voucher system?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to the Sister Evangelis Fund.
Yes.
Yep. So there are, as part of the originating documents at the Community Foundation, they do specifically say that they need to be used for supportive housing services. That's very specific. But given the circumstances and the time, I think we could have a conversation with the Community Foundation and Trinity Health, which has been, a generous contributor to the fund, to talk about ways that we could, again, like Jennifer said, all hands on deck. What are the resources that we have available? How could we use them differently? And I don't want to speak to yes or no, but just say
Sure.
that is a conversation that could happen.
Okay, it's a technical possibility. Okay. Aaron, you also do great work. I didn't have a specific question, but excited to be at the groundbreaking and really appreciate the three of you for the work you do, but also candidly for the heads up you tend to give us at this body and at other elected bodies. Not every major housing commission or mid-sized housing commission and community partners work like this throughout the country. So I really want to thank you for that, because that's more than just structure. It's dependent on wonderful human beings. So appreciate that. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Somerville and then Commissioner Robbie again, but I will note Commissioners Beeman and Masiewski are certainly welcome to ask questions. Hodge as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Now my mic's not working. Is that right? Doesn't seem like it. Can you hear me? Yeah. Clear, it was too loud.
It doesn't go that far, sorry.
Can you hear me? Okay, this works. Yeah, this works. Okay, so, I'm asking as myself, an individual, is there any way that you could work proactively to identify folks, with vouchers who are 60 and plus right now, and maybe people who maybe in 1 to 2 years will be in that 60 plus category? Hopefully tonight we'll be approving the older person's millage framework. And one of the things that we've prioritized is preventing and ending homelessness for people above 60. And so I just want us to like kind of understand how many people have housing choice vouchers already that fit into that category and see how much of the millage, you know, could be adequately used to help mitigate some of this harm. Obviously, the millage isn't going to be able to save all of the gaps that are going to result in federal cuts, but I'm just trying to get, it'd be helpful for me to know personally, but I think many of my colleagues might be interested in seeing that data. And obviously, there's vouchers that come from all over the place. We could also ask Mishta to get an idea of, you know, theirs, but I think it would be helpful. And then I think like, I know we're getting a Q1 budget update and we're coming up on budget season where departments are gonna ask us to increase positions, increase their budgets. And I guess like sharing publicly and for my colleagues, like I'm going to be thinking about people and their housing resources every time I make a decision that's going to impact our budget going forward. Because I think even what you're like warning us about, I think it's going to be a lot worse. And so for the constituents that I represent, like my focus is keep people housed above everything else right now. And I hope like it's not, the county's not going to be able to fill the total gap from federal funding, but I'm hoping that we can get creative. And both folks who work for our organization, but also the residents that we represent will understand what decisions we're gonna have to make to like keep people housed. Like we can't provide county services to people if they don't like, it's 10 times harder once they're already homeless and we do not have enough shelter space. So anyways, crazy times. I don't like Earth anymore, but thank you for being here.
Go back to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. My quick comment was just in support of, I believe, Commissioner Light's line of questioning around the Brownfield program, and I support Commissioner Light's desire to see more emphasis placed on affordable housing. This was a concern of mine when this bill passed the legislature, that the requirements were very thin for what developers had to do to receive public subsidy through the Brownfield program, and it expanded it quite substantially. I think there's a real fine line that it created between just a subsidy for developers and a subsidy for creating a public good. And I think we should err on the side of the latter, not the former. And so I look forward to working with Commissioner Light and others to try to protect that. And I do appreciate that the city of Ann Arbor did put some restrictions in place. The 15% is higher than the state requires. State doesn't have any requirements about affordable housing in that, which is unfortunate, but look forward to supporting that effort.
Any other questions on this discussion item? Okay, see none. I would appreciate you again and thank you for being here with us, and we'll see you back soon in other contexts.
Thank you for your time.
Move then to a discussion item C, Q1 budget update. I'm gonna go to our Deputy Finance Officer, Catherine Jones, author, who's coming up, and Catherine, maybe that's an appropriate presentation to give us budget update.
Everyone loves a budget update at all times, right? And that's what I keep telling myself. Okay, great. Okay. So sharing as. Oh, yep, okay, sure. Okay. Okay. So tonight, the long-awaited Q1 budget update. It's a little bit cheating calling it Q1. It is based on actuals through April, so that I can include the equalization report because it's relatively irrelevant without that information. So, looking at the general fund, we started out the year budgeted at 157.6 million. That's down to 157.4 million from a technical adjustment I'll talk about in a little bit. Projected general fund revenues are $161.1 million. Again, this does include that equalization report property tax increase. Projected general fund expenditures are 153.7 million. So that is revenues exceed expenditures for a net projected surplus of $7.1 million. In previous years, we always talked about planned uses of fund balance. This year, to balance the quadrennial budget, we had a planned contribution to fund balance. So it kind of reverses a lot of the things we've talked about. We started out at $7.5 million in that bucket. These reductions that normally we think of as uses of fund balance, we first reduced that. So 5 million of that 7.1 million is planned to fund future needs, primarily staff, 26 through 28. And then the unallocated amount is about $2 million, and that mostly ties back to property tax increases. If that makes sense. Based on this, the general fund balance was 65 million at 12/31/24. The projected fund balance will be 72.1 million, which is 46% of the current 2025 budget and above the 29% target that we have for fund balance. This is more information than I normally give you all in this report, but a lot of things have happened and it's kind of a different look at what we usually do. So last year, we inadvertently budgeted both a planned use of fund balance and a planned contribution to fund balance. It makes financial reporting really complicated. We cleaned that up in the budget and then we reduced that planned contribution to fund balance, and we'll continue to do that until it gets to zero, and then we would start budgeting planned uses of fund balance. But so you can just see how kind of the numbers have flown from the original budget that you adopted in December to where we're at in first quarter. But again, that $7.1 million surplus is projected. On the expenditure side, the good news is most of these trends are the same as you have seen before. Public safety and justice, so courts, sheriff, and prosecuting attorney are the largest component, 91.1 million. Contract policing on its own is another $18.5 million. Health and Human Services, which is primarily appropriations to other departments, 16.9 million, 15.1 to support services, and we go down from there. These are all pretty similar to what you've seen before. The cap credit is 12.8 million. If you look at previous 12.7, if you look at previous presentations, it's a lot smaller. That's because we have moved IT out of the general fund. So if you're wondering about that, if it feels small, it actually is just kind of more proportionate with how the general fund should be looking. Here's a quick slide on non-general fund appropriations. This includes the cost of the projected cost of the July 1 increase to those departments. It does not include any non-structural lump sums because that allocation has not yet been adopted. So that is not built into costs for non-general fund or general fund departments at this time. For the expenditure surplus, so we have about $3.7 million of surplus expenditures. The largest is that planned contribution to fund balance of 5.1 million, which I'll talk, never mind. The details come better on the next slide, so I'll save that. General fund personal services outside of courts and the sheriff's office is projecting a surplus of $1.4 million. This includes budgeted attrition for those departments where applicable. District court is projecting a $246,000 surplus, almost entirely due to vacancy savings. Support services made up of finance, HR, and corp counsel at this point are projecting a $216,000 operational surplus, so excluding personnel. And then we have about $211,000 of surplus to non-general fund programs. And that's just a point in time, again, as the budgets are shifting and we're figuring things out. For shortfalls, the largest shortfall is one we've spent a lot of time talking about. So the sheriff's office is projecting $2.4 million. This is driven by increased costs for the jail, food, and medical expenses, as well as partially realized attrition. The personal services category is projecting about a $1.9 million shortfall. That's including that budgeted attrition credit. But once we do the budgeting adjustment, that's before you tonight for the July 1 increase, that shortfall in personnel will be reduced to $1.5 million. So we're still in a point of transition. The Q2 budget update will be a little bit cleaner, but wanted to get that to you. Animal control is projecting $694,000 above budget. This is when we talked about at the year-end update. When we signed the new contract, we didn't have the budgets in alignment with those amounts. So it's a thing we know we need to take care of, but we have not taken care of it yet. So for now, shortfall, I missed highlighting it last year, but I want to make sure we keep our eyes on that. So I will make sure that is before you all for these budget updates until we can get that resolved. Admin is projecting about 304,000 over budget due to continued board-directed sponsorships above the admin operating budget, though this is largely offset by vacancy savings that are included above in that general fund personal services category. And then lastly, water resources has about a $158,000 shortfall. This is largely due to increased contractor use. Traditionally, we expect to receive increased reimbursements for these costs, but for the first quarter, just took a conservative approach for the revenue side of it. We would expect by the end of the year that revenue would increase to offset that, and we typically bring a budget adjustment to you in Q3 when we know what those amounts look like. So in 2025, we are reducing that contribution to fund balance total. After the budget adjustments tonight will be about $5.1 million. We already have about $2.5 million that has already been budgeted. This was done during the Q3 technical adjustments last year primarily. So that's the $1.25 million for winter sheltering for 25 and 26, making sure we were ahead of that game is the biggest one. The remaining ones are a lot of things that have rolled over from previous years. And then tonight before you will be two budget adjustments. The first is $1.5 million. When we moved IT to an internal service fund, we didn't budget to move their assets with them. We need to move their assets to make sure that their accounting works. So it's just a $1.5 million transfer. We're hoping it's the last thing we need, but it's been a long time since we took a department from the general fund to an internal service fund. So we keep learning about new things we have to do. And then the other one is an allocation of the 2024 general fund surplus for non-structural lump sums to staff of about $1.1 million. That is the full surplus that we recorded in 2024. Everyone's favorite topic. We've talked a lot about attrition this year so far, so I figured if I didn't have a slide, you all would be asking me lots of questions. So 2 slides on this. I'm taking a stab at it. And if you don't like it, tell me and I will try again. So let me find my talking points. So the bar, if you're looking at this graph, it's a new one. The bars on the left, the blue bars, are what we budgeted as that attrition credit for all of the departments. This includes general fund and cap funded departments. So IT, facilities, and risk management are all in internal service funds, but it basically flows through the general fund. So we wanted to make sure we included them. The middle bar is estimated projected personal services categories. This is the easiest data point I had. It does include anything with overtime, part-time, temp. So it's a data point. We're working on getting better ones, but for the first report of the year, this was the quickest pull. And then that magenta purple is the surplus or shortfall. So we see that personal services for most departments, especially once we, going back to the budget, that includes what it will be once we adjust for July, because everything looked nuts when we knew of an increase that was coming. So once we adjust that, that's what that blue line is. From the magenta purpley color, we see most departments are meeting that attrition. And overall, even with the sheriff's office not meeting it, we're about 90% of attrition achieved as of Q1. And we will continue to monitor that throughout the year. This took a service level approach, a little easier to digest, but also higher level. So just looking by service area, how we're doing on attrition. Again, we see most service areas are achieving their attrition targets, civic infrastructure well and above achieving it. And then public safety and justice is about 67%. So it kind of rolls up those departments into a higher level category here.
Catherine, let me take ownership of my mistake. I was asking Greg a question and then that little pause. Say that again, will you?
Which part?
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Do we have questions for Catherine while she's with us? I'm going to start with Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Catherine. I like the new bar graphs. It's Good stuff.
Great.
I don't know if you have a slide on this or if this is the appropriate time for you to talk about it, but could you talk or speak at all about ARPA interest earnings?
Later.
Later, okay.
Yes.
Well, I will wait patiently.
Okay,
Catherine, if you got part two, please
okay.
go
Yep.
on.
I'll ask more for you all, don't worry. General fund revenues, is projected at $161.1 million. Again, the biggest being our property taxes at almost 103 million based on our equalization report. General government being primarily state revenue sharing, marijuana, state liquor tax dollars is about $17.9 million. And then public safety and justice, 18.3, with contract policing again broken out to be about $14.4 million. On the revenue surpluses, so right now, property taxes look like a surplus because they haven't been budgeted yet. I'll take care of that tonight. General fund interest earnings. Last year, I kept it pretty conservative, and each quarter I brought you, it just kept getting bigger and bigger. So this is taking a stab at relatively conservative, but assuming we're going to get decent amount of interest, since the Fed has not dropped interest rates, our interest earnings roughly track how the Fed goes. So if they're dropping interest rates, we're going to expect to receive less interest. If they stay stable, we should expect something similar to last year. The clerk's office has about $354,000 in surplus revenue, almost entirely in deeds. They're well above budget. We are looking into how sustainable that is and exactly what's causing it, but it is from January to March, about $350,000 over previous year's collection. So hopefully good news there. We had a rough year there last year, but we'll keep monitoring it. Shortfalls. The sheriff's office is projecting approximately 835,000 for net revenue shortfall. It's not offset by an expenditure surplus. The primary shortfall is in contract policing. That's due to budgeted but unfilled contracts that are offset by budgeted expenditures. Trial court's projecting about a $378,000 shortfall, which is currently not offset by an expenditure surplus, but will be once we budget that July increase. The revenue shortfall is due to outcomes of the fines and fee justice work and other state changes reducing or sunsetting fees. The last one is the county last year did not receive any animal control revenue, and so we're not projecting to receive any this year. When we signed the new contract, did not renew the agreements with the local units, but that is in process. Once we have them, I will keep it updated, but since none are in place right now, did not want to project revenue we don't have agreements for. I know. Really didn't want to have to finish. Okay. So that's the end of the general fund. If we have anything. Okay. Non-general funds, good news on building inspection. CMH for the moment, we're watching what's happening at the federal level, but with no announcements, CMH is projecting a Medicaid surplus. Also surpluses in risk and vet relief millage. Neutral, we're looking at child care fund, facilities, friend of the court, indigent defense, OSED, again, depending on what happens, we keep watching that. And then prosecuting attorney, CRP grant are all neutral. We have 3 non-general funds that are shortfalls. I heard you all at year end. Here's more information of what we're expecting. Community corrections, we are looking at $208,000 of a shortfall. There's $10,000 available in fund balance, which would mean the fund balance at 9/30 would be a negative $198,000. Shortfall is due to increased costs, especially around tethering and electronic monitoring, driven by court orders alongside reduced fee collections. Since March, the crisis we had in March, fee collections have increased, but activity has not been sustainable or consistent. So we do keep monitoring, and we're hoping it will not be this bad, but something we're keeping an eye on. Health is currently budgeted to use up to $395,000 of fund balance, pending parental leave and their full cost revenue report results. So basically, depending on some of these other revenues. So worst case scenario would be a $395,000 shortfall. Their available fund balance is 3.7 million, which can sustain that shortfall. And if that happened, they'd have a projected fund balance of 3.3 million at the end of the year. And then IT at the moment is projecting a net operational shortfall of $100,000. This is due to projected hardware, software maintenance costs exceeding the budget, as well as the cost of the July increases being projected but not yet budgeted. It is expected that this gap will be filled with the IT contingency funds that are budgeted for $250,000 each year, that are designed to first address operational shortfalls and then be made available for non-structural projects or other uses. Q1 budget adjustments under administrative authority, we had none. I always love when that happens. Quick highlights of the item before you tonight. I know it's on the agenda, so I can save this discussion for later in the evening, given the time, but we'll be structurally adjusting the general fund by $3.3 million for those property taxes on a small state revenue change. It will go to fund the July wage increase primarily, as well as the BOC constituent outreach coordinator, 3052 PDQs, undesignated allocation, and I missed on here, but the legal assistance as well are funded through this budget adjustment. So items you all have taken action on that we didn't have the budget for, just cleaning all of that up. ARPA interest earnings. We are budgeting structurally use of ARPA interest earnings to cover our administrative costs, including part-time temp, being Kelly Belknap, the former CFO, and our cost allocation plan costs. So making sure we have those covered before we allocate them to other uses. So we don't want to accidentally be out for the things that we have to do there. Question? Okay.
Are you done, Catherine?
I'm not done. Almost done.
Let's get you through and then we'll do questions.
Perfect. Non-structural adjustments. This is the 2.6 million I talked about for the non-structural lump sum and the IT prepaid maintenance asset transfer. And then in the non-general fund, IT bringing the use of fund balance for projects that were funded in 24 and are going to be completed this year. So just truing up the budget with those costs. Next steps. All similar things we've been monitoring for a while. Primarily the federal changes are the ones we're watching the closest, but many things. And then the impact of inflation on operational budgets and impact of personnel cost growth. Federal revenue impacts. There's some more detail on here than what I had last time. A lot of it is very similar to what you all saw. So I don't have anything specific to highlight. If you have questions, we can talk through them. We got some good news on resiliency. A couple that have been canceled have had replacement funding or invoices started being paid again. So that's good news. Budget work, I'll be back for some updates. We'll be here for reaffirmation. And then just because we have these two major processes going, I just wanted to make sure you all know we are continuing to work. So the resource management priority departments had a deadline of May 15th to submit. We received something from every single department by the deadline. So that was exciting. It is an iterative process. We are working to make sure we have all services mapped to their 2025 budget by the end of July. So we are doing lots of work in the budget team, but mostly in the departments, we have sent them much to do. And then budget requests process, those submissions were due June 23rd. We received 77 requests. We're in the process of reviewing and cleaning them up. So we expect that number to come down. Some can be combined or fall in other processes upon occasion. But we're currently under review and we'll have a review team. And something that was asked for last year was not just having peer reviews, but having subject matter experts weigh in. So we're building a subject matter expert team also to provide you guys some information as we weigh budget requests during the reaffirmation. Now I'm done.
All right. Thank you. That's a lot of information. We appreciate it. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hodge, then Scott, then Beaman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Like I said, I like the new graphs. They're always interesting. So I appreciate the information about the ARPA interest earnings. When do you think you would want to talk more about that later? Because I know you want to, you talk about what it's going towards.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the budget adjustment item tonight if we want to talk now, but if you have a question, I'm ready to answer it. So it kind of depends on when you all want.
We could talk about it. I just want to know if it's like a soon thing, since you talked about there are certain things we would want to allocate towards before thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, so right now we just made sure to allocate the things that we knew, because I'm assuming at some point someone's going to say, how much ARPA interest earnings is there available to allocate? So we wanted to make sure we had that covered. So we're projecting around about $1 million available, but again, a lot depends on how those interest earnings flow. We are not getting the same level of interest that we did because we have spent the funds, so we're earning interest on less funds, which is good news, money out the door, but it does mean less interest.
Okay, this is a hard shift to a different topic now.
Right.
But you mentioned earlier that some of this is dependent on a decision we're going to make later in the meeting about Office on Aging and OCD. Could you talk about what the impacts of, if we pass the resolution, which is likely at the next meeting, what would the impact be on the budget more broadly? And I would wonder, would that impact cap costs in any way?
Well, traditionally speaking, CAP operates on a 2-year lag. So where we can identify direct costs, we aim to do that so that the general fund doesn't have to eat those for a couple of years. With some of the current OCD programs moving, we would likely want to move those CAP costs with them, because otherwise we're funding them out of other OCD programs and that they pertain to those. So that'd be a thing we'd have to figure out. It's always weird when we're projecting CAP because we do it on that lag, but we have been able to kind of estimate some things and put some things in place in the past, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Go to Commissioner Scott.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Catherine, when you had the attrition slides, do you think you could talk to us about some of that or come back and show us a slide? The numbers look really big, right, for the sheriff, but I'm wondering if you presented this slide instead as ratios.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting, she says. Just because I'm not sure it would look the same.
Like ratio of the amount of the
Ratio of the-
credit to
yeah.
their
To the
personnel budget?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can get that.
Because I think that like this looks a little misleading, like, oh my gosh, look at the budgeted attrition that the BOC has got going with the sheriff. And it's really not like a graph like that if you look at it as a ratio.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. And do you just want to affirm that that's correct for people, that if you look at it as a ratio, it does not look like this?
It will vary based on vacancy. So the ratio for the sheriff's office would still be higher because they are one where our largest number of FTE are in the general fund. And they have traditionally had more vacancies, but it would probably be more similar to what you'd see in the courts. So so it wouldn't look like this giant variance because that is based on how big their FTE count is, more than that we are expecting additional attrition for them.
And I'm just wondering if while you're talking about this, you could sort of jog everyone's memory about the attrition memo that we passed in May of last year.
Sure.
And real quick, I think Administrator Dill also wants to chime in.
I think Commissioner Scott is getting to that. Because this has been a major change in the organization, I'd like to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we come back at the next meeting and have a targeted discussion focused solely on attrition and its impacts.
Sure. Can we just let Catherine just remind
Yes.
why we did it and what it is?
Yes. So historically, we had budgeted attrition in central charges, which just led to extra surpluses in departments. And then this weird wonky thing I'm talking about every single meeting. But as we are looking for funding for the labor negotiations that were ongoing, one of the things we talked about is where we had traditionally seen vacancy savings as a way to shift that budget and make sure we could afford those raises for the staff who are here. So it is tied to that, but it is also it wasn't like we went from budgeting 0 attrition to suddenly budgeting $3.5 million. Like we had some in the budget already.
And you did it in a very conservative way that I
Yeah.
recall. Like, it was like you took the attrition, you halved it and like halved it again.
We took.
Crude way of
we-
saying it,
we-
but-
we looked at, yeah, I looked at how positions had been filled, or how many positions were vacant on average, or how many pays each position was vacant on average for each org in the general fund. And if it was like 70%, I wasn't gonna budget 70%.
Right.
Because that is used for other things. I think the lowest we went was 90%, and that was out in 27, 28, where the numbers are all pretty fluid anyways. So we were definitely attempting to be conservative. There are some different factors, I would say, in different like places we also don't know. So like looking at Corp Council, BOC equalization, like there's some personnel savings there, but they were fully staffed at the time we were budgeting attrition. And so it didn't make sense to budget attrition there if we're not expecting vacancies. or
Right.
There was one position and a plan to fill it in a month. So we were trying to be reasonable with it, but also it being its first year, it's a learning process and we always can refine it and do it a little bit better year over year.
It will maybe be the only time, maybe one of the only times you'll hear me say I appreciate the conservative approach to it. And I appreciate the willingness to be creative, to try to think about how we could get those across the board raises and table movers for union staff. Because if we recall, we were just stuck in a position where people who were at the top of the scales weren't going to be getting more money. And that seemed unacceptable to all of us on the board. And this was our way to try to get people more wages in their pocket. And so I appreciate your attempt to make this happen, your continued attempt. And I still think trying to have a conservative number of budgeting for attrition, it would be like if I was budgeting still in my house for diapers, even though my kid is 18. So,
Yeah, you never know. You might just accidentally need to buy a pack. So.
I might, like if a kid came over, but I certainly don't need the same stock I used to.
Correct, yes.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Beaman, then Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question, and it may just, I don't think it's a naming convention. I think it's two different items. So I'm seeing public safety and justice, and I'm seeing sheriff. Are those two separate budgets? Okay, so,
Sheriff is included in public safety and justice.
okay.
But public safety and justice also includes district court, trial court,
Okay,
and prosecuting attorney.
okay, that was my question, because I saw the
I can't.
I saw the public safety and justice attrition, and I saw the sheriff attrition, and I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
wait a second, do I add those or is one nested? So
Yeah.
now that I understand that they're
Yes.
nested, that's. okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Should-
That was truly my question.
I
was
can
just
include a cheat sheet
understanding.
in the future for what departments are in which service areas.
Yeah.
I don't have to walk you all through it, but if you. tell
No,
us,
it's okay. My assumption was it was nested, but I wanted to make
Yep.
sure as I was doing math because
Yes.
it was getting
Yeah.
really big.
Those numbers are different, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sanders?
I feel like I forgot at this point. I would like to see that broken down into, district court, sheriff.
That's what this slide is. It's the same number on this slide.
Yeah, they like these bars, they don't work for me.
Okay, you want like a dot, like you want to see the number?
Yeah, so
Okay.
when I'm doing the math where you combine those two categories, we're approximately almost $110 million for,
We're not talking,
not this line.
okay, we're not
So-
talking attrition. We're talking the expenditures.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'd like to see broken down.
Okay, expenditures by department with numbers.
Yeah. Right, and I had a question about the, was it $300,000 that for board requests?
I'm gonna look.
So that's a line item. Yeah. That's the Caroline Sanders line. No, I'm just trying to make sure. That is the line item that is inclusive of all the board directed spending that has come from the administrator's office.
Okay,
We-
so that would show up. I'm glad we brought this up. So I was gonna ask, I requested a report last year that would outline all of that, and I have not received an update from this year of those. So it would be nice to maybe have that on a quarterly basis.
Yeah.
Not an annual basis, but I asked so that there is more transparency.
Yeah.
You know, where the money is going, who's asking for it, and all.
We have that report. We will begin to provide it on a quarterly basis. Perhaps it can be aligned and attached to this quarterly update.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott has something to say relevant to that.
I just have something to say, because 100% I agree with you. That number does concern me. It's going up every year. And I know that we all have individual, the county administrator has a discretionary spending. But I am thinking that when we are coming to him, I'm doing it in a collective we, as commissioners to ask for spending, that there might be a place for us to think about as a board, and I'd ask you all to think about this because I've been thinking about it myself. At what number do we think we want to see that come to the Board of Commissioners? Is there a number? Because that is going up and up and up. And in my mind, the reason I would bring that back to the board table is because every dollar we have at the county is a taxpayer dollar. And I think that it should be clear what that is. I don't know if it's just knowledge or if it's saying, if it's an ask that's $50,000 or more, it should come to this table. That seems like good oversight for taxpayer money. I haven't moved on this yet because I'm asking you to think about it.
I think we can play this out
Yeah.
later, but I
Great.
think my immediate response would be that we know that there have been inequities in this county. And so there are areas of the county that never ask for any funding. And then there are areas that are deserts and desperately need the funding.
Yes.
And I think our board makeup at this point has led towards more equity and fairness.
I agree.
Going to those desert areas of the county, probably in the history of the board.
Yes.
And so I'm cautious about putting a limit because, well, I'm cautious. So we can talk about that later. I know I don't ask for anything that I can't defend to somebody in the grocery store.
Yeah.
So I'm conscious about my asks. And up until this year, I've not asked for anything for my district. It's always been for multi-district initiatives. So I can defend my asks. I don't know about anybody else, not throwing anybody under the bus. I'm just saying, I'm cautious about how I spend taxpayer dollars.
If I may, Chair.
Sure.
I know this is a larger discussion, so I don't want us to go down this rabbit hole now, but I will just say that it's just to shed light on it, because Commissioner Sanders, I think you're right. I think we are doing more than we've ever done before, and it might be good for people to understand what government is doing for them. So, thanks.
Last one for you.
Okay.
What is 3052 PDQ?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you keep talking.
I know.
I need you to talk like
I
you don't understand. Thank you.
Yep, I was rushing at that point. I'm sorry. So the PDQ process is different groups. So the 3052 runs on the PDQ process. This is an HR process. So HR will be here later tonight too, so I'll tell you what I know. But basically it's an employee-driven process where they're saying the work that I'm being given is above the grade that my position. And so they ask HR to review a revised description. This case, it's one position this year, but it depends each year when it runs. The PDQs come with the Q1 technical adjustments every year. The rest of them are the JQ process that comes with the budget reaffirmation, but they're the same type of process, just two different mechanisms. Yep.
So I'm going to go to Commissioner Robbie in just a moment. I would ask, though, in terms of the sponsorship asks, if we could get a list tonight or tomorrow of what we've done year to date, because if that 300,000 number, I just want to make sure, is that year to date, Catherine?
It's based on previous year trends. So we estimate out what we've seen year to date compared to what we've seen previous years, the things that we know, and that's where the overall shortfall in admin is. So that's not like, that's just the sponsorship number. It's just the overall shortfalling at the admin budget.
Good.
It
Mr.
is
Dill?
higher than it was last year, yes.
Yeah, Chair, Commissioners, I know this is going to be a deeper conversation for us. We will get you a report year to date on the sponsored costs. So we'll get that out to you. I do want to remind you all, as a matter of practice for me, anything over a certain threshold, I have brought back to you guys because full transparency is important in my office. So I just need to say that. We'll get that information out. And certainly, this is a conversation that the chair and I have been having. We'll have a more fulsome discussion at a later date.
Yeah, for me, the pace at which we get that is more important than the strategic plan going forward. I'm happy to,
Got it. We got it.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Commissioner Robbie, then Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, and because we have so many residents that are waiting, I assume to speak, I'm actually going to save all my questions for the agenda item later. And I would just ask that the chair call me when that comes around. Thank you.
Commissioner Somerville.
Sorry, I stepped out for a second. And ironically, I had a conversation with the administrator about this is not. Okay, sorry about that. I stepped out for a second, but I understand that we're talking about the sponsorships approved by the administrator. And ironically, I had a conversation with Administrator Dill about this today because there's an event in Commissioner Hodges' district, but that serves people in both my district and in his district. And I always like cautiously ask because like I actually don't know what the budget room is. But I do know that I ask frequently to support initiatives and events in my district because if you look at that opportunity index map, I have the most red area. And so I think it's it would be really important going forward for at least a handful of commissioners that represent IPSI to be in part of conversations, because I do think that like in areas with huge gaps, like we should be putting more resources in. I'm really glad to work on a board where it seems like we are doing that. But I guess like I'm not ashamed to continue asking for money for my district, especially like this summer. Not only did county admin, but CMH and Parks and Rec are they're supporting an art program in Superior Township, which like until the rec center is built and operating, there's nothing there for kids. And so last summer there was a shooting and the only like safe resources kids had in Superior Township at the time were like the arts program that's like drop in low barrier. And so anyways, I'm just dropping that as like, I'm always going to ask for more in my district because there's a really high need, but I like just hope that, we're good partners here. Everybody kind of knows like where the big gaps are in the community, but I just want to like, for the record, when people at home are looking at that, I'll take credit for at least like 50K of asks in my district. So thanks for transparency. Probably more.
Commissioner Scott.
I just want to clarify that none of that idea about bringing these things to the board is about shame. It is about letting the public know what we're doing with that money. Like, this is the first time probably that anybody in the public is hearing about an ask that you made in particular for your district for these kids that didn't have anything. So and that's great. I want people to know that we're doing stuff like that, to Commissioner Sanders' point too. So it's just about that, like letting the sunshine in. Commissioner Robbie has talked about this in terms of like what we do to make sure we get our name out there, the good work we're doing with all of the bad things that the federal government is doing. It's good to know that your local government is still trying to help people. We're still trying.
Yeah, and for whatever it's worth, that spending in those asks account for the fact that the real world and human problems do not move in a calendar budget cycle. And so I also want to reiterate that I got no issue with that. I just want to know the total. Any other questions on this item? Catherine, thank you.
Thank you.
Any items for current or future discussion? Great. Chair, what would you like to do? 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
I think I'd like to do 10 because I'm cognizant that it is 7:53 and people were here for a 7 a.m. start or 7 a.m. We'd be really off a 7 p start. And so let's do 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:03.
Okay.
Only an hour and 3 minutes late.
Then in the interest of time, we are adjourned.
Okay. Wow, it got quiet and I didn't even bang a gavel. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the July 2nd, 2025 meeting of the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners. We start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I don't know. I always feel like I have to say amen. Ashlyn, could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner LaBarre,
Here.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski, Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here. Is my mic working now?
Yes.
Thanks.
Do you want to get these guys that
Here.
just came in? Okay,
Here.
thank you.
Here.
And here. Hail, hail, the gang's all here. Okay, thank you. It is now time for public participation. Public participation at this meeting is 3 minutes. You come to the podium here, say your name, say where, your city or your township, please. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The little lights will show you, be your guide. Green means you're good to go, keep going. When you see yellow, start wrapping it up. When it turns red, if you're like in the middle of a sentence, I might be like, okay, just finish the sentence, but I will, contrary to how I've been brought up, interrupt you in the sake of leaving things fair for everybody, so everybody's getting the same amount of time. We're eager to hear your comments tonight, so welcome to public participation. Come forward if you're here.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Mary Ann Perone, Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I have been here at least 2 other times to speak to you. So you probably, those of you who might remember, you know me as an advocate for immigrants in our community, and I indeed am. However, I have spent at least 45 years being in solidarity with the people of Latin America and have been advocating for changes in our U.S. policy that has upheld some terrible dictatorships, et cetera, in those countries. And so been working toward human rights there, especially for the United States to hopefully be on the right side of history instead of the wrong side, the kind of history, the wrong side that disappears people, kidnaps them, jails them unjustly, tortures, and in the case of so many countries in Latin America, extrajudicial killing. And now, for most of those things, we're seeing this happen in our own country and in our county with immigration enforcement practices that is coming from the federal government. And so I'm here today on behalf of many people. I work personally with MIRA, Movement for Immigrant Rights Action, and Washtenaw Congregational Sanctuary. And I'm here to ask two things of you, or to speak to two things. The first is to thank you again for resisting turning over the names of the people on the rolls for the Washtenaw ID. It's super important. This is the time, this is the place to resist the evil that's on the wrong side of history. And you are doing that. You are going through the courses. I encourage you, we all encourage you to stay the course, to do whatever you have to do, however many appeals and what you have to do to keep these vulnerable people safe. Secondly, I would ask you to create a policy now, quickly, for those people who are going to be getting Washtenaw IDs now and post whatever happens with your case, your legal case. We have approached some of you, and you have told us that it is the county clerk who can make that policy. And we have gone to the county clerk, and he has said that it's the board who makes the policy. If you could please come together and figure out who makes the policy and make one as to what we do with the roles in the future, currently and in the future. I know that it will be decided somehow legally.
Time.
Okay, then.
Yep, sorry.
That's the light.
That's the light.
Looking
That's
at
the
blue
one.
light.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just wait for this to get reset. Okay, great. Wonderful. Hi, good evening, commissioners. It's wonderful to be before you this evening. I want to begin with a thank you to Commissioner Hodge and Administrator Dill. Item Q in your resolutions tonight is a resolution urging the Michigan State Legislature to significantly increase funding for 211 in their fiscal 26 budget. And for the record, my name is Bridget Herman. I'm a Saline resident. Commissioner Beaman is my commissioner, and I serve as the executive liaison for Washtenaw County on behalf of United Way for Southeastern Michigan. And I want to acknowledge that your support of this resolution recognizes the essential role that Michigan 211 plays in connecting people from Washtenaw County and across Southeastern Michigan with critical health and human services resources like food, rent, and utility assistance, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year at no cost to them. By your supporting this request to raise the state appropriation to $6.6 million, you are helping to boost 211's capacity, strengthen coordination with government partners, and ensure this vital service remains available to anybody in need, anytime. Right now, this is particularly important because the demand for 211 services is already 16.7% greater than we saw during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And for a baseline in Washtenaw County, we receive around 8,000 calls a year. And so that number is already gone higher. Need in our community is growing, and 211 is often the canary in the coal mine around changing community conditions and needs. And so your support is crucial to ensuring that that infrastructure is in place to meet growing demand. On behalf of United Way, I appreciate your recognition of 211 as an essential part of our human services infrastructure, especially in times of crisis, whether it's natural disasters, extreme weather, or public health emergencies. Thank you for always standing with our community and for your commitment to making sure nobody falls through the cracks when they need help the most. Appreciate your time tonight. Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mira Sussman. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I am in District 9 with Katie, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Jewish Family Services of Washtenaw County. JFS has been an advocate for an older person's millage for the last decade, and we are delighted to see the Board of Commissioners moving swiftly to distribute critical millage funding to improve the lives of our county's older adults. JFS has been privileged to serve the community with commitment and integrity for over 3 decades. Improving the lives of local older adults has always been a focus of our work. JFS is a unique multi-service agency, providing a wide variety of services to residents, regardless of religion, ethnicity, race, or background. As it regards older adults, JFS supports over 1,700 older adults annually through our WISE Aging Services Department. We not only have operated the WISE Senior Center, serving more than 100 older adults for over 20 years with our enriching programming and senior cafe, but the agency also provides door-to-door and door-through-door transportation, Meals on Wheels, a specialty food pantry, intensive care management for older adults, caregiver services, and counseling by licensed therapists. Our clients are especially vulnerable and face multiple health-related social needs. 75% of those receiving care management have an annual household income of less than $25,000. We typically are the first stop for immigrant and refugee older adults and receive referrals for the hardest to serve older adults from Adult Protective Services and organizations around the community. Our multilingual staff is trained in person-centered, trauma-informed care, and we are recognized for both the quality and cultural responsiveness of our services. Aging is a great equalizer, presenting adversities and challenges for everyone. That said, this journey is even harder for those experiencing the impacts of trauma, low income, systemic racism, xenophobia, social isolation, and so much more. On behalf of JFS and the 1,700 local older adults we serve, we appreciate the wisdom and compassion of Washtenaw voters who approved this millage, and we thank the Board of Commissioners for your steadfast work to develop the mechanisms to distribute these critical dollars in the community swiftly. Thank each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danny Steinmetz. I've been living in Ann Arbor for almost 50 years. As a child of Holocaust survivors, I paid attention to certain things that relate to this. For example, during World War II, the Dutch resistance blew up the city registrar's office to destroy records of the addresses and names of Jews. It saved some lives. They paid a very heavy price. I'm not saying at this moment we're dealing with genocide yet in the US. I'm also saying that all of us realize however bad things are now, they could very well get worse, and we don't even know by how much more. But we do know now is a better time to resist than later. And I'm not asking anyone here to blow up the registrar's office, least of all while I'm in the building. But
Thank you.
but I realize this is an act. It involves costs. It can involve costs to the community. But at some point, we talk about certain values over and over and over. Values aren't real if we don't pay a price. I don't know what the price would be. I don't know the details, but I beg you and I ask you to resolve to be willing to pay some serious price if it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Elisa Guyton, and I've been a proud Washtenaw County resident for over 30 years. I'm a mother of 2 beautiful biracial children, and I've dedicated my life personally and professionally to serving our community, especially those who are too often underserved or overlooked. In my role at Friends Indeed, I work every day to uplift families facing crisis. Outside of my work, I volunteer with organizations and efforts that prioritize dignity, creativity, and equity. And that's what drew me to support Sheriff Alicia Dyer and her vision of a public safety system rooted in care, accountability, and creativity. And it's a value I live by. In recent months, I've had the privilege of joining the Sheriff's Arts Policy Committee team. We've toured the jail. We've listened. We've asked how, as community members, we can volunteer our time and talents to support healing, both within the jail walls and across our county. What I've seen is a department ready to collaborate, ready to innovate, and ready to center humanity, even in a space that has historically been about punishment. Sheriff Dyer's first 6 months have already shown results, from equitable traffic stop reform to new jail policies that respect religious freedom and maternal health. This is what it looks like when leadership reflects lived experience and listens to community voices. But this work needs more than just belief. It needs investment. There's a real and urgent funding gap for jail operations, basic essentials like food, medical care, and court security. These aren't luxuries. They are mandates and moral imperatives. The grants the office has brought in are impressive, but one-time funding can't sustain long-term transformation. This is not business as usual. This is visionary, community-led public safety that is already improving lives. Please don't let progress stall. I urge you to fully fund the Sheriff's Office so this work can continue, expand, and deepen. Because as an artist, a mother, and someone who has spent a lifetime using creativity to build bridges across difference, I believe public safety isn't about control. It's about connection. And the Sheriff's Office is doing the hard work to restore that, one policy, one person at a time. Thank you.
Alyssa, could you tell us the city or township, please?
Ann Arbor.
Thank you.
Washtenaw County.
you.
Hi, all.
Hi.
Hi. Chair Scott, Commissioners, thank you all for being here. So I'm here with the goal, and I'll do my introduction here in a second. So, but I'm here with the goal of just sharing the critical impact that millage funds have as they've been allocated to the WCSO in promoting public safety by talking about at least one program that tends not to that we tend not to talk a lot about. My name is Aaron Sugunuma. I'm the coordinator of the peer-to-peer program in the Community Engagement Division. So peer-to-peer, and I've been working with, I'm a resident of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County.
Perfect.
And I've been working at the Sheriff's Office for 5 years and doing peer-to-peer for the past year. So peer-to-peer is a support program for people who are at high risk for recidivism. It's to help them to not just complete probation, but to gain the connections and the skills that they need to be able to sustain themselves for the long term. So the way that we do that is we work on building trust with people who are otherwise continually getting violated. We're talking about the people who are usually in jail multiple times a year. And so we're building trust with them, giving them the confidence and skills and community connections that they need to sustain themselves for the long term. 80% of our graduates remain crime and violation free for at least 120 days. And we're maintaining the highest census that we've had since the program's inception in 2017. Most of these individuals have gun charges. And when I say most of them, I mean like 85% of the people who we're working with have gun charges. So these are individuals who we really want to be engaged, helping them to feel better connected to the system and a part of their communities, and to show others that they may be connected with and their families that change is possible. My position is funded by the millage, and but all of our other program costs and staffing is covered by a contract that we have with the state. Now that's my primary and explicit role, but I also have an implicit role that is to say that I am a part of the Community Engagement Division. So we're all of us who staff CE are ready for anything who walks through that walks through our door. That's people coming out of the jail. It's people in crisis in the community, whatever it is. our collective office has decades of experiences and relationships that we can use to help people kind of stabilize and get connected. We're not the one-stop shop for everything, but ideally we're able to kind of meet people where they're at, help them to kind of get centered, and then, you know, tap into our network to plug people in. This is, has been incredibly impactful for me. I know that while a friend and I were getting ready to start a program that is a brighter way, community engagement was one of the first people who we stopped and connected with to help us to get connected and started. So
Aaron, that's time. Sorry.
got it.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Do I hit the button?
No,
Okay,
you
I don't
just
do-
talk and they'll make it go.
Okay, hi.
Thank
My-
you.
My name is Laura Sanders and I live in Dexter Township. And the first comments that I'm speaking are as an individual, not a representative of any organization. I just wanted to say that at the June meeting of the BOC, my spouse and I waited over an hour for the meeting to begin so we could make public comments. And during that time, we witnessed what felt like an attack on our newly elected Sheriff Alicia Dyer by several Washtenaw County commissioners. Although some legitimate questions were posed, it seemed like the forum was used as an opportunity to vent past and petty grievances about our sheriff's political positions, critiques of the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, and her campaign. Frankly, it sounded like sour grapes about her winning a very tight election, but we, the residents of Washtenaw County, elected her for a reason. And as a woman and an intersectional feminist, honestly, I felt offended for our sheriff. I couldn't imagine folks condescending our past Sheriff Clayton in the same way as some commissioners talked down to Sheriff Dyer. Sheriff Dyer, in my opinion, is young, brave, and one of 2 women-identified sheriffs in the whole state of Michigan. She's dedicated to a more just and restorative police department, which will take vision, time, and commitment. She has held firm on her word to act protectively toward our immigrant community members who are under obscene attack by the federal law enforcement right now. Sheriff Dyer needs and deserves our unwavering support on this and other issues of racial and social justice in the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. This brings me to my last comment, and I speak now as a representative of MIRA, Movement for Immigrant Rights Action. We ask you with urgency to create a policy that prohibits the retention and release of all data associated with the Washtenaw County photo ID, including names and addresses, from the date of the ICE subpoena of April 15th going forward. Our research indicates that we don't have a clear policy and we need one immediately. We ask the commissioners to please collaborate with the county clerk for the creation of this policy and continue to hold firm to your commitment not to share any data with ICE to use against our immigrant families.
That's time. Thank you.
We've greatly
Thank you.
appreciated that. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Shannon Echeverry, and I'm the director of the Turner Senior Wellness Program with U of M Health. And first and foremost, would like to thank you all for all your hard work with the senior millage. Really, really appreciate your support. And I know a lot of the folks that I work with and people that we serve do as well. So the Turner Senior Wellness Program has been around since 1998, and we are a senior center and resource hub for older adults. We're located on the north side of Ann Arbor and provide services there. All of the services that we provide are high quality, low cost, or free. And in addition to serving people physically in that location, we also do outreach in the county. So we have virtual programming, hybrid programming to try to reach the biggest demographic that we can. And I believe that it's important to consider funding for an additional senior center in Ann Arbor, given that 1 in 4 older adults in the county do live in Ann Arbor. We also have a very strong commitment to health education and health equity. So we do a lot of education on different medical conditions, how people can live healthy lives. We also have a program for LGBTQ older adults. We have a low vision group, a group for individuals where Spanish is their first language. So those things are very important as well. And we also fill gaps that the Ann Arbor Senior Center doesn't. They are not able to serve everybody in Ann Arbor, given their size and the resources they have. And I know that with additional funding and support, that we can do much more for the community and continue to serve this population. Another thought that I had was around the idea of making sure that these programs are sustainable. One of my biggest roles is fundraising, and I'm the lead fundraiser for Big Hearts for Seniors, which supports 6 programs within University of Michigan Health. For context, it's the biggest fundraiser that I'm involved in, and our cut of that fundraising is about $20,000. So we are very thankful for the support that the University of Michigan provides, that they provide the support for our space and some salaries, but there's definitely a huge gap where we need more support. So my ask to you is just to, consider looking at the language for senior centers in order to include senior centers like us that may not fit the exact mold in terms of what's already been written. But we know that with funding, we would be able to do so much more for our older adults in the community. Thank you.
Shannon, can you just tell us the city or township you live in?
Ann Arbor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for allowing public comments. My name is Christina Fullerton. I live in Scioto Township, and I'm a sociologist who studies the impact of immigration policies on immigrants, their families, and communities. Like others who have spoken tonight, I want to thank you for not turning over the Washtenaw ID data and ask that you stand firm in that. I echo the demand for a policy that prohibits the retention and release of Washtenaw ID data. And I wanted to give you some context because this municipal ID program is part of a national strategy to help integrate immigrants into the communities where they live, regardless of immigration status. This is because the federal government has done a terrible job of helping people integrate into the community, and in fact has blocked many of the pathways that people used to have to become legal permanent residents and citizens. And I can tell you, as somebody who has helped people sign up for municipal IDs, that when these programs were created, the promise that was made was that these wouldn't be a registry of undocumented immigrants or immigrants living in our communities. And so any consideration of turning over that data is breaking that promise. And it's a very serious breach of community trust. And so I thank you for continuing to stand firm and ask that you pass a comprehensive policy. I will say, just to finish up my comments, that the subpoena was issued in April. And since then, immigrant advocates and immigrants in the community have been in limbo because it no longer feels safe to get a Washtenaw ID. And that can have very serious consequences with parents feeling afraid to enroll their children in school or to access local services. So this is something that is urgent and needs to be resolved. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ginger Chase. Excuse me. I live in Scioto Township. I'd like to talk about the sheriff's office funding as well as the immigration ID information that could potentially be shared with the federal government. I'd like to say that I'm incredibly proud of our sheriff, Alicia Dyer, and the work and the commitment she's had to her platform and how she's implemented it in the county. And I believe that she needs to be well-funded in order to do her job well, in order to bring and continue to bring humanity into the office. Being able to fully fund her programs in the jail will help with recidivism. She's already reduced unnecessary traffic stops, and it's actually reduced traffic accidents. As far as the immigrants are concerned, I really implore you not to sacrifice the most vulnerable people in the community in hopes that you remain safe. This is a time where we are called on to be brave. We are called on to step forward and to say no. I feel like if we give into the demands of what's going on nationally, we will be continually vulnerable to further and further erosion of our values. Please consider standing up for the most vulnerable people in our county. Please protect them. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? Here we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Roper. I live in Washtenaw County. I represent the We Live program. Washtenaw embraces life every day is the acronym. I want to be clear, We Live is not just another community program. It's a life-saving community-rooted effort that interrupts cycles of violence, restores hope, and builds pathway forward for individuals who have been often left behind. We work directly with people who are most at risk, young people, returning citizens, survivors of violence, and we do it through credible messengers, mentors who walk through the same streets, face the same challenges, and now use their lived experience to guide others towards healing and opportunity. These are not theoretical models. These are real people helping real people change their lives. In the time when public safety is being redefined, We Live stands at the intersection of prevention, intervention, and restoration. It reduces harm before it starts, provides support when it's most needed, and uplifts voices that are too often unheard. Every dollar invested in We Live prevents for greater costs down the road, whether that's through reduced recidivism, fewer hospital visits, or increased employment and education outcomes. We're not asking you to just fund programs, we're asking you to believe in the solution that is already working. We're building safer communities, not by policing pain, but by investing in people. Thank you for your time, and I want to take a chance to show you exactly how lives are changing, one connection, one intervention, and one success story at a time.
Thank you.
I ain't writing nothing down, so I ain't even gonna have my phone. I'm also here to represent, I guess, the sheriff's office, Mrs. Scott. I've been working there for a while. One of my colleagues spoke about the Brighter Way, how it was a seed, I mean, I want to call it that, how it kind of, stemmed from the community engagement division of the sheriff's office under Jerry Clayton. Well, I was the individual who intercepted the program Brighter Way and, with another individual, the great Melvin Person, who opened that company up. I've been there the whole time from that beginning till today. Thank God that I'm still there. But what I want to say is, when they speak about community engagement, I have to show up because they speaking about me, I don't like accolades. I don't like all that extra stuff. I don't even care to be up here, honestly. But what I do care is about when people speak about the work that I do. And I don't never see them where I'm at or around the people that I actually work with. You feel me? Like the ones who actually die or who kids that die. I never see them people, but when I hear them speaking about my work, it kind of hurts my feelings because no one comes talks to me about how I really get it in. But if you ask the citizens of Washtenaw County, they'll tell you how I get it in. And I do that through the Community Engagement Center at the Sheriff's Office. And I've been doing that for 10 years. So for me, I think it's very instrumental, and my family, that, you know, that stays funded, and that's what I support. So thank you all for the time.
Can you tell us your name
My name's Marv G.,
and city or township?
representing Ipsy, Washtenaw County.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Emmy Destel and I live in Ipsy City. First, thank you for your commitment to keeping the Washtenaw ID program safe. But I'm here today to talk about two things concerning last month's meeting. I'll start with the location. While I'm all for the Board of Commissioners traveling to different districts, I firmly believe that regular meetings should be held here at the admin building. Manchester is very inaccessible to the vast majority of the county. There are no buses that go there. While there is a Zoom option, it doesn't replace being in the room, and I'm sure you know that. I would encourage you to hold special meetings when you want to travel around the county as a board, so the regular meetings remain accessible for the majority of the county. The second thing I want to talk about is respect. Regardless of who is speaking during a meeting, everyone deserves a basic amount of respect. But this is especially true when it comes to elected officials, chosen by people you represent in your capacities as commissioners. There is a difference between having hard conversations and being openly combative. At the last meeting, I saw the latter directed at the county sheriff who just started her first term in January. I would like to thank specifically Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Hodge for their support of Sheriff Dyer. In these politically volatile times, it's important that we support one another, especially on the local level. In closing, I will quote High School Musical. We're all in this together, but this isn't high school, so let's treat everyone with at least a basic amount of respect and focus on getting things done. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is William Taylor, Ypsilanti resident, precinct delegate. I stand in solidarity with Elisa Guynton. All these people have spoken tonight from the Arts Committee, Ginger in the Hat, Emily Deshotel, and the woman in the orange shirt. Because of their comments, I don't have to make all mine. Sheriff Dyer is a great leader, and I'm proud of her. By streamlining the application process and already onboarding 21 new hires, she has prioritized work-life balance for frontline staff and reduced their stress, which is good for community relations. She ended traffic stops for minor offenses and shifted focus from punitive stops to real safety threats like speeding and distracted driving. These successes have decreased structural racism. In the past, Black residents made up 36% of stops, but only 16% of the population. She ended ICE cooperation in the jail, saying adamantly that local law enforcement serves our community and not Donald Trump. Regarding funding, please support her work. To achieve real public safety, the board needs to find what works, including the innovative work that the Sheriff's Office is doing in preventing crime, reducing recidivism, and treating people in the justice system fairly and with dignity. The Sheriff's Office is facing a huge deficit due to inflation and increased needs. Please prioritize funding the Sheriff's Office so that it continue its progress. Thank you. And I mean that last part a lot. Thank you all very much. I can't imagine doing your jobs. That seems very difficult to me. Thank you for your hard work and dedication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. My name is Will Garcia, and I live in the city of Jackson. I look forward to the board and the county's vision around affordable housing, potentially changing that in the future. I am here in my personal capacity today, but I am the executive analyst for the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. And for people who know me, that was probably not something that anyone envisioned being in the cards. But I do have some relevant experience, namely my father was a Washtenaw County Deputy Sheriff, and I've been the son of a Washtenaw County Deputy Sheriff. And I just want to, as we're in a fairly contentious, challenging conversation that involves a lot of Excel spreadsheets and numbers with multiple commas and a very challenging budget situation, I think it might be helpful to look at some of the human impact of the work that is going on. And I'm going to talk about my story today. Being the son of a deputy sheriff within Washtenaw County is not an easy thing. Namely, and I'm sure multiple people could attest to this, the working conditions and work-life balance that comes as a result of things like mandated overtime, double shifts, all of that, it makes it very, very difficult to have a family, right? I remember situations, one year for Christmas, my father had gotten me a red bike. He told me that he was going to teach me how to ride a bicycle. I am 28 years old. I cannot ride a bicycle. You do not know things when you're 7 years old. You don't know how mandated overtime works. You just know that your father missed another flag football game. When you're in the first grade, you don't know how a variety of complex systems resulted in your father needing to show up for court after working a 16-hour shift the previous day. You just know that when you wanted to play a game with him, he was asleep on the couch, right? So when we look at how the sheriff's office is prioritized and the HR and other elements of the business office did incredible work here, getting in new hires, that's like life-changing work. That's not going to show up on a spreadsheet. The fact that, you know, we're working towards getting people to be able to teach their kids how to throw a football or teach their kids how to ride a bike or show up to a dance recital or to actually be able to be full human beings in the context of their roles. And this is a lot of the work that is going on. A lot of the value isn't necessarily in the dollars and cents, although that's very important. It isn't necessarily going to be reflected in the KPIs, but it's in things like our traffic stop policy, the way that that makes people feel, you know, the way that I can now begin to drive in parts of this community. And this is even more for people of color or members of our community who are Black, looking at the ways that this sort of structural racism has been addressed. These things matter quite a bit. There's a profound human impact, and I hope that work continues to be prioritized in future discussions. Thank you all so much.
Thanks. That was great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Will. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Monica Prince. I live in Ypsilanti Township and I work at the Ypsilanti Senior Center. I want to say thank you for all the work you've been doing on the millage. And I also want to tell you that the timing is crucial now for us. We're in a position where a lot of our grants that have been supporting our staff are no longer, they're ending soon. And we have also had, because of our building problems, we have not had any income from our rentals over the summer, which is usually packed. I mean, we normally would have 3, 4, sometimes 5 rentals on a weekend to help us support. And because of the building problems, we have not been able to. And our fiscal year just started yesterday, and we are facing a deficit for this year. And because of that, I'm going to need to lay off somebody by the end of this month, and it just kills me. And so I ask you, please move on with the millage money so that we can have some of that and I can keep my staff. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Yvonne Cudney. I am on the Board of Commissioners for the Ipsy Senior Center, and I'm pretty sure you all know that I work with older adults and housing in the community, and have for quite a few years now. Today, as you all know, is the second and hopefully final reading of the Older Persons Millage Framework. Older adult service providers have been working on this millage for years for a variety of reasons, including the growth of the senior population and the decrease of funding available to agencies that serve our older adults. When we started working on this millage, we were already working at capacity. The situation has grown even more critical for senior service providers and for our clients. I'm appreciative of this body and all the work you have done at developing this framework. And while it isn't perfect, it's a really good start. It will enable us to get these funds into the community to serve our older adults in the short future, I hope. Thank you all for your hard work.
Hello, my name is Devin. I'm from Scioto Township in Washtenaw County. First, I want to thank you. I encouraged my students to run for office, and you did, and you're here serving our county. So thank you. I have a lot of gratitude for that. I also recognize that you might be in a difficult position with county records being demanded by the feds. One thing we've learned from previous episodes of ethnic cleansing is that people in your position have often fallen back into the comfortable posture of, I was just following orders. I was just doing what they told me was the law. But that doing so is to deny that we had a choice. And in doing so, denying our humanity. So whatever your choices are, I just ask that you please own them fully as your choices, as your understanding of what the right thing to do is your understanding of what justice requires. These choices may be hard, but hard choices is how we realize our humanity. Please and thank you.
Good evening, public servants. Good evening, Washtenaw commissioners. My name is Mike Henry. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. My comments today will be presented in 4 major parts really quickly. I know many of you, and I'm friends with many of you. I'd like to be friends with all of you. Let me start by saying the 4 major parts that I want to discuss are my observations, my concerns, recommendations, and focus on defending our way of life. The last Board of Commissioners meeting was kind of embarrassing. It made portions of that meeting seem unserious and unfocused, and even mean-spirited and petty at times. And I'm really uncomfortable saying that, but it's the truth. It also was performative at times. My concerns are that the voters of the county will lose faith in a really awesome deliberative body. Like you folks have a long history of being deliberative and being thoughtful, being serious. And the interaction with our new sheriff was very embarrassing. And I'm concerned about it. And I'm concerned about voter confidence. And so my recommendations are that you take every moment as a commissioner seriously when you sit here at this table and deliberate. I probably shouldn't say this, he might get a little upset, but don't put your county administrator in horrible positions to be a peacekeeper between you all and other parts of our county leadership. And don't bring political gripes to the commissioner's table. If you have issues with politics, please keep that outside of this room. Focus on the people's business. Focus on the things that are important for our lives. And I'll just finish by saying, In this country, we have a lot of threats to our way of life. And your body is one of the places where people can feel some safety and some comfort. And I hope you really, really consider that. And it's a huge burden to bear, but I hope you are really thoughtful about that. Thank you.
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. Good evening, everyone. Chair, earlier in June, I heard you on the radio in an interview, mention your son and asked if he was teased in school having two moms and how it might have been in the 80s if you had had two moms. Well, fortunately for you, I know somebody who did have two moms during the 80s and was in the early, IVF and had two more children in the 80s. And from what I recall from their conversation, they did not get teased for having two moms. They got teased for other things, not for not having two moms. I was going to talk about Commissioner Robbie for a minute, but he left the room. So he must have had his ears burned and knew I was going to say something. But what I'll go on to say is, at our latest township meeting, our township attorney did bring up the charges brought up against the guy who did assault with a firearm, whatnot, to our township employee. And that he is not being charged with felony firearm, even though he committed a felony with firearm. And I know that our Washtenaw County prosecutor wants to move up the bench and go to a higher position. I say let him go and let the door hit him on the behind on his way out, because he's not serving the people of Washtenaw County well if he's not doing his job as he should do. And at that same township meeting, there's a whole ruckus about the data centers and the use of drinkable potable water to cool the cooling for these units. Fresh water, drinkable potable water is a finite resource. There's only a limited amount on the planet Earth. It should not be used to be cooling computers. You know what I mean? It's a total waste. And if you ask where my phone is all the time, it's usually at home on the table, because I leave home without it, because that's the only place where I care to use it. Don't have the internet, don't have TV. What I get is I can get off my phone. In the last 30 seconds, Mr. Robbie, this is the second time I got a call from my daughter talking about you, that she went to the first event she saw you at, she called and said, person that went before you talked a long time, but said very little. And I named a name, and her boyfriend and both laughed, and because I guessed it right. Second time, she mentioned, she likes going to see it because you know how to talk. You talk well, and you're concise, and you're to the point. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Good evening. My name is Chris Brown. I'm the Supportive Services Director for Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. I'm a resident of the city of Monroe, but I spend about a third of my life at 1110 West Cross Street in Ypsi with my colleagues there. I come before you today to express gratitude and solidarity. Gratitude to this body for the very thoughtful process that's gone into moving the senior millage forward. It's been many years in the making, and to see light at the end of this tunnel gives me a lot of hope for being able to continue providing the service that we provide. And then also solidarity with all of the people that have come before me from the other social service agencies, folks from Jewish Family Services, the Ypsi Senior Center, because we're all partners in this, and we're all looking forward to being able to continue doing the work that we do. Just a couple of updates on what's going on at Ypsi Meals on Wheels right now. We are on track to serve about 120 or maybe even 130,000 meals in Eastern Washtenaw County this year. Our occupational therapy program, we call Safe at Home, is on track to serve about 100 older adults in their home, keeping them safe and independent as possible as they age in place. And so I just wanted to say again, thank you to this body, and thank you in particular to the commissioners, the 4 commissioners that represent our service area. I know that you've all been in our office in the last several months, many of you multiple times. And again, thank you to this body for hopefully moving expeditiously forward in allocating these funds. Thanks.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Wendy Albers, and I live in the southeastern corner of the county in Augusta Township. I just want to play something for you really quick. Hopefully it plays. Now I can't turn it off, sorry. Okay, that was a sunny Friday, and it went on for about 4 hours. My neighbor and friend Eileen has been fighting this gun range with me for almost 2 years, with also the help of Commissioner Hodge, who is my district commissioner. In addition to that, my small little corner of the county has endured an 800-acre solar farm. We also have a decades-old toxic waste dump from Martin Marietta that was back in the 70s, well before my time here. We have a data center. We are one of 3 communities right now that are being forced upon to have this data center, which will reside on 800 acres of good natural land. I don't think I'm being dramatic when I tell you all that the rural residents of this county feel neglected. They feel like they're under attack. They like coming to communities like Ypsi and Ann Arbor, right? Because that's the bars, the restaurants, the culture, it's all there. But they specifically choose to live in rural parts of the county for the peace, for the quiet, for their individualities and their space. And it's what I'm seeing happening right now is unbelievable. So there is that. We had our first reading of the zoning. Our board would not even let us ask questions about the data center. It's obviously that they're going to vote it through. I know that people, this gentleman before me spoke in Ypsi Township. There was a very contentious meeting there. And I don't know where the plans are at right now in near the Toyota facility where U of M wants to build something there too. Last, really quickly, I urge each of you to research Dr. Remington Nevin. He is the medical director of St. Clair County. He has developed a protocol where any new solar developments and other capacity facilities like that need to have approval from the health department. And I urge you, you can Google him, you can look him up online. There are YouTube videos with the case studies and his research of why he presented that to the county. So thank you, Justin Hodge. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank
And
you.
keep your rural residents in your thoughts.
Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished commissioners. My name is Eugene Rush. I am a resident of Washtenaw County, Superior Township, and Dexter City. I am also the commander of the Community Engagement Division at the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. And I came to speak to you this evening about community violence. This is my 39th year in law enforcement. I have seen some of the most horrific things that people do to one another, that communities do to one another. I have seen small children get killed in a drive-by. I have seen elderly people that have died after their house was broken into. Community engagement and community violence intervention is a real thing. It is a real thing. People are dying each and every day. My community engagement team is doing some absolutely amazing work that you don't see, that you don't hear about. And what I come to you tonight to tell you is to thank you for your continued support of community violence intervention. It means a lot, and this community will thrive from it. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Larry Kestenbaum, Washtenaw County Clerk, Register of Deeds, and I live in Scioto Township. I just wanted to let you know I'm here to answer any questions about Resolution E on your agenda, which I think is a fantastic thing to simplify and streamline the process of someone getting a marriage license correction. And I urge your support. And if you have any questions, please just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Going once, going twice. Brady, do we have anyone online for public comment?
We do, Chair.
Great.
First, we have Kenneth's iPhone.
Kenneth's iPhone. Don't forget to tell us your name in case you're not Kenneth and you're just on his phone, and your city or township.
Hi, I'm Kenneth. My name is Kenneth Nixon. I am from Detroit, Michigan. I am an exoneree. I spent 15 years and 9 months incarcerated for a crime that I did not commit. I am here to speak on behalf of Sheriff Dyer, who my organization, the Organization of Exonerees, will be partnering with in the near future. And part of my ask will be that you guys continue to fund her office fully. The reason that I ask that is because a sheriff's office that lacks proper funding leads to wrongful convictions. I speak on behalf of almost 50 other individuals here in the state of Michigan. We are a national organization headquartered in Detroit. To be clear, Washtenaw County has its own wrongful conviction problems. You do have exonerees from Washtenaw County. Part of our reason for partnering with Sheriff Dyer is to ensure that wrongful convictions do not continue to happen under her watch. A part of that comes by way of changing the READ technique. The READ technique is a technique that was founded on wrongful convictions. The way that sheriffs and police officers in this country are trained to do interrogations was founded by sending an innocent person to prison. Part of the work that we do is educate law enforcement, prosecutors' offices, and defense attorneys across the country on the pitfalls of the legal system. My role as president, co-founder, and executive director at the Organization of Exonerees is to ensure that each location that we partner with has the resources necessary to do their job. And currently, as it sits, Sheriff Dyer does not have those resources because of a funding shortfall. So I ask of you, on behalf of the nearly 50 exonerees here in the state of Michigan, one of them specifically being from Washtenaw County itself and several others currently being reviewed by your local prosecutor's office, that you please fund your sheriff's office properly and to the full extent being asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Brady, who else do we have online?
Next, we have Petals Sandcastle.
Petals Sandcastle? Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Petals Sandcastle. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Petals Sandcastle. I'm calling in actually from a CubeSmart parking lot where I am getting their little bit of internet they have. And I rolled a joint in this parking lot because we've come so far as a country. And so AI and legalized marijuana and all these things. And I heard $18 million in taxes earlier generated from marijuana. And I'm wondering how we're even having a conversation about anything that Sheriff Dyer needs in the budgetary sense when we know that the system for so long has gone out of its way to plant landmines that don't detonate when certain people walk on them. And finally, we have someone who's willing to walk the walk and talk the talk. And I'm very excited for this breath of fresh air. We all feel the existential cliff that we're dangling on. And I want to say that our foundation, Express Your Yes, we're excited to be working on the Arts Committee and other parts of this committee that they're forming, and I urge others to get involved because I want to say that I think creativity is at the center of all of this. And not to steal from Rent, but the line is the opposite of war is in peace. No, it's creation. And we tried everything else. We tried religion, we tried war, we tried fighting, we tried hating, we tried binary games, we tried predatorial capitalism. And so that dawning of that dawn that we all dream about and think about, I think it's built and it's mathematical and it's alchemical. And I'm excited for Sheriff Dyer and for all those who are working to weave together a truly high vibrational, restorative, transformative thing where we all can thrive. Thank you. Bless you all.
Thank you. Brady,
Next, we have Roderick Pippin.
go ahead, Roderick.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Roderick Pippin. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I'm the Director of Legislative Relations for the Organization of Exonerees. And I just wanted to comment that I fully support Sheriff Dyer and everything that she has planned. And as my president, Kenneth Nixon, mentioned, we are looking forward to working with Sheriff Dyer in training officers to help prevent wrongful convictions in Washtenaw County. I myself was wrongfully convicted and served 9 years for a crime I did not commit. And I've been exonerated for just over a year, and I traveled the country advocating for other wrongful convictions in other states. And I also head the legislative policy team with the organization here in Michigan also. So I just was asked that you guys continue to fund Sheriff Dyer's office so that she can continue to work on programs to help prevent Washtenaw residents from being further convicted wrongfully. And hopefully we can work to continue to change things around Michigan and wrongful convictions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, next we have Kenny M.
Okay, Kenny, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, wow, yeah. It's kind of funny that people from Detroit, Michigan call in for Washtenaw County Sheriff when we have a big time of people being neglected of our health. How can I put it? People that literally has problems getting to their appointments and stuff like that, and knowing that their health should be more important than somebody exonerated. You know what I'm saying? And I commend y'all for, doing what y'all do for helping people out. But there's a fund that littlized people that has health issues like Unify. Unify helps people, but they're not helping people like they say they are doing. You guys really need to check about what Unify is doing with their funds that they get from you guys. And that fund, it comes from Orion White. I know this because literally I've researched it. And my thing is, these people literally have set my health back from getting health. continue my health. And I was getting a shot for my health. And now I have to go back to medicine, pills. And I don't think that's fair. These people don't have to worry about anything. They're getting a paycheck. And I'm gone.
Thank you. Brady?
Next, we have Tad Weiser.
Hi, Tad, go ahead. Tad, the floor is yours.
I didn't push unmute. Tad Weiser, Ypsilanti Township. I work with my AFGE union, the Huron Valley Area Labor Federation, and We Rock. And thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm feeling very fortunate at a time in history like this to be working with visionary leaders and members of local unions, congregations, community organizations who are actively working against the powerful forces at work every day to confuse and divide and demoralize all of us. Instead, it's a kind of therapy for me to be constantly reminded by this growing number of brave, creative folks of which side I'm on, and how we all need to try to do our parts to find powerful ways to build a sense of solidarity and belonging for every resident. The surprisingly strong coalition of county residents who came together almost 3 years ago to support the campaign of now Sheriff Dyer, many becoming active in their community for the first time, is for me, it's a great example of just that. And that movement continues to evolve and grow. All of you on the board and those of us who endorsed and voted for you know we're in a special time of real danger and hardship for our county and every resident. It seems like now is the time, no matter who we supported in the election, to follow the example of that still growing coalition and get busy pulling together as a solid wall against the bigger attacks on all of us, especially our neighbors who were already in severe hardship before last year's elections. And it's also a time when we need to seriously focus together on funding this new sheriff's office in ways that provide not just competent, forward-thinking, humane public safety services, but with other agencies, provide the kind of real overall public safety that reduces the need for traditional police services and brings more and more residents into seeing county government as something they are a part of, as an institution that works for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tad.
Chair, next we have Rebecca Williams.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Williams, and I am a resident of Augusta Town.
Well, Rebecca, you just cut out for a second. We're going to try to get you back. Maybe. Brady's looking. I'm just narrating the meeting. Brady is peering at the computer. We are waiting to see if we can get Rebecca back. It's like you're watching a golf tournament.
I think we have her back.
Okay, great. Rebecca is back with us on the fourth green.
Hi there. I apologize for that. I'm not sure what happened to my phone. But
Glad you're back.
Thank you. I will start over. My name is Rebecca Williams, and I am a resident of Augusta Township, although I've also lived in Saline for some years. And first of all, I am very heartened to be able to witness this meeting because as a member of Augusta Township, when I went to the last meeting, which actually MLife had an article about the township was derogatory, inflammatory. They were profoundly disrespectful to the residents, and essentially calling them stupid at numerous times. We were not allowed to ask questions about the data center. And there is the proposed 800-acre data center, which could utilize up to 1 million gallons of fresh water. We've received, again, no information about it, have not been able to ask questions. If that is assumed to be drinking water, if it's a closed system, if it's an open system. Ypsilanti Township has a data center that's coming with Los Alamos, and Michigan Medical. And where my house is situated, one data center is 4 miles north, one data center is 4 miles south. And we in Washtenaw County have been very vigilant about our environment, about climate change, about trying to protect rural areas, about trying to have growth that suits all individuals, about protecting everyone, regardless of whether or not they were born in this country. And it is essential that we protect one of our strongest resources, which is drinkable, potable water. And we as a township need assistance because I'm a professional, and our township, in my opinion, is not acting professionally. And so I'm hoping that we can come together to support technology, but be able to do it in a way that also meets the very diverse and important and essential environmental needs for our city, for our county, for our state, which has the largest amount of fresh water in the world, and then ultimately for our country as well, because AI is important and people don't realize the cost of AI if on drinking water, if you use your phone just to ask a simple question, but it can have profound effects on health outcomes as well.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Brady?
There's no one else with their hand up.
Okay, I've already seen Commissioner Labar and Commissioner Hodge be in the queue. Then I've got Beeman. Commissioner Labar for follow-up?
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I hope we're able to look at the policy for the county ID going forward. I do think we need to do that in tandem with appropriate coordination or at least advice from our council in DC, given the unprecedented legal environment we're in, and candidly, a Trump DOJ. I think we all want to do that. And if the board has policy discretion, I hope we'll exercise it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I won't be as brief because a number of people were in my district and there's specific things. I see the no data center sign. You want to wave it again? Wave it at me. Thank you. Okay. So both the data centers that we're talked about are in my district. I've heard from a lot of people about the data centers recently. I know that they are very different between the one that's going up in Augusta Township and the one in Ypsilanti Township. Administrator Dill and I had a conversation with Ann Arbor Spark earlier today to be able to get additional information about the data centers. Just to be clear about it, the construction of the data centers is not something that is our decision. The townships they have zoning authority in Michigan. And as you know, from being at some of the township board meetings or reading about them, that's a decision that they're making. My hope is that we can find a way to be able to get as much community benefit from the data centers if the data centers are going to happen, and to be able to learn about as much about the potential environmental impacts as possible, and what we can do to mitigate that. So I've learned a bit about it, but I'm not, I don't want to speak about it as if I'm an expert yet, but we're going to be doing all we can to learn more about it, because both of the data centers are very different. And both in terms of what they're going to be doing and the context, one being the University of Michigan one, and then the one through Thor Equities. And what it will be brought to both of the communities will be different too. So to the extent that we're able to here, we're going to be working to make sure the community benefits as much as possible if there is no stopping the data centers. But just to be clear, that is not a decision that we have at this table. I wish county government had more authority, since then we could make more decisions, but we don't. So I'm sorry. happy to talk more about it. This came up at a town hall that I had on Monday. It's come up. I've gotten numerous emails and phone calls about the data centers. We're learning as much as we possibly can and trying to be engaged as best as we possibly can. So sorry I don't have a better answer than that, but that's what I know now, and I'm trying to learn as much as we can learn, and we're possibly going to tour a comparable data center so we can get a sense of what is it like to be in a community that has a data center like that. But more on that later. Stay tuned. About the FBI shooting range. I'm glad everyone was able to hear that. It is extremely disturbing. I appreciate the emails with the videos and the audio recordings to really demonstrate how challenging this is and how horrible it is for the residents. I have a weekly reminder to contact Congresswoman Dingell's office about the shooting range because since it's the FBI, I would need federal intervention to be able to do anything with it. We've talked briefly about it here, but if there were some way for us to have some sort of sound deafening solution, that would be something I would be supportive of us investing in if we can get to that point. But right now, I'm hoping to hear next steps from Congresswoman Dingell's office, so I will continue to use my weekly reminders to engage them about that. And I'm sorry that you have to continue to be in that environment. I mean, on what should be a calm Friday or even a weekend, and I know that there are many kids around there too, to have to constantly hear that is horrible for anyone. And I'm sorry that that is what has happened. What else we got? The recent conduct at the Augusta Township Board meeting that was also covered in MLive. I found that very unfortunate too. You know, the only adult's behavior I can control is my own, unfortunately. But I'm sorry that the residents that experienced that kind of conduct from public officials had that happen to them in a public meeting, and one that in a very public way, and then having that written about in the press. In some ways, I think it is helpful for it to have been covered in the press so people can be aware that that kind of activity is occurring. I just find that behavior not helpful and not conducive to community engagement. I understand that tensions are high there because of the data center situation, and that they do public comment different there compared to here, whereas with us, we do all the public comment at the beginning. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about for the time you have allotted. I know that many other units of government you can give public comment in the beginning of the meeting on select topics and you save everything else for the end. I think that system creates challenges sometimes, and I think that created challenges at that most recent meeting. And I find it unfortunate how the officials engaged the residents. And I find that regrettable, and I'm sorry that that was many of your experience there. I can't do anything about that directly, but I'm going to have a conversation with them soon about just other things that are going on there. Thank you to our friends from Turner. You know, you got a shout out probably around 1:30 a.m. at our last meeting. Maybe it was 2. It would be nice. You know, I attempted to get them included in the list of senior centers. It didn't work last time. But I understand the needs and appreciate your work. I don't know what's going to happen today. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I was looking where you were sitting before. You're over there now. But thank you for coming out, and thank you for the email and for reaching out and for the work that you do there. I used to work at the Rachel Upjohn building, so I'm familiar with the space. I don't know if you're going to say something more about the ICE situation, because I think no. Okay, well, the only thing I would say about that is I think some people are aware of what we've done, and some people maybe think we didn't do anything. And I feel confident in our current strategy, and I would just say that. Thank you.
Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I also am not going to be brief, so I apologize. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, but there were so many wonderful topics and people coming out and some things that were specific to my district. So I'll kind of start where Commissioner Hodge left off. Because we are in a legal issue, we're not as able to be as transparent as we would like to be around the ID program. And we would just love to have your confidence and support in what we heard tonight. Was outstanding, but just please know that sometimes our silence isn't silence. We want to keep it silence. We have to keep to protect our residents. So just wanted to put that out there. In terms of the senior funding, it breaks my heart to hear that we're gonna have layoffs like that. Just, it hurts. And, you know, from my perspective, yes, we're doing the work of good government, but we're sitting on this money and we need to get it out. And that is my plan tonight. My plan tonight is to get that money out. I have to convince some other people at this table. But that is my goal this evening. In terms of the sheriff and the funding, I just want to make it abundantly clear that Sheriff Dyer is our sheriff. And for me, living in a rural area, that is my policing. No one at this table wants the sheriff's department to fail. No one. Everyone wants to continue the good work that we see coming out of that office. I know I had some specific questions around items and how they were delivered to us in that presentation. And there was, follow-up from that. So, but I want to reiterate that Washtenaw County success is Washtenaw County success across every branch. So that's what I know I'm aiming for. In terms of, I heard the bit about solar and all of those pieces. I do have to admit that I was very disappointed by the legislation that went through at the state that took away local control over green energy. I love green energy. Do not get me wrong. I support it to the moon and back. But taking the approval process and placing it with Eagle takes away so many different levels, including something we're facing in our townships around the ability to respond with fire appropriately for things like the battery facilities. So I understand and I hear you greatly, and will try to support you in any way that I can in that place. The last little item is the Manchester meeting. It is a privilege to come to a Board of Commissioners meeting, no matter where we hold it. It is. You have to have the time, you have to have the resources, you have to have the ability, whether it's the physical ability, the bus, the car, the gas money, whatever it happens to be. It's a privilege, and I don't deny that. But the Board of Commissioners has been in existence since 1969, and it has not had a session in Manchester, a rural area with a very dense senior population. When we're looking at percentages, it's one of the higher densities of seniors per the population of the area. We were speaking on an item surrounding the senior millage, and my residents deserved to be there at the table. There isn't a bus that goes to Manchester. That's true. So they can't come here. I had the privilege that night, it rained, but I could have walked home. I don't have that privilege tonight. And my residents don't have that privilege to come here in that same manner. So when we're looking at this, when we're talking about the lens of equity, we have to understand that that means going to the people. And yes, that's going to make it harder for some people. When we go to Crystal's district, which I'm really excited about, I don't expect my residents to come on out. But I was excited to see people from all corners of Washtenaw County coming to Manchester, seeing what Manchester's like, seeing the space, seeing our river, seeing our downtown, seeing the changes that we're making. So I'm very proud that we did that, and I look forward to additional meetings. 50 years in Ann Arbor, that's long enough.
Thanks, Commissioner Beeman. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank all the residents that came and spoke tonight. The first thing I do want to say is how grateful I am just generally that we provide such ample opportunity for the public to come and speak. I think it is really important. And I think, in reference to some of the comments that were made about some of our, local communities, and the lack of public comment, the lack of public engagement, I think it's a really good thing, a really positive thing that we allow so much time for folks to be able to testify and speak their mind before this body, and that we've allowed also virtual testimony as well. Having served at the state level, I can tell you that that is not afforded at that level. It is not afforded in many local governments. It's not even afforded in many counties across the state. And so we do a really good job here of that. And I appreciate everybody for taking advantage of that and coming forward and speaking. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And I am disappointed to hear and what, the residents have reported back about Augusta Township. It's not in my district, but I think it's not a good thing for democracy when elected officials, are condescending to the public and limit the time for people to be able to comment. I do want to say on the issue of data centers, I know our friends that were here advocating for that have left, but it is a critical issue that is going to be a mounting problem for our county and for our state. I very much disagree with the bills that were passed in Lansing that allowed for the proliferation of those and gave massive tax credits. I voted against some of those bills when I was in the legislature in the initial round of tax credits. It is a ridiculous thing to give public subsidies for. We should never have given those public subsidies, dating all the way back to before 2017 and fast forwarding all the way through the last few bills that were passed last session. So, but what we're facing now in our community is unprecedented. Data centers are not innocuous things. They are massive drains on the environment. They are drains on our energy system, and they're most importantly drains on our water systems, on clean drinking water that should be accessible and usable by all of us as humans, are instead being eaten up by machines to cool, these overheated systems. And we have seen in example after example across this country. In the southern United States, I know that Elon Musk has some data centers of his own that are emitting noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution. And so added layers to that of the secrecy that's being built into this, and whether it's, again, with township governments or corporate structures or even structures within the university or the federal government that are keeping citizens and citizen comments and citizen knowledge at a minimum is just absolutely unacceptable, especially when our communities are facing these threats to our water system, to our air quality, to our noise pollution, et cetera. So I'm in full support and solidarity with the members of the public that have come and spoken out against the data centers. I fully support you. I don't want them in our county either. In fact, we've had several discussions as part of the Environmental Council. Commissioner Somerville and I serve on that, and our Environmental Council members are extremely concerned about this and about these projects, and it's come up as a topic of discussion on our agenda for the last several meetings. So this is something that we are very focused on. I would encourage members of the public to come to an Environmental Council meeting. We do have public comment at those as well. They're typically virtual. Please come, please share your thoughts there as well. It's a very important thing that we all need to be talking about and coming together on as a community to push back against what's happening here. And I do want to acknowledge too, one of the things that one of the members of the public talked about with our, folks in our rural communities, it really seems like are bearing a disproportionate burden when it comes to a lot of the, I don't know how to quite frame it, but it's sort of like the environmental costs of these changes that are happening. It's not just data centers. I've heard a lot from folks, that are near gravel mining operations. I've heard a lot from folks about these proposed biodigesters that could be coming to Western Washtenaw. There's, and then of course the landfill. I mean, a lot of the environmental impact is happening in our rural areas of our county, and that's a burden that is being borne disproportionately in that sense as a lot of these new projects are being introduced. So that's something that we need to start to grapple with, I think, in a very serious way, because it is having a severe impact on the ability of our residents to live, a decent and good quality of life. So we need to take that into account. Then, of course, the shooting range, of course, that's atrocious. I'm glad Commissioner Hodge is working so hard on that. I do want to quickly say on the IDs as well, very grateful to all the members of the public that came forward. And as some other folks have said, looking forward to working with the clerk on developing a policy. I do think that, the clerk does have some latitude, but if the clerk, I think, especially right now, though the clerk has some latitude in setting these policies, especially given the increased tension around this issue and the fact that we have increased scrutiny and retained legal counsel, I think it is important that we work with him on this to make sure that we're all in alignment on this policy. So I would encourage the administrator and the chair and the clerk and all of us to put our heads together on this. I think it is very important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. And up, Commissioner Sanders.
This is in no particular order. I don't know a lot about the data center. I would be interested in learning more about how we were selected to be the host and what all of the ramifications are. So I'm putting that out there. I would be interested in getting more information. I think I want to address, so when I came in my first year on the board, I asked that we have traveling meetings, that we actually have the opportunity to attend, each of our fellow districts so that we could better understand those areas and also to make us better accessible to those residents. I'm not certain that I'm the only person that was advocating for that, but I was and continued to, and also suggested that we use the MSSI as one of those vehicles to be able to do that. I make no apologies for it, and I'm not going to say that getting out of the meeting at 2 a.m. With rain and pooling on the very dark roads in Manchester made me happy. It was a bit of a white knuckle drive home. But I did also have to think about my fellow commissioners that have to make that drive at the end of every one of these meetings when we've been filibustered into, ridiculously long meetings that could be constructed better and still have the same impact in terms of providing information out to our constituents. So I make no apologies for it. I look forward to us being able, I would love to host a meeting in Pittsfield Township. I'm looking forward to going to Superior Township. And I think that is the least that we as elected officials should be able to do to travel and meet our constituents and our residents where they are so that they have access. And even if you do not have bus transportation, you do have Zoom access. I want to just let that simmer for a minute. You have Zoom access. You also have the opportunity to email any communications that you would like shared with the board. So there are no excuses why people cannot be engaged in our county commissioner meetings. That is not the same in some municipalities where they purposely do not record their meetings, which is a purposeful way of disenfranchising elderly people, people that do not have transportation, you name it. And it is not fair, and I don't think it's very American, that if you don't have money, you don't have a right to have commentary or ask questions about taxpayer-related issues. So I hope that we continue to do these traveling meetings, hopefully not in the rain. And recognizing the streetlights don't exist everywhere. It was dark. So that's that one piece. And then I'm not really going to comment per se on, people's personal opinions about what they liked or didn't like regarding the Manchester meeting and the discussion with the sheriff's department. But what I will say is that the people that sit around this table are privy to information that the general public are not privy to. That's why you elected us. You have elected us to advocate for you. Your vote entrusted that we would do that. To be as honest with you as we can. There are things that we cannot tell you. That's what closed sessions are all about. There's stuff we can't tell you. And there are things that we know that you don't know. There are people that come and talk to us and share information with us. They don't share it with the general public, and they share it with us because of where we sit. And so we are not going to always be able to tell you everything. And our decisions are often made based on a totality of of information, a culmination. And so I do want to say to the general public, your questions are received by us always, even if we don't like them, they're received by us. But I would encourage you to ask questions, not just of us, but be more broad in your questioning. Because I have pause when I see that conversations and directions towards the county commissioners are being dictated by people that are paid consultants and don't have a real vested interest in what we're doing and what we're trying to do on behalf of the majority of our constituents. It's not that we don't care about an individual person, but when you've got over 350,000 residents, 10 people that are pissed off at you does not necessarily change the direction. And everybody may not get that. If you've been a unionized member, you recognize that. You may have a grievance. It doesn't mean that they're going to accept your grievance if they think that the result is going to come back and be a negative effect on the total group. They will deny your grievance. And so we hear you, but I would say I'm that person. I ask a lot of questions. It offends people, I'm sorry, but it helps me get to the truth and to what I like to say, the three sides of the truth: your side, my side, and the truth, which is somewhere in the middle. So I would encourage our residents to ask more questions. Don't just follow people blindly because they give you one side of the story. And ask them, are you being paid? Are you doing this just voluntarily because you think it's the right thing to do? Are you getting a check at the end of this? You'd be surprised the answers that you'll get. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. I'm going to go Light and then Somerville.
I would like to thank everyone who had public comment today. I am glad that in our working session, the Youth Commission was able to come and to delight us with their end of the year report. I am the liaison for the Youth Commission, so I just need to make sure that I just give all of my accolades to them because they do a wonderful job. The next thing that I wanted to touch on is the senior millage. We need to go ahead and nip this in the bud and get those funds going. I stand in support of, we need, like I said, funds need to flow. I have a group of seniors, my mother and my uncles and my aunt, and if you all can meet them, they are a hoot. But they utilize senior services. Our Ipsy Senior Center on Congress has been shut down, and my mother goes there, and she is expecting, she's gonna have surgery next week, and she is expecting that for her surgery to go well so she can get back into that center. So I need for the center to be open and running, and I need the staff to be there. So that means tonight, we need to vote so that those funds can begin to flow, so that the staff is not cut, and so that my mom gets in there to do her exercise or whatever it is that she does there, because I don't want to hear it. Because she's going to call me and tell me, well, what's going on? Well, when y'all going to make sure that and we don't want that. Because then she's going to start calling all of y'all, because I'm going to give her your number. So we need to take care of that tonight. Our seniors are dear to my heart, and I want to make sure that throughout the county, all of our seniors receive that funding so that we can continue to do what it is that we do. Our Meals on Wheels program, they play a big part with our seniors, so that is something that we need to move forward. Let's vote tonight and get the money moving. That is, it's as simple as that. It's nothing else to be said. And if there is a lot of camaraderie and a lot of talk behind it, my father used to tell me, if you in a meeting for longer than an hour, somebody lying. So and every time I think about that, I said, my daddy probably rolling in his grave like, this girl just lying. She just lying. So let's not lie too much, you know, and especially on the topic with the seniors, because we just don't need to be liars, you know, and that runs in my head every time we leave and we spend the night here. So the next thing that I wanted to speak on was in Augusta Township, the gun range, we absolutely have to do something about it. Even if, I need to attend with Justin and a couple of our other commissioners, not all in a group of one. But if we need to go and have public comment on behalf of the residents in Augusta, since they don't want to hear them out and let them advocate for their township, maybe it's time for us to step in and do so for them. Because sometimes people just need a little backup, and a little advocacy from a different dimension. And I think we need to assist them the best that we can. It's just, I didn't know about like the toxic waste, didn't know about it. And so that's something that I'm concerned about. I also want to make sure with these data centers, my best friend sent me an article and I was reading through it and I seen where, U of M voted to get this 400 and some odd acres of land for this data center. I'm like, oh, okay. So do you know what we could do? How much housing we could utilize? How much farming, how much anything. I don't care if we just gonna preserve the land, because that's something that I like to do as well. We just can't use it all up just for things like this, because we won't have anything later. So when I'm dead and gone, I want my kids to be able to say, yep, I can live in Ypsilanti, I can live in Superior Township, I can live in Ypsi Township, because I'll have somewhere to live. I'll have somewhere to farm, because they're gonna be farmers, they don't know it, but I have somewhere to farm. That's not gonna happen if we do things like this to destroy our land and our preservation. So I would really like for us to come up with a resolution, to have conversations with our U of M regents and whomever thinks that this is a wonderful idea, because it's not gonna bring jobs to Ypsi Township. It's gonna bring outsiders to come in and take up jobs that should quote unquote be for our Washtenaw County residents. It won't be. And it's gonna take away housing. It's just so many things that it's gonna do. So we need to deep dive into that. The last thing that I want to comment on shortly is just about the funding for the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. We want to make sure that each department and each part of Washtenaw County receives equitable and equal funding. It's some conversations and meetings that still need to be had. I know I'm still, I have some ideas and some ways that we can get this deficit that they have, that we can kind of clear that up. I do know that when Sheriff Clayton left, that there was no deficit, that our current sheriff would be able to come in on a clean slate, would be able to get that fund balance, that reserve back to what it was, because everything was taken care of. So I have ideas and few questions, but we shouldn't be in a deficit. And I do want to know about the programming for the resignees program from Detroit. Is that replacing the contract that was just ended with what was the name of the agent? Yes, with Later, if it replaced or if it's going to replace. So just a few questions, a lot of ideas, and we should not be in a deficit because all of that was taken care of by the sheriff, our former sheriff. And so we are going to work on that as a partner, and we're going to make sure that there isn't a deficit, because listen, the county, we don't have it like that. It's not just the flowing river. I won't say any stripper things, tonight, but we don't have just a flowing waterfall. And so we do have ideas and we do have ways to make sure that those shortfalls are not short anymore. And I think that that is all that I have, because I don't want to keep going, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I'll briefly comment on our folks here that are supporting and have been supporting the senior, the older person's millage framework. And sneak preview, and this is for Monica. I know that Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Light have an amendment that I think will hopefully help Ypsi Senior Center more quickly with the current emergency situation. And I also think, because hopefully tonight we approve the second reading of the senior center funding, hopefully you won't have to lay off staff. So I'm just gonna assume that we're gonna make it happen tonight because it's been a very long time. And then just with respect to some of the public input about making changes to what the senior center list is, the only thing I guess I'll share for folks that are not identified in that list that we approved at our last meeting, part of the process that we're trying to implement here with the RFP and like doing it on a 3-year basis is so it's not a burden, so you can plan 3 years in advance. And for Turner specifically, I would recommend that you apply for the same amount of funding that other senior centers are getting. And so I had that, and then oh, Washtenaw ID stuff, obviously I can't say much other than I'm glad that we're taking the steps that we are. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to have conversations once we can around changes to policy. And then, so I guess some follow-up from some of the public comment we got related to our last meeting, specifically with the presentation from the sheriff. I guess as a commissioner, it seems like no questioning would have been the only way to not get negative feedback. Like I rewatched the meeting and they were pretty standard questions. But I also just want to like point out, especially to the public comment related to like us putting our county administrator in a bad position. The sheriff's office has refused to meet with our administrative team on the budget, but then are asking us to increase the budget, and that's a problem for me because that's his role, and that's our finance team's role. And like we said this, like no one's saying that we don't feel the responsibility to fully fund jail operations. I think we all know that we have to. But there can still be accountability. My constituents that represent a majority of the CVI team, I felt a responsibility as their commissioner to ask them tough questions about why they're not getting funding that they should be getting through a grant that was applied for the purposes of the work that they've done in Ypsilanti. That really started under the direction of the former mayor, Lois Richardson. And so she couldn't be there that night. And honestly, because she couldn't be there, I even felt more of an obligation to speak up about that because it's really, it's been very hurtful for them. And so again, it kind of just felt like it seems like based on some of the feedback that we couldn't have said anything without it being taken as us being, I guess, quote unquote, as it was said earlier, petty. But given that was brought up, I do just want to read a public comment that really was why I brought up some of the things I brought up at the last meeting. There was a public comment to ask the board to postpone a decision on the millage so more thorough discussions can be had on this. The sheriff's office has a ton of funding, $32 million for operations, $22 million for corrections, $5 to $6 million for emergency services, a few more million for special line items, and has been receiving $6 to $7 million from the millage since 2019. This is a behemoth amount of funding. CMH can barely handle caseloads. There are more funding gaps. Spending this money on non-mental health related sheriff projects, though I support community engagement projects, is out of line with community values. And there are a lot of other comments about the need to fund mental health, which don't take into consideration that we offer good benefits that allow our officers and other sheriff office staff to receive mental health treatment. That's one of the benefits of working for the county. And later, some other comments about a fund balance and not taking into consideration that during the pandemic, a lot of programs that were budgeted for through the millage couldn't happen, which was brought up by our former sheriff in this room when asked questions about that. That public comment that I just read was from March 2024 by our now sheriff. And so when I brought this up at the last meeting, it's because it was in this room. And there was a comment earlier from somebody who said, not to be political, but when things get said in this room, and that's like the lead on a huge coalition to ask us not to put up this joint millage that funds both departments, I'm glad that we didn't listen. And I'm glad that I disagree because actually the changes that we made to the millage ordinance put in writing that community engagement is part of public safety. And so it's been frustrating because I think some of the same people who are now saying that we are being petty in meetings, were also telling us not to fund the sheriff's office with this millage. And again, luckily I disagree and we didn't do that. And we put some parameters in place that protect some of the services like permanent supportive housing, like community engagement. But there hasn't been an appetite, at least from what I can tell, from the current sheriff to actually sit down with our admin team, or at least not after a couple of meetings. And so that's a problem for me as somebody who's being asked to make some financial decisions, and then to be accused by members of the community who came to speak in favor of the sheriff to say that we're putting our county administrator in a bad position. It is his job to help lead our whole organization, including work with partners that are countywide electeds. And from the very beginning, even before January 1st, I know that he's made every effort to be a good partner and make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a worse situation with our budget, knowing some of the funding hits we may get. And so that's all I have. I'm sure at the next meeting, people will be critical of my comments, but for public transparency, I felt obligated to bring up questions related to CVI, and I still have the same concerns. And I felt obligated to question some of the new feedback we're getting from the same person that asked us to defund the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Any other commissioner follow-up to public participation? Then I will end commissioner follow-up to public participation with my comments. Let me just say, Commissioner Sanders, I always appreciated that you said take the meetings on the road. I campaigned on that in 2018, so I'm glad that we've been able to realize it. I'm excited to think about how we're planning our meeting in Superior Township. When we get dates, we'll let people know. And I think I'm happy to take things all over the place. I think it's a good way to engage people in local government and get the word out about what we do. It is difficult for people to get to Manchester in the same way it's difficult for people in Manchester to get here. So one meeting since 1969 is really, it's okay. It's good. We're bringing government to the people like that. Like, who can complain about that? I think it's fantastic. And I'm looking forward to doing that more. Jeremy, I'm glad that your people didn't know, had two moms in the 80s and weren't teased. Where I grew up, you most definitely would have been teased. So I think that, I mean, you wouldn't have even admitted that you were gay, little less that you had parents who were gay. I mean, and it would have been like whispered about parents, other parents themselves. You would have heard them talking at a party about those other people. I mean, it was a thing. So I'm glad that it wasn't that way for some people, but definitely it was like that in some parts of the world. And I'm just going to start, just very briefly, just say, I appreciate the continued engagement about the county ID process. I want to reiterate the fact that we did decline to participate with the administrative subpoena that we got on that item, and I'm proud of our decision on that. Finally, I will speak briefly to the comments that were made from people who were upset about what happened with the sheriff's meeting. I don't know if there's anybody online still listening to this, and I know that it is 10 o'clock at night. It's a little bit frustrating that I feel like the majority of those commenters aren't in the room anymore to hear the commissioner follow up on this, but I will tell you that I too found parts of that meeting embarrassing, and the parts of it that were embarrassing to me was not having questions that we asked that were directly related to the presentation that we received. That was very frustrating. My questions at that meeting were to try to understand and the increased budget ask. If you have been at any of our meetings and listened to things, if you were at the working session before this, you have heard the millions of dollars in cuts that are coming to this county through housing. We just heard about, can somebody remind me of the number? 900 vouchers, over 900 vouchers for housing, that it totals up to $12 million. That's people that are going to be losing their homes. The public health department has had cuts going on. I want to applaud them very clearly for working within their budget, even with the cuts that they've had. The potential cuts to Medicare and Medicaid with this stupid bill that went through the Senate. We are going to be dealing with a lot of really difficult questions at this table. And if you are going to come to this board and ask for millions of dollars more in funding when you already have the largest budget in the county, you can be damn sure I'm going to ask questions about it. I'm going to ask questions and try to understand what's going on. Because if I'm going to give you $5 million more when I know 900 people are going to be out of $5 million more when I know 900 families may be out of a home, I better understand exactly what I'm doing. I know very well that the things happening at the sheriff's department, there are good things. I know the community engagement is a good thing. But you know what else is a good thing? People to have a home. People to be able to afford food. That's all the budget money from the same pot. People to have health care, people to get dental care. Those are all important things. Just because you say you need the money doesn't make it automatic to get it. And expect questions when you come to this table to ask for more money. That's all I have to say on that issue, and there ends the commissioner follow-up to public participation. I think it would be nice for us to be able to go to the bathroom and have a drink of water. But before I do that, I'm just wondering if we can go through, so people who are here to get honorary proclamations, can we do that before we have a break? Okay, so let's start with talking about the resolution to recognize Lawrence Kestenbaum, our clerk, Larry. Did he go? Did he leave? Come on back, Larry. You're first. We caught you. We caught you. Crystal is going to present to us a resolution to recognize Larry Kestenbaum for receiving the Sunlight Award for Michigan Fair Elections Institute. Thank you, Crystal. I have an actual list. Oh, yeah, the list. Okay. Thank you. This is for you.
My goodness.
A resolution to recognize Lawrence Kesselbaum for receiving the Sunlight Award from Michigan Fair Elections Institute. Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners on July 2nd, 2025. Whereas Michigan Fair Elections Institute, a 501c3 nonprofit organization, is honoring County Clerk Lawrence Kesselbaum with the Sunlight Award, designed to recognize elections clerks of their outstanding dedication and exemplary service in responding to citizens' requests for information about elections with speed, accuracy, and professionalism. And whereas Lawrence Kesselbaum is one of the 18 Michigan clerks, y'all hear that? 18 Michigan clerks who responded in 5 or fewer business days to FOIA requests for election data from the November 2024 general election. One of only 22% of Michigan's 83 county clerks providing the information in such a timely manner. And whereas the 18 clerks qualifying for the award met all 3 of the following criteria. 1, willingness to provide the information. Some clerks denied the request, not Larry. And number 2, not charging for the information. And 3, providing the data within 5 business days. And whereas MFEI is presenting the award to Mr. Kesselbaum in honor of his commitment to transparency and efficiency. His work strengthens public trust in the democratic process and upholds the highest standards of civic duty. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners recognize Lawrence Kesselbaum for receiving the Sunlight Award from MFEI because of his deep commitment to transparency and efficiency to public service. Y'all give it up for Mr. Lawrence Kessenbaum.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he has this award. With the envelope attached.
Thank you.
Please have word.
Well, I consider I was just doing my job. I'd not, I didn't think I was doing anything unusual, but apparently they thought so. So, I appreciate it and thank you all. Thank you for the recognition. And when it comes to elections, it's not a single person's, job. We have, in a typical general election nowadays, we have roughly 2,000 poll workers throughout the county in the 27 cities and townships managing early voting, election day voting, absentee counting boards. It is a huge project involving many people, including people in my office, but including people in or working for every city and township clerk's office in the county. And I deeply, deeply appreciate every one of them. Thank you.
Okay, the next resolution that we will present is for Coy Vaughn, and it will be Yusuf and I doing that. Oh my gosh, you want me to read that small writing? That's so small. I am 52, friends. Okay. I'm really excited to be here to present this resolution to Coy for his 17 years of dedicated service to Washtenaw County, and congratulations on his retirement. It's exciting.
Very excited.
Okay, so Yusuf and I we did this before. We sort of did it as an alternate. So I'll start. Whereas Washtenaw County's parks, preserves, and trails enhance quality of life, connecting communities and providing spaces for exploration. And
Whereas Coy Preston Vaughn, I didn't know that was.
oh,
yeah,
nice.
There you go.
I like that.
Preston, that's right.
CP.
Has served as the Parks and Recreation Commission Director for 17 years. The last 7.5 years as Parks Director, significantly advancing these assets. Let me read that again because I bungled it. Has served the Parks and Recreation Commission as a staff member for 17 years. The last 7.5 years as Parks Director, significantly advancing these assets, the parks. Thank you.
And whereas Coy's leadership advanced the Border to Border Trail, huge, completing 42 miles through partnerships, securing 2/3 of funding, with more miles completed than gaps remaining, and established a trails fund for ongoing maintenance. And
whereas Coy initiated the Connecting Communities program, providing grants for local trail projects. And
whereas Coy's steadfast leadership ensured parks and preserves remained accessible during the pandemic's surge in usage.
And whereas Coy established the Special Revenue Fund to maintain Natural Area Preservation Program, NAP, lands and easements. And
whereas Coy secured funding and partnerships for Watkins Lake, Michigan's only jointly managed state park and county preserve. And
whereas parks millages under Coy's leadership passed with over 68% voter approval. And
whereas Coy's innovative vision led to the acquisition of the Michigan Folk School, the state's only publicly managed folk school. And
whereas Coy protected over 11,700 acres and established 17 nature preserves through NAP. And
whereas Coy's dedication has made Washtenaw County a more desirable place to live.
Now therefore, we're gonna do it together.
No, go.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners expresses heartfelt gratitude to
Coy Preston Vaughn
for his transformative contributions to our parks,
preserves,
and trails.
There you go.
Thank you, Coy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Give it, want to hand it to him?
Thank you very much. Obviously, that was way too much credit for a lot of things that you are responsible for and our teams at Parks, but I will take a little bit of credit when I can. But I'll keep this brief. Obviously, you guys have a long meeting tonight, but I just owe you all a big thank you. Not only this current Board of Commissioners, but Board of Commissioners past, that since I've been with the Parks Commission in 2007, I have received nothing but support and all the resources I need to run a successful Parks department. And that's thanks to you. Special thanks to these two being our commission representatives on the Parks Commission, making sure that everything we do aligns with Board of Commission priorities. And also a special thanks to Greg Dill and the administrative team. When I took over as director, it wasn't during ideal circumstances at the time. And Greg and Diane Height at the time met with me often to make sure I had my legs under me, made sure I had everything I needed. And it was very helpful. So thank you, Greg, and thanks to the entire administrative team. And lastly, thanks to our park staff. We built an excellent team, and under Megan's leadership, I expect everything to continue as is, if not better. And we still have some very important projects, as you know, that we're working on, and those will not skip a beat. I'm going to try to stay as involved as Megan will let me going forward. So thank you, everybody. Oh, yep. You said you were so short. I know.
Oh, nice, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice, thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna say the next one from here, so there's not a weird, awkward silence while I run back up to the chair position. But the next one, I'm actually gonna ask our treasurer, Letitia Sharp, to come present the next two resolutions for us. Thank you so much.
I don't get a dual thing. I
I
don't get a dual.
Oh, I'll do
action.
it. Listen, that was a thing.
I am so honored to do this because I've been a county employee for a very, very long time. And sometimes we have unsung heroes. And so these are my unsung heroes. The first one goes to, for 24 years of service to Miss Deborah Dunn. A resolution honoring Deborah Dunn for her 24 years of dedicated service to Washtenaw County and congratulating her on her retirement. Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, July 2nd, 2025. Whereas Deborah Dunn has served Washtenaw County across multiple departments for 24 years since joining the county workforce in 2002. And whereas throughout her distinguished career, Deborah has exemplified professionalism, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to the community, making a lasting impact across multiple departments. And whereas Deborah began her service in Washtenaw County WIC program and facilities management before joining the treasurer's office, where she excelled in various roles. And whereas through diligence and dedication, Deborah earned promotions leading to her current position as Treasury Management Analyst. And whereas the Treasury Management Analyst, Deborah provided invaluable support to the county treasurer, offering critical financial oversight, operational guidance, and strategic direction. And whereas Deborah Dunn's remarkable expertise and dedication has strengthened multiple departments, benefiting colleagues and residents alike. And now therefore be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners expresses its deepest gratitude to Deborah Dunn for her decades of dedicated service, expertise, and unwavering commitment to the residents of Washtenaw County. I am honored to have served as your county treasurer and your friend for many years. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
I have been so honored to work this many years and for Washtenaw County and learn so much throughout the county and the different departments of what we offer to the people of the county. Thank you.
Kirsten Osborne. A resolution honoring Kirsten Osborne for her 33 years of dedicated service to Washtenaw County and congratulating her on her retirement. Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, July 2nd, 2025. Whereas over the course of her distinguished career, Kirsten Osborne supported 3 treasurer administrations as the Chief Deputy Treasurer, ensuring stability and excellence in financial management. And whereas as Chief Deputy Treasurer, Kirsten oversaw daily operations, managed county funds, ensured compliance with financial regulations, and safeguarded public resources. And whereas Kirsten contributions to tax administration, budget oversight, and strategic financial planning played a critical role in maintaining the county's physical health. And whereas Kirsten demonstrated exemplary leadership and resilience by serving as interim treasurer following an unexpected passing of Catherine McClary in 2024. Her steady guidance ensured continuity and stability within the department. And whereas Kirsten continues to serve Washtenaw County in retirement while serving on the board of directors of the Intentional Communities of Washtenaw County, ICW, and now therefore be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners expresses its deepest gratitude to Kirsten Osborne for her decades of dedicated service, leadership, and unwavering commitment to the residents of Washtenaw County. Kirsten is definitely an unsung hero, and she has definitely stepped into spaces that many of us can only hope to be. Thank you, Kirsten, for being there for me. This is for you on behalf of the commissioners.
Well, thank you all. It has been an honor to spend the bulk of my career here, and it's especially been an honor to do the best I can to get Treasurer Sharp off to an excellent start. We have a great staff, both people that have been in the office for a long time, as well as incoming new members of the team. So thank you very much.
Okay, I think nope. I think the 211 is gone too.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, we're done. Thank you. We're gonna do a little 10-minute recess for people to use the bathroom and get something to drink. God help me, 10:33. We'll be back. Thank you. let's go so we can go eventually. Not that I don't love all of this public service, but let's see what we can do. Oh, my computer just did the black screen of death. That's bad. All right. Let's just move to the next item on the agenda is liaison reports. Do I have any liaison reports this evening? Commissioner Hodge has a liaison report, and then Commissioner Labar.
Thank you, Chair. I got two for us. I will try to get through them as quickly as possible, but still thoroughly as possible. So I'm going to do Health Department first because we have our friends from the Health Department here, at least one friend from the Health Department. So we have a legislative action alert from, got to hold up the prop, from Michigan Association for Local Public Health. Just one thing to be concerned about, or several things to be concerned about. Just going to read this part of it. Currently, hearing and vision screening programs, kindergarten oral health assessments, and child and adolescent health centers are funded as a categorical health programs in the school aid budget. There are concerns right now in the state legislature. The House is recommending that dedicated funding for these three programs be eliminated and those funds be lumped into the per pupil funding formula rather than remaining as categorical programs. That is concerning because it just probably will lead to underfunding these really critical services for people. Only the hearing and vision screening program is mandated. Kindergarten oral health assessment program and child and adolescent health centers are not mandated. So if it were to happen, we probably expect those things to go away. But thankfully we have Mouth doing advocacy around that. Sounds like that. I think I covered that in a minute. That's good. Sounds good. Yep. The thumbs up. Okay, good. So that's one thing. This is also on our website and you probably received it via email. We have the latest opioid report. Just at a high level, I would mention that fewer Washtenaw County residents died of an overdose in 2023 and 2024. So it looks like we are trending in the right direction. All drug overdose deaths decreased by 25% from 2023 to 2024. And in 2024, Washtenaw County recorded the lowest number of overdose deaths in the past 9 years. So that's good news. Thank you, Public Health Department. They also gave us this one, suicide report. And suicide rates in Washtenaw County continue to decrease in 2024. So that's good news too. There was a 12.5% decrease in the rate of suicide from 2023 to 2024. So you can read the whole report on the Health Department website, but that's all good news. Very grateful for our Public Health Department for the incredible work that they do to keep our community safe and alive. Other things that came up in that meeting, we had I'm going to say interesting presentation about national vaccine policy. It's a very concerning presentation. If you've been following any of the news around RFK and getting rid of the board that looks at vaccines and gives recommendations and hiring all of the new people or bringing all the new people on board that don't seem to have the technical expertise, that's what we're dealing with here. So that will create challenges related to vaccines in the very near future. So stay tuned. But thankfully, while the federal government may not care about public health, we care about public health here in Washtenaw County. So we need to keep on doing what we can to support them in their work. We also had a very long presentation that was useful. It was the 2025-2026 Health Department budget presentation, which we will all get here eventually after the Board of Health passes it. So I'm not going to go into that. Stay tuned for more. And then we did a tour of the Health Department to look at some of the infrastructure improvements that were done through the dollars we allocated through ARPA. One thing I would want to highlight as we get back to that thinking about the space plan, there are significant structural concerns in the Health Department. And with that being a facility that's used by hundreds of people a day, particularly people that are most vulnerable in our community, we would want that building to be in much better shape or be in a better location. So people are going into a building that, you don't have to look up and see like spots in the ceiling because of leakages and other issues like that. I believe it is at this point, the county facility that is in the worst physical condition. And I certainly wouldn't want that. Well, I don't want us to have any building in bad physical condition. We certainly don't want the Health Department, which is very public facing. We have hundreds of people going there day by day. So just some highlights from the meeting. Chair Scott certainly could add more to that, but no, I'm getting to know.
I don't need to add anything, but I'll just echo what you said about the building. Like I took a picture of some of the issues with some of the ventilation that was there, and there are routinely leaks in that building. You can smell that there are routinely leaks in that building. It's in better shape than when I went to It's really unfortunate, and it's an unfortunate commentary about public health in our culture. When I was a nursing student, I went to the public health department in Detroit, and at that time, they were vastly underfunded. I went to the bathroom, there were no doors on the stalls. One of the sinks was totally plugged up. I mean, we're in a better position than that, but like, that's the level to which public health has been funded in this country. And so I'd like to do better here in Washtenaw County, and I know that you do too. So I'm eager to continue talking about some of those buildings and see how we can make it better for people who are working in this critical, essential area of our county.
The last thing we would want is for our public health building to be a public health issue. So let's not let that happen. All right, so the other one I had was a community action board, and Commissioner Beaman can certainly jump in if I missed something. It wasn't a very cheery meeting in terms of the content covered. We had a presentation from Community Action Network, and if people are interested in any of the stuff that I talk about, I can send out the slides. They went over the wide variety of services that they provide, ranging from their after-school programs, educational summer camps, art and design work, and so on. But a lot of the conversation centered around the challenges related to that we are all experiencing related to the federal government and budget cuts, and the very tenuous position it puts, again, the people most vulnerable in our community, and with food access issues. We spent a lot of time talking about food access issues being a significant issue for people that are receiving services from Community Action Network. They were really just making us aware. Of course, we want to think about what we can do to support them, and many of the other organizations working to support our residents, but they are going to really need support. They also suggested, offered that anybody that would like to tour any of their programs, please feel free to do so. I've gone to one of them a while back. I might do it again this year, but feel free to go to take a tour of their so you can see their programming. Then we had a great report from Tony. Tony's over there in the corner. So we talked about, we talked about the 2024 annual report. I believe we all received this via email. It goes over all of the programs, all the different divisions within OCED. Talks about some really good metrics. I'll just throw a few at you here. They continuum of care, since we talked about that earlier, served almost 2,300 people in the community, and got nearly 700 people permanently housed, and got 56% of the people that they engaged with moved from shelters to housing, which is really good. I'm not going to go through all of it. It's all good stuff. So check it out. You do have it in your email. And we got a presentation from about the senior nutrition program. One thing about the senior nutrition program that I want to highlight is that because OCED is our community action agency, they have to get audited by the State Bureau that audits all the community action agencies. And we took a look at their audit during that community action board meeting, and we got 49 out of 50 of the metrics gold stars on that one. So that's really positive. And I feel like the one that they didn't give us to give us the gold star on, I think they were just being a little extra on that one, but it's already been remedied. One of the nice things that came out of this was they highlighted particularly the client satisfaction with the senior nutrition program. To use their words, they say the satisfaction report is wonderfully done. So they suggested that we do similar satisfaction reports for everything else in OCD because this one was so well done. So shout out to OCD team over there. Thank you for that one. And we will get that coveted 50th gold star next year. Another really cool thing that came up, well, we had some conversation too about the potential impact of the vote that we would take to create the Office on Aging, and as it's written now, move staff around, the impact that would have on OCED. I talked about that at the last meeting. I'm not going to go into it in greater detail now, but still I have concerns about that. Also want to highlight the foster grandparent program. So they had a really cool, a very, very cool event. So it was 70s themed, right? Yeah, 70s themed. And they have, let me find a good picture in here. You can go through and like look at all the people that are in here. It looks great. Hazel, who we had talked about before, who was identified as the volunteer of the year, who will be giving a resolution to hopefully next meeting. There's Hazel right there. There you go. But we'll be seeing Hazel next week. Let me see if there's some other good pictures in here. This is very well designed pamphlet on the foster grandparent program. And they even include a picture of us in there. That's nice. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner LeBar?
Thanks. We had a CMH meeting. We didn't have a quorum, so we couldn't take action, but just to highlight three things, we got an initial audit presentation from the firm. It looks good. There are a few one-time things in there that are of note just in terms of coming before us in the future. I do want to highlight, and Commissioner Somerville might want to add on to this, our PIHP region is looking relatively good, but there are a number throughout the state that are looking like they're hitting a rather poor financial position. There's also an ongoing effort from within HHS to reorganize and perhaps greatly change the region system statewide. That's something that we need to be aware of, engaged on, and that Trish and her team are doing so through the board association. But unfortunately, we don't know where that's going. And it may be one of those things where if it does move forward, we want to figure out how do we posture ourselves within it. As we'll recall, the state, Milliman, they're folks who help set the rates. They are not infallible. So as we learned in 2019, occasionally their mistakes have costs. So just want to highlight that. And that was it from CMH.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBar. Any other liaison reports? Commissioner Light?
So LPAC, the land and preservation, not any big changes. Kind of discussed it with our Washington DC legislator, with, I would say, effing up our funding for our rural and farming. However, Washtenaw County is moving forward with the purchasing land that we have already in the queue. And so things are still going. So let's just pray that there are no continued F-ups in Washington DC, so that we can continue to preserve our land for farming and for farm housing, and so that we can continue to do the job that we need to do.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
And on that note, that's a great cue up. I appreciate Commissioner Light for talking about that, because I'm going to report on the Parks Commission meeting in which we did a few things. I don't know if we still have Megan here. Maybe she was sane and went home. We increased, the County Parks Commission increased its commitment to the border trail. There is I think it's a 4-year commitment period that we typically do. And we just reiterated another 4-year commitment of $6.4 million to the border trail over that period of time. We also did the purchase of development rights for one of the LPAC recommendations on the BD farm. This is in Saline Township. This was the first project actually that we've done in Saline Township. 82 acres, $587,000 purchase. So that's gone through. Also, Chelsea, Main Street park, the downtown park that nonprofit is working on. Ultimately, the goal is to spin it off into a city park, give it over to the city of Chelsea. The county already committed $100,000 previously, and we just committed another $150,000 to the park. I believe it was for the skate park component. And so now the county's total is the $250,000 towards that project, which inches it just that much closer. I think it's getting pretty close to its fundraising goals. We also did a very large purchase, again, a recommendation from ALPAC, 253 acres in Freedom Township for the Wiedmeyer farm, $1.3 million purchase, pretty big one there. And then there's also the Esch property in Dexter Township, 93 acres. This was a NATAC purchase. We were just over 20% of the project. We partnered with Dexter Township and other entities to do this purchase. It's near Stinchfield Woods and some other preserved land. So this is another purchase of development rights for natural areas. So we were busy at our last meeting and have more to do in July. Just a quick report on East Side Rec Center. Conversations are moving along with that. Progress is not fast enough. We need to move things along faster. However, I am pleased to see that, some building plans are starting to be discussed, with the subcommittee, and, I look forward to engaging my colleagues, from that area to make sure that the discussions are moving in the right direction, per their, and their constituents' requests. But things do seem to be moving in the right direction, at least with that. So I'm happy to keep reporting back as progress happens. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to the report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I wanted to, just a real quick commentary on the Manchester meeting. I think certainly for the last 8 years and perhaps longer, this body has been talking about transparency in government. We've also been talking about making sure that we move the deliberations of this body out into the communities that we serve. So with those things in mind, I hope this board continues to move this discussion and the deliberations around the important components of county government to the various locations in our community. I think it's the right thing to do if we truly want participation and transparency in government. Lastly, related to Manchester, I do want to remind Commissioner Sanders that someone in this room trailed her back to the I-94 expressway, even though she took the longest route possible and traveled well below the posted speed limit. So I just wanted to say that. So I do have just a couple reports this evening. I'm joined by Jason Fee and Guillermo Hernandez, who will talk about fleet and some HR reporting. But before I do that, I want to just say to the board, we have updated our cooling center communication, and we will get that out into community tomorrow, well in front of what we think will be a rise in temperatures and the humidity level over the holiday weekend. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason Fee.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update. I'd like to start off by introducing and recognizing the fleet team, which really carries out the day-to-day work of the fleet program, and also is here to answer any questions that you may have for us. So Shannon Whitaker is our fleet supervisor and is really our primary person on the day-to-day fleet. Saray Huang is shares her time between us and IT, and she is our finance manager. And then Nick Woods, facilities manager, he also helps out Shannon throughout the fleet operations. Just a few slides tonight. This slide really summarizes the vehicle life cycle, and I'll touch on a few of the milestones that we go through on a standard fleet purchase through disposition. One thing we've learned, not only with fleet, but with facilities over the past several years is being adaptable to our customers' needs and the changing market needs. We've seen a number of changes from ordering vehicles to available models to cost, et cetera, et cetera. So that's definitely been a challenge. Purchasing and outfitting. So we start from the initial day one delivery, purchase of the vehicle, scheduling, outfitting, graphics, and all the details down to plates, fuel cards, driver guide, initiate the lease and swap out the old vehicle. In service period, and typical, we target is 5 to 6 years on average for a non-patrol vehicle. There are some exceptions to that, but in service period really is ongoing meeting with the departments and going over reports, meetings about any vehicle issues, preventative maintenance, so make sure that the vehicles are efficient and operating in tip-top condition. And then if there is an accident or an incident that we need to take care of, coordinating that with the departments and making sure we get appropriate approvals and repairs and get a safe vehicle back out on the road. Final phase, then disposition phase, remove and recycle and reuse what we can out of vehicles when we move those to the next vehicle, and then send the old vehicle off to auction. A few slides about fleet budget. Fleet budget is approved in the budget process, and all fleet transactions are accounted for in the fleet fund. Just for a scope, 2025 fleet operations is 1.4 million. Fleet replacement budget is 2.5 million. Monthly lease is set up in place with departments, and that helps us provide the capital for the procurement of future vehicles. Purchases, we utilize state bids and other county bids for vehicles. Like I said earlier, the last 5 years, we've really seen some challenges about models being available, pricing, shortened or extenuating circumstances around ordering windows from dealers and manufacturers. Also, fleet handles all purchases related to such as fuel, maintenance, repairs, and passes those expenses on back to the departments. We still do, we did see a downturn in some of the discounts that post-pandemic. We're still seeing those discounts, but they are in some cases lower than we've seen in the past. And Stellantis wasn't giving us really any discounts for a while, but those are starting to come back now as well. A little bit about the monthly lease. Just a visual here. It's a somewhat of a complex calculation, but a number of factors go into the monthly lease. And you know, we follow the general industry guideline to try and keep vehicles on the road as long as we can. But when we start getting into that period when we're running into expensive repairs, we start working those out of the fleet. Also, something that we're continuing to keep an eye on as vehicles do improve and manufacturers continue to improve overall efficiency, emissions, hybrids, more and more EV options. It's something that we'll look at that time frame and bring back and make adjustments as we move forward. Also, one thing to note, I mentioned the patrol vehicles are definitely on an expedited replacement schedule. Administrative fee. Administrative fee is really covered, again, by the number of vehicles and the gallons of fuel purchased. And this really goes to cover our 1.36 FTE, which is Shannon, and a little bit of our support for Shannon, and then training and software, office supplies that go into the fleet fund, or fleet program, I'm sorry. A little snapshot on vehicle purchase history. So overall, you'll see the blue bars for the annual spend for vehicle purchases, and then something that's really interesting is the red line, and that talks to a little bit about the unit costs per vehicle. So if anyone has purchased a new vehicle in the past 5 years, you've seen this and understand it, but just a few of our common vehicles. Interceptors, the police version, in 2018, they were a little over 27,000. Last year, they were jumped up to 43,000. GMC Sierra pickups, 2018, 26,000. 2024, 50,000. F-150s in 2021, 26,000. 2024, 56,000. So we're seeing some significant increases still with some of the discounts that we're still receiving. Fuel history. Just pretty straightforward on this graph, but wanted to give some information a little bit about the history of fuel use and increase in gallons and how we're doing on that. What have we been working on and what are we rolling into the future? So we have a draft set of fleet policies and procedures ready to go, but we do anticipate a few more changes and a few things coming up over the next few years as we continue to our journey on implementing a more sustainable fleet. We're also, expecting to see some additional information as we consolidate and integrate our fleet systems and software. Where applicable, we've tried to transition some of our long-term building maintenance practices over into the fleet world, and we've seen some really good successes. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into telematics and EVs in the next couple slides. And I also like to put a plug in for the facilities fleet, internal fleet. We always like to be out in front and try out and lead the rest of the county departments. So later this year, we're on track to convert 55% of our fleet over to electric and EVs. A little bit about telematics. So what is telematics? Telematics is a method of monitoring cars, trucks, equipment using GPS technology and onboard diagnostics, really to help us better manage the fleet. For the past several years, we've had an assortment of telematics models and some early generation models that have varied limits of success. We made the decision late last year to consolidate all the different telematics systems into a single system, a more robust system that, again, will help us migrate our fleet program and align our sustainability goals. We are about 60 days into phase one of our initial telematics, which have outfitted 62 vehicles. And so far, we've been extremely happy, and it's very cost effective. The annual cost is $234 per vehicle to get telematics installed, or $60,000 annually if we rolled that across the entire county fleet. Skipped one, sorry. Here's a snapshot of our telematics system. So this is one of several out-of-the-box reports. This is a snapshot of our fuel and energy report, and it shows the top most efficient vehicles in our fleet. Again, you'll see the top three are EVs, and pretty detailed information about how much energy we're using, again, whether it's fuel or electric, and estimated cost. Again, three of those top vehicles happen to be facilities vehicles. A few other interesting reports that we've gotten some initial information on. General asset information, maintenance alerts, so Shannon can get, if there's a check engine light, she can get an alert right away and work with the departments to make sure we get those vehicles in for service. General emissions report, idling report, fuel and energy report, as we see here today. There's also some really good information about swapping our ICE vehicles over to EV, the suitability of that, and then also about our electric vehicles we do have in place, about how often and where and how much are they charging on the EV chargers. A little bit about EV chargers. So last May, we ramped up a pilot program in the downtown campus here, and it's been very successful. There's been a few minor things that have come up, but we've working through those. And then there's a few other locations that have had chargers in for several years at the service center and then at the facility shop. And then we have one active EV charger project with another one that we've received bids and right on deck. So over the next several months, you see where we'll be rolling out EV chargers to several locations across the county. With that, I'll open it up for questions for the team.
Commissioner Sanders?
Thank you for the report, Jason. I've got a question about, okay, so you're switching over to EVs. What happens when we have a power outage? What's our backup? Do we have generators connected with the charging stations? And I'm not talking about just a one-day outage. Like if we have some sort of emergency scenario, what are we doing?
Great question. And yes, in several locations, we do have building backup generators, but that's something we've been looking at internally in the facilities fleet too. And right now, we're planning on keeping at least a few ICE vehicles for emergency purposes. And there's some technologies still that EVs aren't quite there. Snow plowing is one of them that we're hopefully will be there at some point in the future, but currently not today. So yes, most of the major campuses have generators, and that's something that we'll continue to make sure we have a critical power for those critical operations and fleet vehicles.
And then just a quick follow-up. So charging time And, okay, so you're driving a vehicle, you need gas. Go to the gas station, it takes you 10 minutes to fill up. How long does it take to charge a vehicle? And what type of sort of preparation or pre-planning needs to occur? It's kind of like baking a cake, right? You need to know, okay, so I need to have it there by 4 o'clock. It's gonna take however many hours to charge. Can you talk a little bit about?
Sure, exactly, yes. So, we have right now, our chargers are level 2 chargers. And those, I will turn that over to, Nick. Nick's been driving an EV for a number of years, actually, and can give you some exact details on it. But, for example, like sheriff vehicles, when that technology gets there, we're envisioning level 3 chargers, which, are gonna be charging in an hour or less. Currently, and that's part of the reason why we, in the facilities fleet, wanted to take the lead on this. And really work, because there's published data and then there's real world data. So we have a number of our, like our trades team is going to be fully outfitted with EV vans, which are loaded and are heavy and are operating in the summer heat or the winter cold. So I'll ask Nick to come up and talk a little bit more about durations and what he's experienced.
Thank you.
Yeah, like you said, the 3 levels of chargers. One is just plug in from an outlet. 2 are the faster, it's kind of like we have out in the parking lot here, and level 3 are the fast ones that you see at like Meyer or whatever it is. The level 2s, if you're on an empty electric level, probably takes about 9 to 10 hours to charge fully. So when we're looking at fleet, it's not necessarily the take-home vehicles, it's the ones that are fleet vehicles throughout, where they can just park and plug in. And you can drive it depending on how far you're going and depending on the vehicle. Like a small Bolt goes 200 miles, I believe, which I drove for a couple of years. The F-150s go about 300, just over. And again, take about 8 to 10 hours to charge. The level 3s is what everybody would want. That's what we would like. But the cost and the infrastructure behind them, we're not at that point yet. So one thing that with the gas cards, like you said, WEX is our gas cards that we use. They do have EV cards that we can, that we'll start planning on starting to use, where you could go to like a Meyer and use the fast charger.
So one more question. You mentioned, are there some vehicles that staff take home with them? Or that they,
Right now, myself. Yeah.
Just you?
Yeah.
my
Out of our,
question-
out actually 2 of them now, because we do have, I just got a new truck today, actually. And like I said, I did pilot the Bolt, but now I'm piloting a truck, so we kind of know how things are working. And then our maintenance coordinator has an F-150 that he takes home as well.
So my question was gonna be, if I thought it was obviously more than just 1 or 2 people, but has there been any thought put into those vehicles that go home with people, and whether or not we might offer them some sort of incentive if they also had their own charging stations at home, right? So that if you're talking about 8 or 9 hours and you go home and you have a charging station,
right?
What incentive might we offer to that employee to plug up?
That's a great question. I don't know if I have an answer for that one. I know we've had internal discussions about it in the past. I think there's a great liability with us supplying power just because of, I mean, few and far between, but there have been issues with EVs and
fires.
Yeah, correct. So I don't think us supplying or encouraging to have chargers at home as of right now, I don't think is the best option.
We'll talk more.
Love to.
Commissioner Light, go ahead.
So I have a question about, in the winter, because, at my church, a guest pastor comes and his wife was driving from, I believe, Tennessee. And when she got to Michigan, her vehicle, she got out, I guess, to stop to get food, whatever. her vehicle would not start. And so we had to find a way for someone to go get her when she was like, just had got to Michigan and she had to leave her vehicle. And so I don't know. I mean, I love the whole concept of EV, but then I think about instances like when it's so cold, it ain't happening. And I mean, I know our tanks can freeze, but that's never happened to me.
Yeah.
And then my son, who's 12 years old, has given me this long, like, lesson of, Mom, really it's a win-win or lose-lose situation because of the emissions of this. And then when you're getting rid of your batteries and they're gonna go into this. So he's like, really, it's just a win or a lose situation with either kind of concept that you choose. And I would love for him to have a conversation so that I can, because now he's got me on the fence, like, well, which one is really, safer for our environment? And he was like, really, neither, Mom. And so, I just want to thank Ypsilanti International Middle School for my son challenging me, but I really need answers from someone else besides 12-year-old.
I think he seems pretty sharp, so.
To make me believe that, okay, maybe this is the better concept, but I'm just nervous about our folks being out and it's freezing up, because it seems like we have more winter and cold days than we do nice summer. It
Right.
takes us a long time to get here.
To touch on it, your distance, your mileage that you get during the wintertime does go down. Like I said, I piloted the Bolt for almost 2 years. I never had an issue with it starting or going, but yes, when you're running the heat and everything within a car, it does diminish the mileage. I don't know if I can ask you guys, but I mean, Andrew also has a Bolt and Brady has the F-150, and have you had any major issues?
No, I mean, it's a behavior. It's just a different behavior, I would say. I mean, and there's a learning that goes.
There's
along with it.
a huge learning curve to it. And I was hesitant when I first started getting into it, but once you actually get used to it and know the ins and outs and how they produce and function, they seem to be very reliable vehicles.
I just don't want our sheriffs out there on the road and it's like
That's-
this movie concept, I just can think of a movie, they're on Lifetime, they're out and they get stuck in my rural area and they're transporting somebody from here to wherever and they get loose and they trying to, like, I don't want that.
No, and that is one thing that we have. As of right now, when we're looking at transitioning the county fleet, right now, the majority of the sheriff vehicles aren't included with that, just because reliability and really distance. I mean, if you got a vehicle that can only go 400 or 400 miles and then you got to pull off to a Meyer and charge for 30 minutes, that's not going to do patrol vehicles any well.
And one thing on sustainability is in conjunction and in alignment with some of the EV charger projects, we're also rolling out solar panels at 5 county locations that'll have chargers. So we still have some work to do, but we're chipping away at it.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Ravi?
Not a question, just a comment about electric vehicles. Since I do drive one as well, I have had my Bolt since 2020. And one of the great things about an electric car is that it actually reduces the amount of maintenance that you have to do on the car too. There are less parts, which is bad for the economy and jobs, but good on the consumer side because there's just less things to fix. And so other than one, basically like wear and tear on your tires, which you would have had with an engine, internal combustion engine. I'm not going to call it ICE because that has other connotations. So not having an engine in that same way, and so wear and tear on tires, and that's really about it. I mean, I think I've been into the shop once to get my tires replaced. In all that time, I'm at, almost 80,000 miles on my vehicle. Really, the biggest annoyance for me with my Bolt was when GM replaced my battery. And it took them a long time to do it, because of the, lawsuit. So, I am hopefully gonna receive money in the class action for it though. So there's that. But otherwise, it is a great vehicle with less maintenance, less headaches than, a gas car. And as Andrew said, it really does. The only real thing that creates is you have to think about your trips differently, and you have to plan out what you're gonna do in a different way, and you have to plan out your recharge times. And so I think to your point, Jason, about building the infrastructure around charging capacity is gonna be really important, especially in each of our county buildings. And I wonder if you guys have contemplated, because like one of the things that's been really helpful for me is to be able to have an app to be able to look when charging stations are available, not available. So I wonder for county employees if there will be something like that, so that if they have something to do during the day downtown and then they have to go back to Ipsy, that their vehicle, that they know that there'll be a charging spot for their vehicle when they get downtown. Will we have something like that for staff, or has that been contemplated at all?
Great question. Yes. If our first kind of get out of the gate is to account for internal county fleet, make
Right.
sure we can provide those, but we're really hoping that charging happens at the end of the day, overnight, when we get better rates, but we definitely, have talked about that and want to make it available to, both county staff and eventually visitors, to county facilities as well.
No, I think that's great. That's awesome. And I guess my question is more specific to county staff. If county staff have something to do during the day, I mean, maybe do you expect that staff will need to charge their vehicles during the day? I mean, beyond the sheriff's office, are there jobs that really involve a lot of travel in the county?
That would be the exception to the rule, I would say, yeah.
Okay. So beyond like maybe going from Ipsy to downtown, something like that, people have, without, sheriff's office excluded, folks aren't really traveling from one corner of the county to the other, and would need to charge not at night, but during the day. Okay.
Correct, yeah, yep. And that's a good point too, with both the maintenance and telematics and as the vehicles continue to improve, that's what, we'd like to come back in the not too distant future and report back out on that and possibly recommend a few tweaks to the policies and procedures as well.
Yeah, I mean, for local driving, it's the most amazing thing because of all the regenerative braking that happens with those vehicles. So you regain a lot of your power back.
Any other questions about our fleet presentation? Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, next we'll have just a short update on our compensation study results. Guillermo?
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a brief update of the results and findings of our last and recent compensation market study, and most importantly, the next steps resulted of this analysis. I want to also mention that Nina Johnson, our employment services division coordinator, joined me tonight because she and her team co-led this project with me. So thank you, Nina, and your team for the time invested in this project. So I will be mindful of the time. I will try to be as brief as possible. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to briefly explain the two major pillars of compensation and how these pillars work. I think it is important to have a good understanding of these pillars before we dive into the results of the compensation study. I will disclose how this study was conducted and most importantly, the results and the next steps. Remember that the overarching goal of this project is to support our effectiveness on attracting and retaining talent for the organization. So talking about compensation, it has two major pillars in any organization or any organization with a healthy compensation management. The first pillar is internal equity, which comes from any organization's grading system that for us, that would be MAC. So each organization has their own job grading system. Those systems help you to compare jobs internally based on duties and qualifications needed to perform those jobs. Regardless if these jobs are located in different departments, what we evaluate is the level of our responsibility and again, the skills needed to perform those jobs. And with that, we set a grade to those positions, which also comes with a salary range for each grade. So that is internal equity. Something important to mention. The internal comparison or the job grading system that each organization uses, for a lack of a better explanation, I will say that means nothing out there because there is no like a universal convention of grades or system to evaluate your grades. So let's say we have a grade at a level 118 here. That name of 118 or that grade means nothing out there because probably for other organization that is a level 82 or a 227. Again, there is no standardized convention in compensation, so each organization has their own grading system. The other pillar of compensation is the external competitiveness, and that is addressed basically with this kind of studies where we take those salary ranges and we compare those with other organizations with similar jobs. We define the market competitiveness and we compare how healthy our compensation is in market and compare with other peers. Having a good balance of both pillars, that is the magic and art of compensation, and that helps organizations to have a healthy compensation management. So to conduct this external competitiveness, we engaged with an external vendor. To select this vendor, we formed internally a steering committee formed by most of our union leaders. We had representation from administration and also from our courts administration. So we had a vast variety of vendors offering their services. And in collaboration, we selected Seagull. In HR, of course, we made sure that their methodology was aligned with market standards. So Seagull met those standards, and Seagull offered the best methodology or the methodology needed for our purpose. Let me walk you through the study parameters. So the initial request, it was to have a sample of the organization compared with market. For that, we selected or the plan was to identify 100 positions. Seagull was flexible to extend it to 105, and our steering committee identified 103 jobs to be compared with market. Now, a standard practice in compensation is to use the 75% methodology that I will explain in my next slide. And Seagull used that methodology to conduct the job comparison. The data that we used internally, it was as of February the 1st of this year. So that was those were the study parameters. The data sources to make the market comparison. We invited 12 public sector peers, including the City of Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, and Michigan Medicine, among other organizations. And also Seagull has access to information from the private sector using pay factors or salary.com. It is the most used source for market comparison. And also they have access to the Economic Research Institute. So for those jobs, our jobs that have comparables in the market, in the private sector, we also use this data to compare our jobs with the private sector. If you have any questions, please stop me and I will clarify any questions or comments. So I will guide you through this rule of 75%. So again, this is a standardized process in compensation. Basically what this helps organizations with is when you are comparing jobs, it is very unlikely, if not impossible, to find two exact same jobs in the industry. Because even when positions have the same job title, the responsibilities or the required skills to perform those jobs vary from organization to organization. So that was the importance of engaging with an external vendor who is a subject matter expert to conduct the interpretation of this comparison. So they use this standardized rule when 75% of the job description matches, we can consider that that is a comparable job. Again, the jobs won't be the same. You will hardly find two jobs that are the same, even when they are similar. So this job helps us to reduce internal bias. It avoids to have internal subjectivity or to misinterpret internal disputes of this job. So this helps to standardize the comparison. When we submitted these 103 jobs, using this 75% rule, we found out that 4 of those jobs have had no comparison out there with market. So at the end, we end up with a group of 99 positions that were compared with market. So I would like to first define what market competitiveness means. So once you gather this group of positions and you select or you consider their pay ranges, when you take the average or the midpoint of those pay ranges, that is the market level. In this graph, it is represented by the 100% line. So that is the market. Again, that is the midpoint of the pay ranges of the positions considered for the study. Now for market competitiveness, and again, this is a standard process in compensation, there is a threshold that goes from 95% to 105% of this midpoint of the salary ranges of the position. So that is market competitiveness. Sorry. In other words, in this graph, what I am trying to show is, for example, job 1 and job 4, they fell below the market competitiveness threshold, meaning that job 1 and job 4 are below market level. Whereas job 2, even though the salary range did not reach the midpoint, it is within the market competitiveness range. So we can say that job 2 is competitive with market. And lastly, job 3, as you can see, the salary range, it surpassed the market competitiveness range. In those cases, we define those jobs as they are above market. So if there are no doubts on market competitiveness, I will show you where we stand in comparison with market. First, comparing these 99 jobs with our public sector peers that we invited to participate, you will see that we are competitive. Our minimums, they start at a market level, and our maximums of our pay ranges, they reach even above market level. So anytime that I will show information about above market level, I highlighted in blue, and everything below market level, I highlighted in orange. So, and this is the situation for the private sector. When we compare our jobs with the private sector, you can see that our minimums are competitive, because those start at 101%, but our maximums are not as competitive as theirs, because our jobs ended at 90% of market competitiveness. In other words, what we can identify here is that the private sector ranges are wider. As you can see, their minimums start below ours and their maximums end higher than ours. So that is the comparison with the private sector. But if we take the average of both public and private sectors, you will see that we are very competitive. Our minimums start at 96%, that is market level, and our maximums end slightly above the midpoint at 101%. So the takeout and the conclusion of this analysis is that our salary ranges are competitive with market, considering both public and private sectors. Now, in the next slide, I will break down the results job by job. So remember that we send 99 jobs to be compared with market. 35 jobs out of those 99 that we sent, those were identified as above market. 32 of those were identified at a market level. So again, market competitiveness. On the other hand, we saw that 32 of those 99 positions were classified as below market. But I want to give you some more data about these 32 positions below market. So the midpoint of this 32 position, they showed a delta from market of almost 15% as of February the 1st. As you may recall, our employees received a salary increase as of yesterday. So that increase reduced the delta from 15% to 12%. Now, I will give you more encouraging data. That is the position midpoint. The salaries of the employees in these 32 positions, the average compare ratio delta from market as of February the 1st, it was only 6.2%. And with the most recent salary increase, that delta was reduced to 3.2%. So even though we have these 32 positions below market, the salaries of the employees in these 32 positions are some sort of competitive with market. And that was just a result because of the broad-based increases that our employees have received in the last years. So that allowed us to have, even for our below market jobs, to be competitive with market. There is no wrong or right on the decisions of these last broad-based increases. It is just compensation philosophy, and that varies from organization to organization. In the next slide, I will show you the market comparison with our public sector peers that we invited to participate. You will see that there is no data for Jackson County. They never replied to our invitation, and Seagal did not have data from Jackson County, so there was no comparison with them. The encouraging data that I am showing you here is that our pay range minimums, they are competitive, except when we compare our minimums with Kent County, Michigan Medicine, Oakland County, and the University of Michigan. But the rest of them and the majority of our peers, the result was that our minimum ranges are competitive and at a market level. More encouraging data. Our pay range maximums in most of the comparisons are at or above market level, except when we compare our maximums with Michigan Medicine and the University of Michigan. Honestly, this result was expected since the beginning because we know they have wider salary ranges. So the important thing of having this information is what will we do with it? So what is next? So currently, my team and I are working on further analysis, especially and focusing on these 32 positions that were identified as below market. We will create suggestions that we will present to the administration and to labor relations, because most of these jobs that we consider for comparison are unionized positions. So any possible changes in the salaries of these positions, it is subject to collective bargaining. So we will make recommendations to labor relations and administration to be considered in the upcoming salary negotiations. Even in the case that let's say that we would have unlimited resources, you cannot just bring those positions to market level, because you also have to further analyze the impact in the organization. We have to take care of internal equity of other positions at the same grades. And also we have to make sure that we do not create compression with the supervisor levels of these positions. And to conclude my presentation tonight, commissioners, I would like to leave you with these final takeaways. I think these are the highlights of this compensation study. First and foremost, our compensation structure is broadly competitive with market, considering public sector and private sector. 2/3 of these 99 roles that we sent for comparison are at or above market. Again, competitiveness. For those 32 positions that were below market, and because of the recent broad-based increases that we have received, some of their salaries are at level, and in some cases are above market, even when their positions are below market. So good news on that as well. Yes, besides all of that, there are some adjustments needed. I want to let you know that this is normal. Take any organization in any sector, and you will find that each organization has positions that are at market level, above and below market. So this is normal. The good news is that this is not very negative, or it is not negative at all, the results that we found. Yes, we have some adjustments to be addressed, and we will do. And as long as we continue with this analysis, the market, the market typically what they do is, or the organizations, is that they typically run this analysis every 3 to 5 years. So my recommendation is that we follow this so we can have enough data to keep our competitiveness, ensuring that we are effective on retaining and attracting talent. So that concludes my report. Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioner
Any
Robbie?
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I'll keep this brief and no need to respond. Thank you for the presentation and for being so thorough on all of that. General observation that I have is, yeah, despite some of the broad, the broad statements about our being in line market, I do want to note that it looks like a third of our employees are below market. I think that's right. I mean, your slide had that on it. Again, you don't have to respond. This isn't directed at you. You're just providing numbers. So I'm saying this is what I'm taking away. A third of our employees are below market. And it looks like compared to public sector employers, that if I read this correctly, our entry-level positions seem to be a little bit lower paid compared to others, whereas our higher level positions seem to be higher paid when compared to others. And I think that could be a problem that we need to address as well moving forward. And then the last thing I want to just note is the comparison to Michigan Medicine and U of M. Obviously, looking across the board at some of the, Ingham counties and these other places, I don't know how comparable actually some of those are, when really the main competitor that we have for jobs is U of M and Michigan Medicine. So just wanted to kind of make those general observations. No need to respond. Something for a later conversation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Somerville?
Yes, I'll be very quick. I think we all got the same email, but I just have a question related to the third party that we utilized for this. And I guess for employees, particularly folks who are going to be negotiating with our team here, I guess I'm confused why they can't access information related to the comparables without doing FOIA, because the entity that did this report isn't like a government entity. So how do you FOIA them? Are you do they need to FOIA the county to prompt that action? I guess I don't understand why.
Yes, I can explain that, Commissioner. So we in the county, we don't have that information. And we agreed with Sigal that we are not pursuing this information. Basically, the purpose of hiring a third-party vendor who is an expert in compensation, it was to conduct this interpretation of the comparison of job descriptions. If we pull that data and we want to compare it ourselves, first, we will diminish the effort that an expert did for us on that, and we already paid for it. And we will get into a situation that we could probably be with internal subjectivity and and having interpretative disputes. No problem on that, but that will take longer. To conduct this interpretation, we were assigned 2 full-time employees from the vendor, and it took them 4 months. People who are fully dedicated to this. So what I want to say is that could be possible. My recommendation is not to, because we will be in a rabbit hole. Sigal themselves, they have a customer in Arizona who decided to go that route. They have been negotiating these internal disputes for more than a year now. So again, my recommendation is to not minimize, or sorry, to not discard the interpretation that we hired an expert to do. And but I am open to discuss this if needed.
Cool. I just had to ask a question.
Of course.
I guess I can follow up, but, I was like, it was really like the process and like, how does one FOIA a non-government entity?
Mhm.
So I just want, like, I need a clarification on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think, I'll just make a note that we've encountered this problem before, with salary studies, and it's not a new issue, and I understand that some of these companies say that they have proprietary things or et cetera. I think this needs to be something, if we're thinking about process-wise going forward in the future, this needs to be an upfront conversation with these companies before we hire them. This is a government salary study.
Mhm.
It is going to be hard to tell unions it is proprietary information. We're trying to foster a sense of transparency and letting people understand like exactly what the comparables are. And if the unions don't have that and are told it's proprietary, it's just gonna lead to a distrust in the entire process. So I think as we go forward in the future and do these, we need to be very upfront with these companies that we're hiring, but sometimes we're gonna need this information and they're not gonna be able to tell us it's proprietary. We want to start these negotiations on the front foot of being open and transparent. And unfortunately, this doesn't help.
Right. Just to clarify that, Commissioner, this information is not proprietary. It is not.
Okay, then why aren't they just giving it to us?
Right. No, they are not reluctant to share this with us. It is their recommendation, and it is also my recommendation that we do not get there. If we get there, we will be the ones doing the interpretation and the market analysis. So that would undermine the fact that we hire an expert to do so.
I think you understand the gist of what I'm saying.
I
If the unions are asking for this information and we're telling them no, we are starting in a position of distrust immediately.
Mhm.
And I don't think that behooves either the parties from the union or from administration. It's just going to make for a protracted process. It's going to be full and fraught.
Mhm.
So, my general desire is the more information and open we can be going forward, the better it's going to be for all parties, and it's going to move things through more quickly, unlike this meeting.
Okay.
This meeting is going forever. That's not a thing at you. This meeting, we are on the first page of the agenda. We are moving through this meeting very slowly and protractedly. Commissioner, no, you're not a commissioner.
No. And so I just want to say this concludes my report with
God.
a statement that we will get back to you on this item
Thank you.
specific to your comments.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
My report from the county administrator is going to be, or from, I'm not the administrator.
It's-
Whoa,
It's late.
my report from the chair is going to be, yes, I did. My report from the chair really is going to be, it is 11:42. I do not want to cut anybody off in a debate or anything like that, but I'm just going to ask that we remain succinct as we go forward, and try to, let staff go home. There's no part of me that thinks that being on item 7 on the agenda right now at 11:42 at night is good government. No part of me. So that's my report. Special order of business. I have a resolution setting a public hearing on the Groves Farm Local Historic District.
So moved.
Okay, what, can I just do both of them at the same time? All right, and the resolution setting a public hearing to amend the pace? Move, somebody move it, somebody support it. All right, Andy's moving it, Yusuf supporting it. I can just do that with a voice, right? Let's roll. Roll. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Great. Next item on the agenda is the appointments. Would somebody like to move the appointments?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion on appointments? I will just note that the Public Safety Millage Advisory Committee has no commissioners on it. I'll bring that back for August, but I do believe 3 commissioners and 3 commissioners only have indicated their desire to be on that committee, so we'll make it happen for August. All right, roll call for that, please.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yeah.
Appointments passed.
Great. Consent agenda. Who would like to move the consent?
So support.
Okay, discussion on the consent agenda, Commissioner Hawk?
Yeah, I want to make a motion to amend the minutes. It lists us as being here and we weren't here. So I would move that the minutes be amended to state that we were at the City of Manchester City Hall, which is 912 City Road, Manchester, Michigan.
Support.
48158.
Okay. I gotta support, let's have any discussion on that, please? No, let's have do I have to can I voice vote an amendment? Okay. Wait, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anybody want to oppose that we were actually there? All right. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, great. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hot dog. We are on page 2 of the agenda. Friends, I'm gonna tell us we don't have anything under first reading. Final reading, we've got the senior millage, but I'm gonna actually ask that we can do single reading before final reading. And then, so I can get staff who have been waiting here very patiently for a long time, able to go home, okay? So can somebody read the single reading first or move those? Commissioner LeBar?
3, single reading A, resolution approving the 2025 first quarter budget adjustment. B, resolution ratifying the acceptance of a grant award from the Michigan State Police. C, a resolution to extend the deadline for execution of agreement with the state of Michigan. D, a resolution to pledge the county's limited full faith and credit for North Branch of Big Swan Creek Intercounty Drain. E, a resolution establishing a fee for processing marriage license corrections from the county clerk. F, a resolution authorizing signature of the county admin on the contract for promotion of health equity grant for health department. G, a resolution ratifying the Michigan State Supreme Court State Administrative Office's legal self-help grant program. H, a resolution ratifying the application for the Michigan Drug Court Grant Program. I, a resolution authorizing the issuance of a request for proposals for older persons transportation services. J, a proclamation to welcome 32nd Annual Big Ten Retirees Association Conference. K, proclamation to welcome International Association of Bridge, Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Ironworkers. We did L earlier, but a resolution honoring Clerk Kestenbaum. M, a resolution honoring Coy Vaughn. N, a resolution proclaiming September 2025 as Veterans Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. O, a resolution honoring Deborah Dunn for 25 years of service, previously mentioned. P, a resolution honoring Kirsten Osborne for 33 years of service, as previously mentioned. Q, a resolution requesting the Michigan Legislature support a significant increase in funding for Michigan 211 in the fiscal year 2026 budget for approval of claims.
Support.
Thank you. What items would you like to pull for separate consideration? Commissioner LeBar?
Chair, if we could briefly pull the resolution on the I on the RFP for one item. Thank you.
Any other items anybody wants to pull? Robbie?
I don't want to pull an item, but I want to ask a question about the budget.
Okay, well, let's see if there's anything else to pull. So we're gonna do 2 separate considerations, I on its own, and then we're gonna start with everything else other than I, and I'm gonna go to Commissioner Robbie for his question about the budget.
Thank you. And I do ask for some indulgence from the chair since I did
Oh my gosh.
yield my time earlier.
You did, but succinct.
I know, but
Thank you.
I yielded my time earlier. So I do have just a few questions on the budget for Catherine, if she's still here. There you are. First, one is a quick question. The IT is a non-general fund budget. Can you explain that one?
Yeah, so oftentimes with our big projects, so the biggest one, hold on, I have the note, one second. Last year we allocated 300,000 for PC replacement, but we allocated it in December. So they couldn't buy the PCs in the 2 weeks, so we sent them the money in 2024, but to spend it, we need to do a budget adjustment of planned use of fund balance so that they can then spend the money. So it's that kind of thing, 300,000 for,
I guess,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
just make sure because I think you're answering a question, but I just want to make sure that I ask it appropriately. I'm just wondering generally why the IT budget is considered a non-general fund budget.
Oh.
Generally, yeah.
So two components. One, we moved IT out of the general fund last year into an internal service fund for primarily accounting reasons. But this one is an IT projects that has always been in the non-general fund. So it's a capital projects fund, not the IT operations that we're talking about.
Okay, so we recently spun it off into a non-general fund.
Yes,
Okay.
2025 is the first year.
Interesting. I asked some staff privately this question, but I'm wondering that ARPA pot that Commissioner Hodge was asking about.
Mhm.
You were saying that some of that money is going to pay the contract for Kelly.
Yep.
Kelly's services. It was like $300,000. That's not all going to Kelly's services.
No, so a little over 100,000 is for Kelly's services. She's doing all of the ARPA reporting because finance did not have the capacity to manage that with the $71 million that came in. The majority of it is the cost allocation plan. So that's about $250,000 for 2025, and we budgeted that for the next 3 years in this item. So it's primarily cap costs, not the Kelly's costs administering it.
Okay, we're plugging through them here. Can you explain, you talked a little bit about this, but because of the staff salary adjustment, because of the increase in revenue from property taxes, is that part of that's not part of the plan use of fund balance, right? How did you account for that in this?
The staffs, so that one is in the general fund structural component. So the property taxes and then the July increase offset of that is in the structural component of this section. The use of fund balance is also part of our contracts, is a lump sum to employees based on the previous year's surplus. So that recommendation is to allocate that 1.1 million, which was the 2024 general fund surplus, to those non-structural lump sums for employees.
So the lump sum is allocated based on what our surplus was the year before?
Yeah, so once we've completed the audit, we have those financial statements, then the administrator makes a recommendation for how much to allocate toward those lump sums.
But that's contractual now, or
I mean,
is the rate contractual, or?
can we ask that to Michelle? Sorry.
What rate?
Good morning. We're talking about the, what are we talking about? We're talking about the, oh, God. We're so deep in the weeds. We're talking about the,
I might have your answer now that I thought it for a second.
okay.
So we have historically allocated a dollar amount, and then we divide it evenly by the number of employees we have to calculate a lump sum amount per employee.
But the dollar amount is not contractually obligated.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Sorry.
What is contractually obligated is that we do something.
Correct, that the board decides what the amount is.
Okay, thank you. This is not, I don't think this is a quick question, but hopefully it is. So the animal control revenue line, I know, I'm gonna try to be succinct. I saw animal control and I understand why it's under budget. You explained that. The board decided, we passed the contract. We didn't budget for it the right way. But my question now is on the revenue side. Is that something I brought up before? We're clearly not getting the revenue in that we had, that we should be getting in, but we're still paying for a service for the communities that are receiving, advanced animal control services. We're still paying for that through the contract, but we're not receiving revenue from the municipalities that we're supposed to be receiving revenue from, right? That's, nothing's changed there, and that's basically what's reflected here. And there is I ask this every 6 months, I feel like, but is this gonna happen? Are we gonna get these contracts? Are we gonna get revenue start to come in? And if not, can we stop providing services that, like, I really want to issue something from the county that just says, we're not gonna provide services to your township for anything more than what we're required to if you don't pay up.
Happy to carry out the wishes of the board. But I respectfully ask you guys to direct me to do just that. That will give me the fuel to have those conversations with those community leaders and let them know that what hangs in the balance is the service delivery, current service delivery model.
I think that, so I mean, I say this every 6 months, and I just, definitely you have that fuel. And I would like to encourage you to use that fuel to carry that message on to the townships that you're talking to, because this can't just keep dragging on. Anyways, it sounds like there's support for that.
Didn't we say that already?
I did,
No, I mean, at a previous meeting, didn't we give you
yes.
yes, we did.
Do you need a formal vote of the body to?
No, I don't. I have what I need.
Thank you. The last, quick thing that I don't know if this is a question or a statement. I think it is a question. And I'm not trying to open a can of worms, but I just.
Okay,
Going to.
okay.
And you guys, I mean, you don't have to respond to it, but, and I'm not, this isn't for the board, but it's a question for Catherine. Talking about the attrition numbers, especially as they pertain to the sheriff's office. And you were talking a little bit about your methodology of how the attrition numbers were calculated. And I want to understand, I know the sheriff's office is a unique part of the organization because of the amount of overtime that is required. They're a 24/7 operation, Saturdays, Sundays, after hours, midnights, they're working now. And so how did you account for that in your attrition numbers to make sure that you were not asking for too much from the sheriff's office when?
Yeah, so again, I would like to say, first time we were doing this, but that was part of using corrections as an example. That's one we have talked a lot about. Their vacancy rate was closer to like 70% of positions filled, and we budgeted it at 94, 95%. So my guess was that would be enough of a gap to know that there's an overtime element. And we're working through the first iteration of this being in the general fund budget.
So basically, it was a best guess
Yes.
estimate, and the desire moving forward is to work with the sheriff's office to try to find what that right number is. Is that?
The goal in general is to be conservative, to quote the chair earlier, and to hit the right mark and not go after. So it's really trying to find that balance of how we allocate resources. If we under allocate attrition, then that is extra savings that go into the department instead of to other things for you all to budget. So my goal in general is to just hit pretty close to what we expect.
I mean, maybe this is a conversation for a later time too, but this is important because the attrition numbers, we're not saying that departments can't hire to the full capacity that we've budgeted for them, right? Or are we?
No, that's not the purpose of the attrition budget.
Right.
It is, we have historically seen vacancy savings in these places and repurposing them so that we're basically counting on those vacancy savings. Prior to the 08 recession, we regularly had this in budgets. And in the response to that recession, we started budgeting every department at 100%. And when we started seeing these large vacancy savings, it felt like the time to shift that approach back.
Okay, so just reiterating again, we're not telling department heads and elected officials that they can't hire up to 100%. We're just anticipating what their vacancy rate will be and capturing those savings basically in advance of the end of the budget year, anticipating that they will have those vacancies.
Commissioner, let me just say, we're trying to get it right. It is our best guess. But we are not dictating to department heads and certainly elected officials their hiring practices. If you're budgeted for positions, you can post and fill those positions. We're also saying that if you have vacancy savings, you don't get to let those resources drop to fund balance. They come back to this board for
Definitely.
programming.
That's understood.
Okay.
So at the end of the year, those resources will come back. But what the first part of what you said is what I was trying to drive at, and that totally makes sense. Department heads and elected officials can hire up to the full capacity we budgeted for them, and that these projections that these are best guess estimates on your part are just that, they're projections. We're hoping to get these savings from these departments, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna get them every time. And so is it correct to say that in this vote that we're gonna take today, we're making some adjustments to try to better anticipate what we're?
Nothing in the current budget amendment that is before you is changing anything with attrition the next
Okay.
time. Like, so even though we were doing July increases, I wasn't building that into the attrition figures. We had enough other things happening.
Okay.
So the attrition figures are currently flat. The next time we would anticipate looking at that would be as part of the reaffirmation, unless coming toward the end of the year, we need to do something in Q3, Q4.
So thank you. And so I will start to wrap up my comments here just by saying, as we consider budgets and departments that are over budget, under budget, I think it's important that we consider these facts. And we consider that this is an accounting best guess for what we are hoping to receive from departments, that we have budgeted them to have a certain level of staff. We're hoping to receive savings from them. And so when we're looking at budget overages in different departments, some of that is accounted here of this is a best guess estimate that we are hoping to receive from the departments. And so I just want us to keep that in mind and be mindful of that as we look at budget overages and how that relates to finance and the best guess estimates that they've made about these accounting principles for attrition. And so I'm just saying that out loud. I think that's an important consideration. And especially as it pertains to some other conversations that I've had with some of you. And I know that the sheriff has been in communication with you. I know that the sheriff has been working with administration and finance over the last several weeks. I know that there's been weekly communications with administration. I have talked to the sheriff about increasing the frequency of those communications. She's interested in doing that. I know that she's meeting with the administrator soon.
Tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening. So I think the sheriff.
This evening.
This evening, yeah. I think the sheriff is intent on increasing the lines of communication, even though my understanding is that there has been lines of communication already open with the sheriff, and that has been ongoing since she started. So that is all I want to say on that issue. And there was one other thing that I will save for another time, thus truncating my comments. And I'm done, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Robbie. I appreciate that. Can I just clarify? Has there been ongoing communication? I thought the communication about budget had stopped with administration.
So there was a pause in those discussions. Tomorrow's conversation is about how we resurrect those discussions.
There's been a pause since about March, is that correct?
I can't remember the exact date, but it's been a while since we've met on face-to-face on the budget.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Commissioner Sanders and come back to you. Commissioner Sanders?
Catherine, I don't know if this is your responsibility, but I'm gonna ask anyway, and then you can tell me, or, tell Greg it's not for you to do. But I would be interested in having some figures that explain to me the sheriff's department overtime budget divided by the base cost or entry cost salary point for a deputy.
Mhm.
How many deputies could we hire for their overtime budget? And I'm asking that because I believe, I could be wrong, I'm the only one sitting up here that actually has been married to law enforcement. And so when you talk about, when you keep putting this emphasis on overtime, as though it's a shield or an excuse for, why we can't balance our budget, I'm gonna say from my own personal experience, many law enforcement families rely on that overtime. They do all kinds of stuff with it. So without us having sort of testimony from many of our deputies to say, I am worn out, I'm not sleeping, I am more than willing to give up that overtime budget, I'm suspect to hear it coming from, I'm gonna say, administrative staff that don't have to rely on the overtime or are not paying for college tuition or that hunting cabin that they want to go to, or I think it's misleading often. I'm not saying that we want to wear them out to the point that they are not effective and they're a danger to themselves and to others because they're exhausted. But I just want to shed a little bit of light on this. Oh, we're wearing them out. We could be doing so much more. Well, let's look at what that looks like. And then I'll follow up with questions after you are able to share that about why are we not able to hire these people?
Commissioner, let me be clear. We are not directing the sheriff's office operation. We have never leaned into the sheriff's office operation. And I think all of us know that overtime is an inefficient way to operate. So for us, it is about making sure that we find common ground around those components and that we're moving forward collaboratively to make sure that the sheriff's office and every other office and department head in this organization has the resources necessary to move forward. That's a delicate balancing act at best. And I know that all of you know that. So you don't make a decision over here that doesn't have an impact across the whole of the organization. And I think we all need to understand that, particularly in the environment that we're operating in. And we all need to come together to make sure that our resources are being pushed out into community in the most efficient and effective way.
I agree. I just want to make sure that people understand that oftentimes it's no different than working in a manufacturing setting where you start to base your livelihood on that overtime. And so if we're not getting feedback from the deputies, I'm just wondering what kind of response we would get if literally they hired the staffing that they needed and that overtime went to zero. You're gonna have some folks that are not gonna be happy with that. I'm not saying it has to be where it is now, but I'm tired of this narrative that makes it seem like it's a terrible thing. People use that money, they utilize the opportunity to earn more money without having to go get another job. And so we need to look at that as well. It can be punitive. I'm just saying, we need to have the whole story. And I've just been holding that for a minute, but there's always more than one side.
Understood.
Somebody I work with just did 12 days in a row. He wanted the overtime to afford a trip with his daughter. I know overtime is not an effective way to staff, but as somebody who does work a job where there's overtime, when the overtime dries up, it is a great dissatisfier. So I think there is a balance there. I think you're right. I myself hate working overtime because I'm working here all the time when I'm not there. Any other questions on this item?
Andrew just leaned over and said he doesn't like overtime either. He did not. I'm just trying to make.
It's midnight. Everybody here, you should be getting a night shift differential right now. Commissioner Robbie?
I guess,
I'll go.
just two quick comments. The first is, I think that we need to make sure that our deputies are in a situation where if they choose overtime, then great.
Yes.
But that they should not be forced to work overtime when they can't afford to do that for their families and for the reasons that many have outlined and that the administrator has just elucidated. So I do think that there's a distinction there. And sounds like the situation that we have is that many are being forced to work overtime. And that can also create dangerous conditions for people in our community, in our jail facility. So we need to take that into account. That's all I wanted to say.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on this item? Okay, we will vote on this first tranche, and then go to discussing I. So this is voting on the single reading for everything but I. We'll do a roll call. Yeah.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Legal?
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
motion passed.
Great. Nice work, everyone. Let's go on to item I. Commissioner LeBar, I momentarily forgot your name.
It happens, Chair. It happens. For brevity's sake, really appreciate the RFP process coming forward. I know it's a truncated timeline. I would like to amend it so that it reads through March 31st, 2026. I'd like to do that simply to afford a little more time on any recipient end, given we've got a tight turnaround in the RFP. By the time the check would get cut, you're probably looking at end of September, October. I think that would be just a little wiggle room in terms of the timing, and I think would also align with creation with the director in place and staff in place of the ongoing RFP process from there on out. So I would make that motion.
Support.
Is there any way that we could cut that in half? I think that's just a wee bit much. Not even in half, I mean, even if it's 750, yeah, 500, didn't half. Oh, wait, he's motioning? Oh, stop, okay, yes, okay, I'm here.
March 31st, 2026. That's the motion. Commissioner Beaman?
I guess my question would just be, does that fit our reporting cycle? Like, is it just gonna make extra work, or is it not a big deal? That's just my question.
I almost made you a commissioner now. Brady, what do you got for us?
We can make whatever the time period is work with the reporting cycle. And so we would ask for a report at the end of the period of what outcomes they achieved based on their RFP response. So whether that's December, March, we will work with that.
Any other questions on that motion? Okay, we'll vote on that motion. We'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Light,
Commissioner Light?
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
amendment passed.
Great. Any other discussion on I? Commissioner Light?
Now is the time.
Now is the time.
That I would like to amend the amount that funding will come from other persons millage proceeding and total recommended funding will not exceed 500,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. The item on the floor now is motioning this, that the recommended funding will not exceed seven,
Five.
750.
Five.
Oh, 500,000.
Yes.
500,000 going once. I really want to do it again. $500,000. Any discussion on this motion? Commissioner LeBar?
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a good compromise amount. I hope we keep it. I think there's a lot of use for it, and I believe transportation is one of the big four key items we've talked about. So I would advocate we keep it. Thanks, Chair.
You're advocating, you're saying you want to,
Yeah,
No.
respectfully, I'll be voting no.
okay.
Yep.
Any other discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Hodge?
If I may, Chair, well, thank you, Chair. My question is, what is the intent? Like, why that number?
So, but why the amount that is there? So I think it's just, I don't think that we needed to do that, period. So that's one thing. So I'm just trying to meet halfway.
You don't, so you don't think we need to do what at all?
I didn't think that we needed to bring this proposal. Because, so I just feel like this is a way for, as in our last board meeting, for two organizations, and I know it says that we're gonna issue a RFP, but there are two organizations that I have spoke about, that I will not call name to, that I feel that this is going to be directed towards them, and it's not gonna be an open opportunity for other organizations. So I just, that's why.
I hear you. Okay.
I've got Commissioner
Thank you.
Robbie, Beeman, and then Somerville. Robbie? Oh, and then Machieski. Better write this down.
Yeah, so I supported the motion, and I agree with the sentiments that Commissioner Light just expressed. More generally, though, my concern with this is that we do not have a director of the Office of Aging hired yet. And it is my firm belief that we need the input of that individual to make these types of decisions about the amounts that should be going to different categories. As I have said time and time again, we have very limited money, even though $11.5 million feels like a lot of money. We do have limited money, and we need to make sure that we are doing some core functions well. And we need to make sure that that's coordinated with whoever we end up hiring in this position. And so I feel like by making these decisions on the front end, we're leaving less and less and less money for the director of the Office of Aging to actually be able to program those dollars. And like Commissioner Light, I do feel that we cannot play favorites. We have to be transparent. We have to be above board. I do feel, and I thank the chair for her efforts on this, that this RFP is the language is well worded and fair, and I have reviewed a preliminary RFP. I know that that's not the final one, which gives me some understanding that the process will be above board, transparent, and fair, and that other organizations beyond the two that have been named can apply. And I will ask about that once we've disposed with this amendment. But on the amendment itself, the reason I'm supporting it is because I do have concerns about programming the amount of money that we're programming without the input of the individual that we could hire, that we are going to hire for this position.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Go ahead.
Chairman, just,
Go ahead,
I'll be real,
Administrator Dill.
really quick.
Remember.
Yeah, yes. So we have an RFP, a draft RFP framework. It aligns with the resolution that you all passed. It aligns with best practices from purchasing. And rest assured, given the way this is all set up, it is our goal to make sure that we have fair and equitable outcomes that come back to this body for final approval.
Thank you, Administrator Dill. Commissioner Beeman?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, guys, this is loud. The reason that I'm not for cutting this in half is, my aim with these dollars is always to reach border to border in our county, north, south, east, west. And when we start to bring this back down, you know, $500,000, it sounds like a lot when you say $500,000, but when you actually look at it for something like transportation, it's super, super small. So for that, I'm actually going to be voting no, because I know that we have pockets that desperately need this from a funding perspective, and we have pockets that need this desperately from a no buses to Manchester perspective. So I just want to make sure that we are going edge to edge, every district, we're touching everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thank you. I respect my colleagues, but I will be voting no on this amendment because I know that I know folks are referencing two organizations, but there are actually more than two organizations. There's an organization that provides transportation in Commissioner Light's district. There's another organization that we've funded in the past that provides gap services and partners with other transportation agencies that I have been asked by constituents of mine, we gave them ARPA funding that has run out. Will they continue to be able to provide the services? And I'm not going to name any of the names because there's more than just two. And just respectfully, it's July now. It's July 2nd, or no, 3rd. Is it July 3rd? It's July 3rd. It's almost July 4th. By the time we hire somebody, it might be 3 months from now, maybe, but I mean, it could probably be the end of the year. And so I hope we get more money out before the end of the year because it's just sitting there. And every day that we don't release funding, whether it be for nutrition or housing or other wellness related services, but especially transportation, that's somebody not getting a ride to a doctor's appointment, not getting a ride to their senior center, not getting a ride to the grocery store. And so for me, it's about the people who are stuck at home right now and don't have access to services and the luxuries that all of us take for granted right now while we can still drive and be mobile. And as somebody who was stuck for 6 months, not really being able to walk, and I was super isolated, it is miserable. And I can't imagine being an older adult, being stuck at home by myself without a major support system when transportation is a gap. And so, I'm not going to support this amendment. I think $1 million to start is sufficient, but obviously we know we need to put more than $1 million annually into expanding support for people. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to oppose the amendment as well. I think when it comes to the issue at hand, I think going the RFP route is a transparent route to do this particular pot of money. And I think, would it be preferable to have a director of aging services in place? Yes. I'm more concerned about getting the right person. And that's going to take some time. I think Commissioner Somerville is pretty accurate. It might be 3 months, might be longer. But I do know that we've been sitting on this money for several months now. We took the time, we conducted a process to get a framework, to get to the point where we identified some priorities. Transportation is one of the priorities that is identified in the framework that we're going to vote on today. And, I'm comfortable with doing an RFP process. I know that admin is up to speed on this, and I think I can meet the time frame that we're talking about being a single issue RFP. And ultimately, this is our decision, right? There's going to be an RFP review, but the decision on the award of this money will come to this table, and we will vote on it. I'm sorry, the hour is getting to me at this point, but in my discussions with transportation providers in this county, they are facing impending cuts from their traditional funding sources, right? And we have seen, and I know the case of WAVE, which serves in my district, they have expanded the routes that they do. They've expanded in Manchester. They've expanded in Saline, which is what we're hoping to do with what I'm hoping to see with this millage money. I think we need to continue to support that. and expand further. And hopefully there are multiple winners for this RFP, but I think the reality is, before we can get an encompassing RFP out for the entire pot of money under the senior millage, we're probably going to collect another round of it by the time we get to that point. So, I mean, we do have some money that we can put out there and have an immediate impact. We can preserve some of the work that's been done on transportation. And I think that this is, after kind of talking about this for a couple weeks, I think this is the best way to do it. I think it's the most transparent way we can do it right now. So I'm comfortable with the amount of money, having an understanding of talking with some of the providers and what they're facing in terms of cuts. So I'm going to respectfully oppose the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski. Commissioner Sanders?
I feel like I'm torn on this because I understand that the transportation is important. But I also think that I would like the input of the incoming director for this office. I feel like I have not been provided with any information about transportation services for seniors, specifically targeting seniors. And again, we seem to never say no to anything. So it's not like if it was brought to our attention that there was a need for additional funding, that's not something that we couldn't decide on and not take 7 months to do after there's been initial funding. I actually would be happy with, I mean, this is someplace in the middle. I think that I could support a friendly amendment of 750,000, which I think is enough to get started and make sure that there is time to hire the director. And if that money goes, like a wildfire, then we could still replenish it. I think I'm just concerned that, we have some, I think that there has been a history of promises to certain nonprofits for funding that should not be made without the full board making those promises. And I'm just concerned that that in itself has made certain processes not equitable. And we're trying to move away from it. So I would be more comfortable splitting the baby and making a friendly amendment for 750,000 until such time as we're able to hire a director for them to be able to get a good feel and vet the providers that make sure that there is no interruption of services. And if we have some flaming ball that comes down from DC, we can address that at that time. And I don't know that we ever would not address it.
Right.
So I just don't think that our seniors are not going to have the transportation if we don't approve $1 million or up to $1 million tonight. So that's just my comment.
I'm just gonna say something real quick. I'm torn on this as well, just because I understand the difficulties coming to us if this bill goes through the House and the funding issues that are gonna impact seniors like immediately, probably before a lot of other parts of our county's residents. So part of me wants to be like, pull money back so we can have that money in case that happens. But the reason I think I'll ultimately vote no on this, even though I love the thinking behind it, is because of the language change that we made in this particular resolution, that the funding can be up to $1 million. And so I will count on administration to look at RFPs correctly and not overfund organizations and
understanding that we don't necessarily have to get $1 million out. The RFPs will come, hopefully they'll be attached with data. I am asking administration also to look at funding in organizations and make sure they have sustainable models and a diversity of funding with that RFP and a plan for how they're sustainable in the future, which I think will be part of that process. And so that's the reason why, even though I love your thinking, Commissioner Light, I'll probably vote no just to keep the flexibility there, but understand that I've very much been very clear about this has to be an RFP process that is real, transparent, and realistic. So, Commissioner Light?
I want to say that I am very much down for the RFP process.
you.
Please, let's make that clear that that's a must, that it must be done, so that it is fair. It was just my concern on, and as you said, we don't have to spend up to 1 million.
Right.
However, I just want to be careful because we don't know what's going to happen and make sure that we have a security pot. And I think just having the availability of spending up to 1 million will allow us to spend up to 1 million because we see it and have it there. But if we have something to set to the side, just in case fund, it's still part of that, we still have it, but I just think if it's there, we'll spend it. We'll spend it all. And so I know the amendment, it won't pass, but that is some of the reasoning. We have to think about the wackos in DC on what they're gonna do and how we are gonna make sure that our seniors do have transportation to go forward, and so that we don't just deplete all of our transportation funding. So I'm all for RFP. It better be a RFP. But I just need for us to make sure that we don't just spend it because we have it. And so, because we gotta make sure that they're gonna get, because my district is just as rural as district, in Shannon's district. So like my people need to get back and forth as well. But I just want to make sure that they're able to do that within the years to come, so.
I appreciate the addition to the conversation. Thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on the amendment, please.
Commissioner Machewski,
No.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge,
No.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Amendment failed.
Thank you, Ashlyn. And Commissioner Light, even though the amendment failed, I thank you for adding that discussion to the, I think it was necessary. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, let's have a roll call vote on this, please.
Commissioner Robbie,
We're voting on the main motion.
We're voting on the aye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Amendment pass, or a motion pass, sorry.
Yay. Okay. We have finished the final or the single reading. We're now moving back to, we're on number 11, section 2 for the final reading. Could somebody move the final reading, please? No, you gotta read them, yeah.
Move final reading a resolution to establish the Office on Aging Services, create a Director of Aging Services position, establish the budget of the older person's millage and adopt the older person's millage framework and operations policy. B, resolution allocating $2 million of the older person millage proceeds to qualified senior centers in Washtenaw County.
Great. Let's take them one by one. Let's start with 2A, a resolution to establish the Office of Aging Services, create a Director of Aging Services, establish the budget, adopt the framework, operations, and policy. Any discussion? Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair.
Close.
You were so close, I know. I'll be brief. I'm not gonna re-say all the things that I said at the last meeting, but I expressed several concerns about how it's currently written as it relates to current positions and funding to OCED, particularly as OCED as our community action agency, and then funding to staff in the health department that are doing this work. My concerns are not assuaged yet, and I don't think they will be, but I'm gonna vote yes on it, and also making the commitment to work immediately with everyone to try to make sure the concerns that we have around funding can be resolved. We've had a lot of conversation about getting the dollars out. We need to get the dollars out. This is where we're at. It's not perfect, as one of the public commenters had said earlier. And this is one of those situations where I don't want to don't let perfect be the enemy of the good.
That's
And
a
we can-
Commissioner Labar classic.
Okay, I mean, I think it's a famous saying by many people, but yes, it's a classic saying. So I will vote yes, but still registering my concerns as this impacts OCD and the health department.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner Labar.
Chair, I have an amendment to make to one section, and I passed it out earlier. I'm gonna make the motion and ask for a second, just for purposes of discussion.
Second. Yeah, we all.
Yep.
Commissioner Labar, why we're making sure that Commissioner Sanders gets a copy of that. And Light. Okay, make sure that they get a copy. Could you read that also? Because
Sure.
anybody who's, riveted by this meeting at 12:35 does not have a copy with them at home.
No problem. The amendment would change the current language under definitions, which is current language, senior center is a municipal government office or department or municipally approved nonprofit that is providing services to older adults and serving as a community focal point for older adults. My amendment would list it as this. Senior center is a municipal government office or department or municipally, and I would strike approved and put affiliated, nonprofit, I would add entity with past financial, organizational, or fiduciary support or coordination from local municipality or municipalities that is providing services to older adults and serving as community focal point for older adults.
Support.
Thank you.
Discussion on this amendment, Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's for council because affiliated is a legal term, which typically means control, means of control, ownership, management, rights, all of those different things. So I just want to be clear the legal definition because some of these would not fit the term defined that way.
Michelle, enlighten us.
You are correct. There is definitely a legal definition for the term affiliated. I would not trust myself at this hour, but I can look up the definition for you real quick if we want to come back to this.
I'll have you come back to it, but I just would like to point out, like, this is your business background that I think understands the meaning of this word here. So we'll let our corporation counsel find more information for us and come back to that. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. If I could just ask Commissioner Labarge to speak to his intent with this resolution?
Of
Or
course.
the amendment?
The intent is to add just a little bit of context to the description that we're going to have in the ordinance going forward. It's really designed so that the 10 that we have on now are better contextualized in terms of why they're there and why that should be sort of the case going forward. I grappled with, as I think others did, what that initial list of senior centers should look like. And what I heard at this table was essentially multiple descriptions of a similar ethos of what a municipal affiliation, association, partnership, however we want to say it. Some are government agencies directly, like in Ann Arbor. Others are nonprofits that have a long partnership or association with a municipality. I think this just adds a little bit of detail to that and provides for multiple ways in which it can occur. So for instance, if a senior center and a municipality have an agreement where they're sharing joint HR or infrastructure, that meets some of the existing ones that we're getting ready to fund. I think it would also make clear why we're not funding ones that aren't municipally affiliated or haven't traditionally been funded by municipal government. Just to wrap that up, Commissioner Robbie, with this clarity, I think that list that we have now, the 2 million, the 10 senior centers would have both unanimous support tonight, and it could keep us from having to deal with this definition in the future.
Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Robbie, I'm sorry, were you done?
Not quite, but that's okay.
We'll
I
come
can
back
ask more
around.
questions later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders?
Why can't we just do a friendly amendment to remove affiliated? Wouldn't that fix it?
If you take out affiliated, there's something, because like then it just says senior center is a municipal governmental office or department or municipally nonprofit like.
So, well, when I look at this though, he's added in extra language that makes sure we don't have any pop-ups. Because he's saying entity with past financial, organizational, or fiduciary support or coordination from a local municipality or municipalities that is providing services. So when I look at the first definition, he replaced approved with affiliated, but what lessens the strength of the language by just removing either approved and or both, approved and affiliated, and just having it read or municipally nonprofit entity with past blah, blah. Is that, you got hands up?
I do. LaBar, Beaman, Somerville, LaBar, Beaman, Somerville, Robbie. LaBar.
Thanks. I use the word affiliated purely in the casual context, associated, known friend with, I mean, I am not wedded to that word. And if ultimately it's municipally approved and then that additional language, I can work with that too. Taking away the word approved, though, I think just deals with the fact that some of these have taken essentially a vote for the designation. Others, it's just happened by past practice. That's all.
Beaman.
I would agree with if, it could be associated versus affiliated. Just again, with the legal definition of, management rights and oversights, regulations, liabilities, there's different implications. And it could be very exclusive to some of our centers that would not fit the legal definition of the word affiliated.
I'm going to pause here. It looks like, and then after I pause and go to Corporation Counsel, who may have an answer for us, then it's Somerville Robbie.
So the legal definition for affiliate or affiliated is defined as a corporation that is related to another corporation through shareholdings or other means of control. And then you can boil that down to ownership or control.
Okay. Thank you. Seems like it might not be our word of choice. Thank you for flagging that, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thank you. I think this amendment is not necessary. Later on in the framework, it says an annual allocation of at least 200,000 for each qualified senior center in Washtenaw County that agreed to provide services. And then we made some changes at the last meeting to all county residents age 60 or older, and does not turn away anyone from services that are provided through this millage. Qualified senior centers will be determined by the Board of Commissioners, and individual centers will be named when funding is awarded. What we should have done at the last meeting, but we didn't do, is actually in that same section, identify the list, like the list that we approved for the first round of funding. And so as soon as I got home from that meeting, I was like, oh, we spent all this time on amendments and we didn't do the one thing that we should have done. And so I'll be making that motion later, but that was the whole point of that part of this framework. And so I just don't think this amendment's necessary, and I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Commissioner Rabi, as my phone would say.
I think the reason I raised my hand initially was to suggest that you could, I guess, theoretically also just remove municipally approved or affiliated and just say nonprofit entity with past financial. But that aside, I agree generally with this amendment for the reasons that Commissioner Sanders outlined, and will be voting yes.
Any other Commissioner Light?
So are we gonna take out approved and affiliated? Like, what we about to do? I just kind of want to know so that when it's time to vote, like how I can vote on this, because
So far, nobody's made a motion to change that language. I'm waiting. Commissioner Light, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to the amendment to remove approved and affiliated from the amendment provided by. Right? Or no, amendment to the
think
amendment. I would like to make an amendment to the amendment.
I can make an amendment to the amendment? Or what?
What would I need
You
to
can do it one time, but it could be friendly depending on what
Can we be
you're
friendly?
doing.
Can we be friendly tonight so we can get this? Commissioner LeBar?
Is it friendly to you,
Can we be
Commissioner
friendly,
LeBar?
or do you want that there?
Is it my question or is it to Justin? Sorry, because I made the motion, he supported it.
It would be to
It's
the.
It's to
the
all of
body.
us.
Yeah.
Like, we just established this. If it's gonna be friendly, it's not just to the motion maker and the seconder. But I'm primarily checking with you first,
Yeah.
and then I'll check with the body.
Yeah, yes is the short answer. I just don't know. Are you taking away both approved and affiliated or leaving approved? That's all. But
Both.
either will work.
I was gonna take away both, but if I don't need to, maybe I just don't need to make nobody's friendly anything. Like, I think we should just take out both. And it will give us,
Would associated be a better word or?
I don't know. I'm
Let's,
moving
can we,
my friendly
let's,
amendment.
thank
Y'all-
you.
y'all
All right, there's
somebody else
no amendment
work.
there. I think the hairiness that we're experiencing here with trying to take this word out and make it, and that you can disagree with me, of course, but I think that what it is showing is what Commissioner Somerville said, that in some ways, this is redundant language. We have defined this in the policy itself. And we are going to be putting those names into the policy. And so I think this is just, I think it's redundant. Maciejewski, then Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the effort on this. I personally have always supported just listing them like we did in the resolution.
Yes.
With the knowledge that Commissioner Somerville is considering proposing that later on. That's the method of identification that I personally would like to see. So I'm gonna be voting no on the amendment, with the intent, I think later on, just listing them in the framework. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair.
Robbie.
So I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment to strike affiliated and replace it with associated. So it's a municipally associated nonprofit.
Or
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Word getting hairy. Okay, let's vote on the amendment to the amendment as a roll call. That was changing the word affiliated to associated.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
This is the amendment to the amendment.
Mhm.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Sure.
Commissioner Somerville.
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski.
No.
Commissioner Robbie. Amendment passed.
The amendment passed. The amendment is now striking affiliated and we have associated. Any discussions on this amendment? I see none. Ashlyn, let's call the roll on this.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machewski,
No.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Amendment failed.
Okay. Back to the main item, A. I see Commissioner Somerville. Did I have a main list about that someplace? Somerville, we're just starting over. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna make an amendment. In the BOC priorities and service categories, item 2, an annual allocation of at least 200,000 for each qualified senior centers in Washtenaw County that agree to provide services to all county residents age 60 or older, does not turn away anyone from services that are provided to this millage. Qualified senior centers will be determined by the Board of Commissioners, and individual senior centers will be named when funding is awarded. That's what's already there. And I would like to add after that, qualified senior centers are, and then list them: Ann Arbor Senior Center, Chelsea Senior Citizens Activities, Dexter Senior Center, Manchester Senior Center, Northfield Township Community Center, Pittsfield Senior Center, Saline Area Senior Center, Ypsilanti Senior Center, Ypsilanti Township Community Center, Lincoln Golden Ages Senior Center.
She did. Do I have a support? Great. Sounded like we were reading the school closing for snow days.
Oh.
Commissioner Somerville, do you mind if I go to somebody to discuss the amendment? You want to discuss it first? Go
Yeah.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just, again, we should have done this at the last meeting. That was like the whole point, and
Yes.
somehow we missed the whole point. And when I got home at 3 AM, I was like, I emailed you two, actually. I was like,
You
we
did.
missed the most important part of that discussion. And so it's just cleanup. We were supposed to do that. That was the whole intention of it, saying qualified senior centers will be determined by the Board of Commissioners. Anyways, yeah, that's it. And we had a very thorough discussion at the last meeting about this.
We sure did. Any other discussion on this amendment? Commissioner LeBar?
So this will codify in the operations document, these 10 going forward structurally. I'm not going to get in the way of progress, but it's sort of an asinine decision not to add some context and then to bake this in for 8 years. You're going to repeat this process every year. And believe it or not, things could change on the ground. So for instance, we're debating this question in a context of a federal budget, right? And a massive cut, just a debacle. It's possible one of these entities will in fact fold regardless of the funding we provide. Now, by baking it in, we got to go clean it up every year. I don't mean to be, as the kids would say, a jerk, but we just had a discussion where I said, without saying it, folks, I'm going to be on board and not be a pain in the butt if we can just add a little context. And now we're not. I'm not going to stand in the way of this, but I am absolutely going to point out, this just boggles my mind because because, well, I appreciate the rich dialogue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. I will note that no policy we ever have is so asinine it can't be amended at any time. So Commissioner Sanders?
So yeah, I wanted to ditto what you just said, and I just have never known us to sink our feet in cement. We are always having to revisit something, reconsider something. And so unless, we all stop breathing, in 2 months, we go back to meeting twice a month. So, and even though we don't do this, there is such a thing as an emergency meeting. So I just don't think that naming these entities now, and even if one of them, so what if one of them goes bankrupt? It goes on the agenda for us to figure out whether or not we're gonna replace that one or not. It's really like, I guess I just wanna say, Jesus Christ, can we just approve and push the money out and listen to the people that approve this millage for once?
Commissioner Robbie?
With the chair's latitude, I would like my comments, though they'll be broad and apply to both this and the next item on the agenda. I will be voting no on this amendment. And I'll be voting no on the list of allocations for the senior centers as well. And I want to explain why. I 100% agree with everything that Commissioner Labar just said. This is fundamentally not good government, in my opinion. And I will just ask a quick question to Andrew or Greg, if you have an answer off the tip of your tongue. Do you know of any other policies that guide any departments of this organization where we have listed organizations that will get guaranteed funding? Thank you.
Wait, does Brady know anything? Okay.
So
Not to discount you, Greg, but sorry. Brady would know.
I say that to highlight the fact that this is a highly unusual circumstance where the board has handpicked a list of 10 organizations that will receive money. Unlike what we did for transit, which I very much appreciate the chair and Greg and working together to create a plan for how to allocate the money via an RFP process. That is the proper way to let county dollars out the door. It is to make sure that it is vetted. The organizations that are receiving the dollars are vetted by our staff, by an official county process to make sure that everybody who's receiving the money can receive the money, can do appropriate things with it, continues to do appropriate things with it, and that they are the right organizations to receive the dollars. What I have complained about from the beginning with this process is that the way that we have selected this list has not been clear, transparent, and above board. We have said it's designated by local communities. Well, we don't have all the local communities in our county that have designated who their senior center is going to be. So that is clearly not a comprehensive process that we've gone through. We have not evaluated it based on equity. We have not evaluated it based on equality. We don't have an equal allocation to each county commission district. I'm not saying we have to have one. I'm just saying that's not the methodology here. It's not an equitable methodology either. What is the methodology that we've used? We have not engaged our staff to actually bring us that methodology. And part of my concern here is that order of operations wise, again, we have not hired a director of the Office of Aging to advise us on how these dollars should be spent and which senior centers should be receiving the dollars that we are allocating, and to bake it into the policy on the front end that will guide the operations of this office is not done in the county. This is not done. We are handpicking 10 organizations to receive funding without full vetting. It is not a good use, and this is not how we are supposed to be spending taxpayer dollars. I don't agree with it. That's all I'll say, and I will be voting no on this, and I'll be voting no on the next measure, not because I don't support senior centers, but because this is not how we're supposed to be doing government. Frankly, this is not good government. This is not how we've ever done things. It's not how we should be doing things. It's not above board. It's not transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Next, I'm just gonna give you the order here. I got Somerville, Hodge, Beaman, Somerville.
Thank you. Respectfully, this has been a very transparent process. We've had many public discussions about this whole idea of what we are defining as qualified senior centers. We spent a lot of time at the last board meeting talking about this to suggest that it's not been transparent. And like, that was the whole point. It literally says in that item, in that section, the Board of Commissioners will like determine. And the whole point of that, just to remind everybody, is to bake everything in and grandfather these organizations in. And like, I'm sorry, but all of us are familiar with our districts and the regions that we represent. And most of the commissioners that I spoke to were well aware of what the senior centers were in their area, and even well aware of like what other senior centers their constituents go to. And so this is not like a crazy far-fetched idea. And the comparison that we've never done this before, well, we've never had a senior millage before. So we have never had the opportunity to say, we're going to give base level funding. And we've already have it baked in that we will be using equity to determine the RFP process in the future, with which all senior centers will be allowed to apply for. It is base level funding for like the bare minimum for senior centers. And so I don't know, I'll say it one more time, just because I feel very like, we have been so transparent. We've had so many public meetings about this. We had a very long meeting at our last meeting and spent a lot of time talking about these qualified senior centers. It was truly like, it got lost in all of the other amendments that were made that we didn't actually make the motion to list them. That was the whole point of the discussion. So this is not like, I didn't just pull this out of a hat. This is not the first time the public is hearing it. It's not the first time I've talked to any of the 8 of you about it. It's not a surprise to staff because we've talked about this at least 4 or 5 times publicly at this point. Again, like, folks have a right, and I am happy with whatever decision you make voting on this, but to say it hasn't been transparent and to say that like we haven't engaged other staff, like we've had public conversations about this over the last 6 months, but really like since the working session conversations we have since April. I think some people don't like it. I think that maybe some people have an issue with commissioners taking the lead, but all of the things baked into this framework, including this part about the qualified senior centers, have been based off of community feedback. We seem to forget the role that the community plays in decision-making. And we've had plenty of conversations with admin staff. So one more time, for the good of the public, we have been so transparent about this, and I'm just ready to get it through the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Part of what Commissioner Robbie said, I was curious about, because I found compelling the piece about including that in this, because we're only looking at this first resolution and including it in this policy document. What would be the issue of not including the list of senior centers in this when we have the following resolution that lists them there? I don't know who the question is for, but because I feel like this is such a significant thing, and I hear Commissioner Somerville saying that the main point of the conversation a month ago was to put them in there. I don't know. I mean, okay, but I feel like if that were the case, it would have been in there to begin with. Like, I thought that's why we had them as 2 separate resolutions. So could somebody answer that? Like, what is the negative consequence of not listing them in this when we have another resolution right after that lists them there?
Okay, so keep that question in your mind, and then I'm going Beaman, Labar, Robbie. Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to address a couple of things. Number one of the big pieces behind this has always been to support our senior centers. Our senior centers serve as the Meals on Wheels kitchen locations for distributing meals throughout the areas. They serve as places where seniors can get vaccines if the health department wants to come up and do some boosters. They serve as just places where these people can have a simple connection. And yes, when we look at this, there are so many lenses and so many different ways. If you actually look at the percentage of population, right? So not the percentage of population of Washtenaw County, but the percentage of population of each of these areas, the west side, we have more older adults. Should we get more? But then when you look at the racial disparities and health outcomes for 48197, 48198, well, yes, you probably aren't going to have as many older adults because they haven't received the care and the nutrition and the support that they've needed all of their lives to reach that golden age. So there are just so many levels and layers, and what we were trying to do was create a blanket of security across the county so that all of our seniors could come to their senior centers, know that the doors were open, know that the heat was working, know that pipes weren't bursting, know that there was going to be a staff member there to be able to greet them in these trying times. So, you know, I've had it again with the transparency and all of this. These are some of the most underfunded areas in our county that are doing some of the best work with volunteers and shoestrings and tape. And we just need to vote this through.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Labar?
Yeah, Chair, I do appreciate the amount of work that's gone in, and I do think folks have tried to air this out publicly and have lots of discussions. If we're gonna add this list to the policy, I feel compelled to try and have the full original list. I know if I make that motion, it will fail, and folks can have a look on their face, I get it. But at the same time, in the effort to have transparency and have a record, we're probably not going to come back to this decision. So since we didn't clean up the language earlier, and since we're taking the language that we have and then tying it to these 10, sorry, I'm gonna move that we add Wise Center at JCC and Turner Senior to the list.
Second.
Okay, so the order on the previous draw item being discussed was going to go to Robbie and Maciejewski. I'm happy to continue that order if you want, or keep you in the queue when we go back to the original item. Keep you in the queue and go back to the original item. Okay, so a discussion on this amendment will commence. Commissioner Somerville?
Thanks. As I've stated in many previous meetings recently this spring, I think the organizations that are not identified in that list should apply for the RFP for programmatic dollars. Thank you. I'll be
Thank
voting
you.
no.
Any other discussion on this amendment? Beaman?
I find it offensive that we're adding others, but we're not adding Mylan, which truly does serve Washtenaw County residents. However, it is located within Monroe County.
It's got to be an MOU. Any other discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Light?
We need to stop playing with this money.
Yeah.
We are at a very late hour and y'all want to keep dragging this out. This is ridiculous. And I know we have to be wise and we have to do all of these things, but we holding up the money. And I'm telling y'all right now, if Marion Brown gets a call on me after her damn surgery because we ain't past this, we're gonna have some problems. Because she is, and I'm not playing, I will give her each and every one of y'all's numbers to call you and explain to her why she can't go exercise after her hip replacement in Ipsy because it's closed down. So come on now. We're being some buttholes. And we gotta stop it. Let's move it. We can always change things. We change things all the time. We're forever changing. But now we're getting ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I feel like we are just in here to hear ourselves talk. I'm tired of hearing y'all voices. It's time to vote for this and quit playing.
Commissioner Labar?
Thanks, Chair. It's not playing to ask a question when you're getting ready to approve something likely for 8 years in a row that provides, in some cases, vital services to people in need, particularly poor people in need throughout the county, that we get it right. I don't like to be here at 1 o'clock. I don't think our last meeting was our finest moment. I get it. But going forward, when other senior centers say, hey, how did that list come about? Why weren't we or someone else on it? At least there's a record to say, look, we debated this. We had a definition. We asked the question at the time and had it out. there has been so much, trust asked from a handful of commissioners on this, and it has been given. And I don't think it's a lot just to air this out before we pass it for the final time. So I'll be voting for it. I don't suspect it will pass, but I appreciate the chance to discuss it.
Commissioner Labar, I'm just going to translate. I think some of the frustration is not that we shouldn't have it out. I think the frustration is that we had it out at the last meeting and it is a repeated amendment. People can change, so I guess we can bring amendments as many times as we want, but I do think that that is where some of the frustration is stemming from, as I'm seeing many nods around the table. I just want to let you know that is what I'm perceiving as the chair as the frustration here. Did you have your hand?
Yeah,
up?
I mean, I appreciate that translation of frustration. I get it. There are other frustrations around rigidity and other things. And I don't just say this lightly. And I would argue, I just said earlier in the meeting, boy, I'd like to vote unanimously for those 10 lists or those 10 listed. So I hear everything it's saying, and I hope you hear me too, because I have a ton of respect for the folks here at this table and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. Any other discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Robbie?
Two things. First, I want to defend Commissioner Labar's ability to make this amendment. I
Don't say anything.
particularly think it's valid to make this amendment because this is a new change that is being made to the policy. The amendment that was made before, from my recollection, was to the second resolution that we had. So this is a novel item that's coming to the original line item. So I don't know if I'll support the motion, but I defend your ability to make it. The second thing I want to say, though, is actually a question that gets to what I was going to say to the main motion as well, and it's relevant to this amendment. I don't want to misrepresent what I remember, so I'm going to ask this question generally, and if I don't get an answer, I will paraphrase what I recall. How was this list determined? What was the methodology used to come up with the list of 10? I know that it wasn't our staff that came up with it. How was it determined? My recollection, since I'm not getting an answer, is that it was.
You have the floor still, so I will call on people when you're done.
Right.
That's not how Robert's rules works. I will call on somebody when you are done.
I will,
Somebody
I
should
will
not
say,
answer in the middle of you talking.
and I will say, Madam Chair, we have at times done it.
I know,
Well,
and
however-
every time it happens, it pisses me off.
Well, it happens all the time, and it's happened as well as you've been chair. So
Then I will start gaveling everybody down when that happens, and we
Sounds
can
good.
run the meeting like that.
sounds good. Then I will just say, my recollection of what was said to me is that it was based on conversations that were had with municipalities. Commissioner Somerville said just at this meeting, it was based on input that was received from the public. My concern with those inputs that have been received is that they are not systemic and based on an RFP like county policy provides for when we put money out the door. And so to Commissioner Labar's motion of attempting to amend it, to answer the question, why were we not included? I think we don't really have a clear answer to those organizations that ask that question because we've never developed a methodology of how we would actually fund these organizations. All I'm really asking for, I support funding for senior centers. All I really want is a clearly articulated methodology for how those senior centers are selected. And I actually believe that we should not list the senior centers and we should not do a resolution listing senior centers because we should have a methodology, we should be passing a methodology for how we fund senior centers, not a list of senior centers that to me feels handpicked by individual commissioners and then voted upon by the board. And I think Commissioner Labar's amendment highlights that fact, that it is a somewhat arbitrary list that is not based on a methodology that is clear to me, nor is it a methodology that comports with county policy.
Commissioner Sanders.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, can we have a vote on calling the question, please? As a reminder, this is a 2/3 vote. Ashton's calling the question.
On this, on the amendment.
Calling the question on the amendment.
Okay.
The amendment
Mhm.
of, and this is the amendment of Commissioner Labar.
Okay. Commissioner Somerville,
On calling the question, yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
motion passed.
Thank you. Let me clarify. I in no way made or shape or form mean to suggest that anybody cannot make any amendment at any time. And despite the fact that I have elected officials in other cities and places saying that we should do a limiting of debate at this table and a limiting amount of time that people can speak, it is never something I'm interested in doing, never. So if I implied in any way, shape or form that Commissioner Labar didn't have every right to bring that amendment up, that was not my intent. So just, I'm happy that you've indulged me to clarify that. Thank you. We're back to the original amendment, which is the 10 senior centers that Commissioner Somerville listed. My list that I'm going back to there is Robbie and then Machewski.
And I said what I needed to say already.
We called the question, oh, we have to vote on his, oh, sorry, geez. We go right to the vote after calling the question. Oh my God, I've forgotten Robert's rules. Okay, thank you. So let's have a vote on Commissioner Labar's amendment. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machewski,
No.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
Nope.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
amendment failed.
Okay, now we are going back to Commissioner Somerville, and in my queue for that original one was Robbie, then Machewski.
Thank you. So
It's Robbie.
I was in
then
the queue before Caroline.
This is my original list from the original amendment that I have gone back to. You were in the queue for the last amendment that was just voted on, and I said I'd go back to that. I can add you to this queue. I'm just trying to keep track of things.
Thank you, Chair. I said
Robbie.
what I needed to say on the amendment, so I'm
Thank
done.
you. Machewski.
Thank you, Chair. I will say in terms of the origins of the list, my original, never imagined that this was gonna turn out like this. To
Me
try and
neither.
support senior centers at $200,000. The origins of this millage discussion go back at least a decade. They go to a group called Say Yes to Seniors. That group approached me before I even got elected because they knew what I did for my day job and they wanted to talk to me about the idea of an older adult millage. That group consisted of representatives and people involved with 8 different senior centers in Washtenaw County. That's where those people were from. And so I have always worked with the idea that that was the core of the senior centers in this county. As we've gone through the process over the last 6 months, that list is expanded by 2 from the original group that approached me and they were the ones who were active. They were the ones who were out there trying to get people to vote for this once we put it on the ballot, right? So when it came time to come up with a framework and talk about this and what we could do with the money, I wanted to require something of the senior centers. I wanted them to have to attain an accreditation from an organization called the National Council on Aging, NCOA. It's a national association that many senior centers are members of. Unfortunately, NCOA stopped doing the accreditation. But I wanted the senior centers to have that accreditation as a level of professionalism in the community. So that idea of being able to say, you get that accreditation, you're gonna qualify as a senior center for this $200,000 went out the window. And so for me, it kind of came down to, I know my district, and I know I got the Chelsea Senior Center and the Dexter Senior Center. Those are recognized entities, long-standing, long-time supported facilities in my area. And I had discussions with others about what the other senior centers are. And I will go back to the original 8 that approached me as members of Say Yes to Seniors. And they approached me, so we are the senior centers in Washtenaw County. And we want this millage. So that for me, that was getting support behind this list. That was a big part of it. And then at the last meeting, when it was raised from Commissioner Hodges' district, about the Lincoln Golden Ages Senior Center, and I looked into it in the week prior and explored it a little bit, and in my mind, they rose to the level of this existing community entity that had a connection to the municipality. That's where the list came from. These are senior centers that are recognized as community focal points by the state designated Area Agency on Aging Ageways. So that's where the list came from. So in my mind, that's how this list got to be there. And I think it was said at the last meeting, you know a senior center when you see it kind of thing, right? We've had a really hard time trying to define what these are to meet how they exist in Washtenaw County. Because some are municipal creatures, some are a nonprofit creation of multiple municipalities together, like the Dexter Senior Center. So in essence, so that's my origin story around why this list, right? And I will double down on the idea that this is just foundational money for these senior centers. It does not preclude them or any other entity in this county from applying to the RFP process, which I view as the biggest part of the millage, or doing whatever impact they want to have on the community, whether it's health and wellness classes, adult day services, whatever. And I would encourage them all to go through the RFP process. When it comes to the urgency of the matter, we have a senior center in this county in Ypsilanti that's closed right now because of flooding. There are hundreds of people that normally participate at that facility that are not being able to interact and get services and resources. There are cuts being made in the aging world right now. They're voting right now on the US House floor. They're a vote short. They're stuck. They can't get it through. They can't get the rule through.
Wait, they're still up too?
They're still up to those cuts are coming. Y'all know what my day job is. Last Friday, I had to lay off 12 people in my day job. The federal government didn't push through money for the senior employment program. These cuts are coming. I talked earlier about the transportation cuts that are coming. This money needs to get out into the community. I appreciate the advocacy on behalf of people providing services in this county for seniors and older adults. We have an RFP process that's coming, I hope soon. And I desperately encourage everybody to apply with all your innovative and impactful ideas and get them funded. That's what my hope is. So with that, I don't even know where we're at anymore. And the Somerville amendment. So I said earlier, I support the amendment to list them. And appreciate the indulgence, Chair.
Thank you, E.F. Hutton. I just love when he talks. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thank you. Just to go back to the original amendment, I want to clarify again, like, we did have this discussion multiple times in recent meetings. We also discussed it, and I guess I'm really sorry for not being more specific in what is already outlined that says qualified senior centers will be determined by the Board of Commissioners. My bad. I really wanted to make this motion at the last meeting. It got lost in the sauce, so I apologize, but it should not be a surprise because there was a whole slide that caused a lot of havoc in this room when I gave a presentation, and I did explain where the list came from. It came from multiple sources. It came from people who, commissioners who know their district, who identified. I reached out to everybody. I had conversations in particular about the fact that we have multiple in Ann Arbor, and I clearly, from what I remember from the meeting, I explained why I was recommending that 2 of the 3 in Ann Arbor apply for programmatic dollars. And I'm not going to repeat myself because that's a recorded meeting that folks can go watch, but I was pretty clear then, and I was pretty clear at the last meeting. I'll reiterate again, there's a municipal regional connection. Like when you look at the map and you look at where all these are, and it kind of ties back into what Commissioner Machieski said about the inception of the group that worked around this. I'll reiterate again that it's not the end all amount because there are going to be some senior centers who apply for more funding. Like I hope at least one in my district does, because there's a bigger need in the city of Ypsilanti for older adults. And just to go back to like this amendment, and then I guess to follow up on some comments about the amendment made to my amendment and Commissioner Scott's comments, I think the reason why there's frustration about this is because the amount of time we've spent and the same amendments keep getting made, which is fine. I respect all of you. You can keep doing it. It's in the rules. But I think when you see your colleagues getting frustrated when we're here and it's 1:30, like it's because we've talked about this before. This qualified senior centers list is not a new concept. I'm really sorry that I didn't get to make the motion at the last meeting. As soon as I got home, I was like, oh shoot, that was the whole point of that section. That was the whole point of that slide, because it is like, and I'm saying that to say, like, it is really hard to define a senior center, even talking with Ageways, like it was hard for them. And so that's why I talked to Commissioner Machieski and Chair Scott about like how because of that, we needed, as the body who makes the policy decisions, which I'm going to highlight that, we are the body that was elected to make policy decisions. That's why it says qualified senior centers will be determined by the board. I'm going to end. I really hope you support my amendment, but it's okay if you don't. I respect you if you don't support my amendment. I just want to highlight, we've talked about this a lot. We've been so transparent. And sometimes like there's just not enough support for your idea. Luckily in my situation, I think there is. But I understand. I've had situations where things I brought forward didn't pass. And also, if I really had my way, like there are a lot of different things in this framework that like I would have changed. So I'll end there. I appreciate the amendments and the process. But if people are tired, it's because this has been really exhausting. And it's July. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this amendment? Defining the 10 senior centers. Great. I see none. Ashlyn, could you take the roll, please?
Commissioner Hodge,
No.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beamer,
Yes.
amendment passed.
Okay, back to the original resolution. Any discussion on the original resolution? Okay. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, hi. I'm just gonna kill some time. I think there's some amendments that people want to make to the original resolution. I know I gave a pre-show earlier, but I think we've discussed this in the past and it also got lost in the sauce, but Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Light, I think have something to offer. And I think maybe other commissioners might have feedback on what they might offer. And so, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders?
God, I hope not past 2:00 feedback. So yes, Commissioner Light and I were, moving forward a, amendment or resolution to set aside 5% of the millage for capital expenses for any of the senior centers that may be experiencing, like the one in Ypsilanti now displaced. And so that would give the recognized senior centers an opportunity to request a grant for things like they need a new furnace, or, you know, they got to put in a new roof. And I thought 5%, at least based on the 11.7 million, is only $585,000. It's not a make or break, but it enables those senior centers not to have to dig into their $200,000 annual allotment. No, and they shouldn't have to do that for things like needing to find a new place or something like that. So I don't know if Commissioner Light has anything to add.
Can you make that motion?
I make a motion that we set aside 5% of the millage amount to be utilized for capital improvements
Two senior centers?
to senior centers that can apply for grants.
Have a support? Do I have a support?
Support.
Thank you. Any discussion on that amendment? Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I want to make a friendly amendment, because I think I'm just looking at, some language and I think support, like maybe this needs to go, like create a section after, like somewhere after maybe the RFP or somewhere in between, in the priorities. That's where it should live, but, I thought the idea was like not only for senior centers, but like emergency capital repairs, like vehicle replacement. So do you want me to read the whole thing?
Sure.
Okay, so support for emergency capital needs of service providers supporting older adults in Washtenaw County, including the creation of a capital emergency fund to address urgent infrastructure related expenses. Washtenaw County shall reserve 5% of millage funds annually for this purpose. Funding may be used by eligible nonprofit and government service providers to support one-time emergency capital costs such as vehicle replacement, facility repairs, accessibility upgrades, and or other infrastructure needs that directly impact services to residents age 60 or older. Approval of disbursements from this fund shall be made by the county administrator in coordination with the director of the Office of Aging. And so that's what the full thing says. And I'll just add my feedback that, and I shared this with Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Light, like, I would be comfortable with a little bit lower percentage or capping, like, once it gets to like, if the balance gets to a certain amount, maybe like we can stop and then once it gets below a certain amount, we can replenish. But I'd also be comfortable with your amendment, like not adding that in right now, but not like waiting for the new director to come back with a recommendation on how to tweak that. Knowing that the intent is to set aside the funding for emergency purposes.
So the
Wait,
part that was not
can
added-
I'm gonna do the thing.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to Commissioner Sanders. There has been a motion made. There's been a second. You offered that entire text as a friendly? Am I getting?
Well, that's the thing. I couldn't stop her from reading her motion, so I just wanted to throw it out there for the conversation.
Okay, that's a lot.
I'm just,
So,
sorry, is there like a limit?
no, but it's hard to take that all in.
Well,
That's
they could
Was
retract their
my
motion.
misunderstanding- I think her friendly amendment was supposed to be less than the 5%.
No, I think the full, because we need the
Okay,
full text.
We're doing that again. and
Sorry.
We're gonna try to not do that again. Yeah, point of order. It's always. Yeah, that would be helpful. Is there a copy of the text?
It's not mine.
Somerville? Okay.
So,
All right, so this is what, there is an amendment on the floor that Commissioner Sanders made and Commissioner Light made. If we want to talk about that amendment, I think that's the way to go. If they want to retract that amendment, they can do that and it can be presented. Commissioner Light?
We were trying to figure out where the language was.
I can send it to you.
So we can print it.
Do you want to continue discussing this motion or do you want to retract it?
No.
And have it be this expanded language?
Yep. It is why talking to the chair ahead of time is be helpful. No, I want people to, Commissioner Somerville just asked if she wanted her to reread it. No, I'm gonna wait and the motion, makers and amenders are discussing whether they want to retract it. I do, and again, I am not implying in any way, shape, or form that anybody can't bring anything at any time. Like, I love it. I think it's fun to have these debates, honestly, even at 1:30 in the morning. But sometimes amendments coming directly to the floor have taken me by surprise as the chair, and it can be challenging to provide thoughtful support or guidance without having had the opportunity to review them in advance. This seems like a really great idea and really important. I would have loved the opportunity to understand this in advance of today.
This wasn't a
So,
sneak peek.
did you guys come to a
It wasn't a
decision?
surprise. We sent it way on, so,
I did not
This
see anything.
wasn't an ambush.
no, so
Well, who sent it to me?
it should have been sent by
No, I don't know.
Ashley.
Yeah, I don't want to.
However, or it should have, yeah, she's on vacation, so we can't say that she should have sent it. But however,
It is what it is.
this is not an ambush. I don't want it to be like a sneak attack or something, because it's clear and concise.
It's great.
And transparent. But what we would like to do is keep the amendment with Annie's language.
It's,
Well, what
you
the-
made,
Listen, with the, so do we need to retract, Caroline's amendment and then just put it all together with, because that's the ending part of the amendment.
I'm going to tell you that I think the cleanest way to do this would be for you to retract your amendment, because my feeling, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is that you want it to go a little further than what you proposed. You want it to be a little more defined and a little further. If I'm reading that wrong, stick with it. But that was a lot of added language to say a friendly amendment. I think it makes it a little unwieldy. That's why I said if you want to retract it and then just reintroduce it with that language, I think that's the cleanest way. Commissioner Sanders?
I'm willing to retract. I do want to say that I don't know that I heard this, but the understanding always was that if this pot of money was not utilized, it would roll back.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Unless we had some sort of advance notice that maybe, a roof was gonna be needed to be repaired in 2 years and it was gonna exceed that 5%. So I'm willing to retract.
Okay.
I think they're making it.
So, and you're willing to retract? Okay, so let's just wait a minute and we're gonna get a copy of this language that I would love to have you re-motion. Commissioner Somerville, do you have your hand up?
I was just gonna offer some background since we have time.
Can we wait till there's something on the floor to discuss?
Okay.
Commissioner Sanders, do you have a motion for us?
Are you gonna make me read this paragraph? I make a motion to, support for emergency capital I make a motion that support for emergency capital needs of service providers supporting older adults in Washtenaw County, including the creation of a capital emergency fund to address urgent infrastructure-related expenses. Washtenaw County shall reserve 5% of the millage funds annually for this purpose. Funding may be used by eligible nonprofit and governmental service providers to support one-time emergency capital costs such as vehicle replacement, facility repairs, accessibility upgrades, or other infrastructure needs that directly impact services to residents age 60 and older. Approval of disbursements from this fund shall be made by the county administrator in coordination with the Director of Office of Aging.
Support.
Thank you. I've got Labar, Hodge, Somerville.
Colleagues, I want to find a way to support this. It would help first and foremost, though, to know where we're amending the document. Where is this getting added to within the policy document?
I think that I'm gonna just jump to Commissioner Somerville, who can tell you exactly.
I think it makes sense, and I think the intent was for it to live under BOC priorities and service categories, and it can be either added before I think maybe added before the section about the RFPs, just because, I don't know, it probably makes sense to put it, after, I don't think it really matters, but if I were rewriting this logistically, I might put it between item 4 and 5, just for my own OCD, so,
So
it would be section 4, subsection, add it between subsection 4 and 5. Or sorry, like we would maybe just add it to the end, make a subsection 7, and that's what it should be. Sorry.
You want to add it just to
That's
the
what I'm
end?
recommending. It's not my amendment.
Okay.
Section 4, subsection 7.
Oh my lord. We are in section 4 BOC, priorities and
Mhm.
service categories, and it will be number 7 in that list. Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Labar, would you like to continue your line?
yes,
That's
please.
clarified.
The location's clarified, thank you. There was previously discussion about the intent being that it would essentially roll over. I don't see that in the amendment language itself. Should we add that now so we don't have this issue in the future?
I think that there is some intention to do such. Commissioner Hodge, if you don't mind if I get that, maybe that intention?
Go for it.
Because I can see wild flailing from Commissioner Light. Go ahead.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to add to the amendment that any unused funds would be rolled back. Will be rolled back.
On an annual basis?
Of the
To the,
millage.
on an annual basis?
Yes.
Unused funds will roll back into the millage on an annual basis.
Correct.
And you just want to add that to the end of
I
this
want to,
amendment?
yeah, so just a friendly amendment.
Is that
friendly?
amendment acceptable to everybody at the table? No, okay, sorry. Let's, with Commissioner Beaman, there, boy, is this getting hairy at 1:30 in the morning. You have a legal question about doing that? Okay.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so just
There's a
clarifying.
difference.
We can only amend once, but we're just trying to make the language clear in this. We're not amending this necessarily. We're just saying there's added language here to say that unspent funds will roll over into the millage. If that is a friendly amendment and it's acceptable to the body, I would add it to this, and we will talk about that in context of the whole. If it is not friendly, it will have to be a separate amendment after this is done. Is it friendly to the body to add that language? The language is that unused funds will roll over on a yearly basis to the millage funds. You can ask a clarifying question, Commissioner Somerville. Okay, I think based on the confusion happening here, what we should do is consider this amendment as it stands and then or either make a motion, make a separate motion we can discuss for this. So what I would do, Chris, or Commissioner Light, is I would say, you want to make an amendment to this amendment, and then we'll discuss that, and then that will go back onto this amendment, and we'll go back to the original. I need a whiteboard. Do you understand what I'm saying there? Okay, So do you want to make an amendment to this amendment? The only one we can do.
I would like to make an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, and it says,
And it says, instead of using the word roll back, we are going to exchange it for roll over.
your amendment is unused funds will roll over into the millage fund on a yearly basis. Okay, that's the amendment. Do I have a support for that? Into the millage fund. I said that. I just said it in a different, okay, I have a support. Commissioner Somerville? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think some of what, sorry, I'm gonna try to make this make sense. So my only issue with 5% and just rolling it over is it makes it really hard to plan out some of the other stuff with that much. And so I'm just curious if we can set like a cap on how much like maybe like over a number of years, we hit like a cap. And then once we lose that amount, we can add more. I'm just thinking logistically about how we're planning out, like, we're gonna do the RFP process on a 3-year basis, right? And so if we, at the end of the year, end up with like $500,000 and we just like roll that back in, but we've already determined an RFP process for 3 years and we end up with a bunch of extra money, like, I guess like that's where my head's going. And maybe that doesn't make sense.
I understand what you're saying. It makes sense.
There could potentially not be any emergencies one year, and then we would have an excess of like $500,000, and then we would be already determining a 3-year RFP process for services. And so my only concern with the number being 5% and not a little bit less is that we're taking a huge chunk out. And even though we're saying it's gonna roll over the next year,
There's
we're
not a
like,
rollover
a major
process.
part of this framework is like, we're doing chunks of RFP funding for services. And so that's like a big bite. That's not really like,
I've got a queue. I have a queue. I have Robbie Beeman Light. That's a good question. Labar. Robbie Beeman.
I'm in the queue for the actual thing.
You're in the queue for the actual thing. This is the amendment to the amendment. Yes, that's what we're talking about, the rollover aspect. So I got, what I say, Robbie Beeman Light Labar, Robbie Beeman Light Labar.
Precursor to my comment, it feels like we're building the plane as we're flying, which underscores my comment earlier that this kind of stuff really should be done when we have a director of the Office of Aging and not right now. That all having been said, as a precursor, my question to Corp Counsel is, do you believe that this language to say that it goes into the millage funds, I believe that was the amendment that was made. Well, yeah, unused funds will roll over on a yearly basis into the millage funds. And my question is, does the millage funds adequately illustrate what I think the intent is, which is that it goes back into the unspent general millage fund? I feel like it's not very clear, but you tell me.
It's a little vague. I think it could be clarified.
Okay. Unfortunately, we can't clarify because we're on 2 amendments at this point, but thank you.
Okay, so this is what I was understanding Commissioner Somerville to say, was that she would basically not want this fund to exceed a certain amount so that it wouldn't we wouldn't keep stockpiling money if there wasn't an emergency that could be used for something that was not a capital expenditure.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Somerville.
sorry, like, I feel like we just need to, because I want them to understand too. I think like what I'm saying is like, if it's rolling over, I'm more comfortable with it just like rolling over and going back into the regular fund if it's a little bit less. But like if it stays at 5%, the reason why I would say like, it'd be nice if instead of rolling over, we had just like a cap. And so like, if like the first 2 years we set aside 5% and we don't even use it, maybe that's the cap and we don't have to replenish that again until it's depleted. I don't know. I'm just like, it's just a lot of money to just set aside if we're doing this whole RFP thing on like a 3-year cycle, because it could be like 1.5 million. Like, that's just kind of, and I'm not saying that, like, we need an emergency fund. I would just be more comfortable if like, we just kept the emergency fund at like a healthy 1.5 million max. That way we can actually plan out like the budget. So like I serve on the CMH Millage Advisory Committee. And so like in my head, I'm thinking of like the full picture of how this all works. And so that's where I'm at with this. Does that make sense?
I'm gonna pause and Commissioner Light, you're absolutely next in the queue, but I see one of our resident experts on how government funds do. I'd like him just to weigh in on the subject.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I will try and also be brief. I think the use of the term rollover is not one that we typically use. And so it'd be helpful here to have more description in terms of if that is an amount that is intended to grow year over year or not. Typically, we would talk about restricted fund balance. I will say this is set up in its own fund. Any funds that are not spent at the end of the year will just roll over to fund balance and will be available for future budgeting by this body as a part of the different decision-making processes. So some of that is already built in just to the financial structures of the organization. But again, it'd be helpful to have more clarity in terms of what is intended to happen with that year over year and more definition around the term rollover. Thank you.
Commissioner Light.
So, I don't believe that we will not spend it. And considering the administration that we have in DC, let's be realistic, that money is gonna be spent. Also working in social services, with our seniors, they are going to need those funds. Just working with individuals in social services, there is always organizations that say, we have run out of money. We are unable to help you with any repairs, any supportive services. And that 5% will be used. If it's not used, it will be returned. I don't believe that it's to exceed or that it is going to reach that. And once again, it can be changed. This is not something that has to be set in stone. We can come back to the table if we see that it begins to exceed, but I just don't in the future, within the next 3 years, see that happening because of the administration that we have in Washington, DC. And the way and as I said, as a former social service case manager, those funds will be utilized because I know, especially for the seniors in 48198 and 48197, there is a great need for so many things that are emergencies, windows, roofing, cars breaking down, just so many things. A parking lot, everything is going on, and I'm getting calls. And even in my district, it's just a lot of things like that's going to be needed. So I just don't see where the 5% is kind of excessive. It's not a lot. It is going to be utilized, and the good thing is that that amount will be returned. So if rollover is I'll just say rollover is returned back to the general millage fund. But I don't see that where we won't utilize majority of that funding. So let's just keep in mind that the emergencies will occur. We don't have those available funds now, so we can't see it, but the need is there and that money is going to be utilized.
I want to help you get to yes. How are we defining eligible nonprofit and government service providers? And what do we mean by in coordination with the director of aging and the county administrator? I think this is basically a fund for stuff happens. And I can get on board with that. I get it. You got to give me a little bit more in terms of the thinking here on what this looks like, because if we don't define it now, we're going to have to define it as we spend it, and that's going to put Administrator Dill in a I think a pretty hard
I got a
spot.
point of order. Sorry, the point of order is I think, good comments, but I think we're talking about an amendment to this amendment. That's not the thing that you're talking about.
We're talking about the amendment to the amendment, which is the rollover. Can I just make a
Oh,
suggestion?
forgive me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Can I make a suggestion to think about? Because I'm looking at this, love the premise of this. I think it is absolutely necessary. I think it becomes what I'm hearing from the kind of consternation at the table and from listening to Andrew and a kind of idea about like what these terms mean is that I think that this is the type, I think we need to have language like this someplace in the policy, but I wonder if instead of directing the language, what we do instead is like what we did with the public safety millage, and we direct the new director of this office to come up with a plan about how people can apply for qualified funding to be not less than whatever percent a year. I'm just thinking this is what I'm trying to say here is, although I very much support this idea, I think that we are having a hard time figuring out the technical details of this, that I believe it would be helpful in some way, shape, or form to be vetted through the people who are doing the operationalizing of this on an everyday basis on our behalf. Commissioner Light, Commissioner Somerville after that.
So this is being made technical and difficult, and it is not. And we are putting this whole millage play into place, and we don't have a director. And there are some things that have went forth that we don't have a director in place, but will be. And as I said, this can be changed. But working in the social services field, this is not a lot. And I'm just back to the whole, and I know I've voiced this, and this is not directly at you, but every time there is an amendment, there is something, a suggestion or an idea that comes from myself, I'm gonna name me, myself, it's always shot down, and it's pissing me off. And we go through this every time with anything that I bring to this board or to the table. It doesn't even, some things haven't even made it to the table. So I'm not saying just because I put it out there that we have to, but it's being made more complex than what it is. It's not difficult. It reads, we need to have an emergency fund, 5%, period. It's not that difficult. The language is not complicated. It says what it says. But when it comes down to it, when I say what I say and the ideas and the suggestions come, it's played. So continue to have this discussion, but I'm over it and I'm getting tired of every suggestion. Every time it's something that comes up that's beneficial for this county, is shot down. So it's disgusting and I'm sick of it. And everything is always made so difficult when it comes from an individual, myself, and I'm over it. So you guys can continue to talk about how complex this is, how difficult it is, because it's not.
I think I'm echoing what I'm hearing from the administrative staff. And I would like to reiterate, I think it's a very good idea. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, sorry, I need to stand up. This is not great. The camera. I literally hate this. Anyways, I support this. And I'll support it at 5% with the assumption that once we hire the director, we can talk about like the logistics later. So
This- You're supporting we're on the rollover?
I support all of it at this point. Yep.
Commissioner Beaman?
Okay, I have a question, but now because we're on the rollover, I'm sorry, guys, it's 2 AM and my brain isn't working. I also support, I just had another clarifying question about a word,
Sure.
but I think it might go back to the original, so I don't know if this is the right place.
Let's stay with the rollover.
Okay. The word that I'm just questioning is emergency, if that has any implications or if it should just be urgent. That's my question.
That's on the original.
That's on the original one,
Okay,
so
well,
that's
I-
why I'm
let's
saying I
focus
don't
on
think this
the
is the right place. So-
rollover on this amendment is the rollover language. Any other discussion on the rollover language? We're gonna vote on that amendment. Ashlyn?
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Back to the original discussion of the amendment. Let's start a new list. Discussion on the original amendment as amended. Somerville, LeVar.
My comments are I support it and I think we should just vote on it. Thanks.
LeVar.
I can support the concept. We've got to phrase that in a way that makes clear we're coming back to it to provide some definition. I'm open to ideas on that, but I can't just rush it through for expedience sake at 2:01. I get that, but we've either got to say we're going to come back or we got to flesh it out now. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Beaman?
I'm just going back to my original question, just around the word emergency, if we're gonna be stuck, and this is what I'm thinking in my head, and I'm gonna say it as quickly as possible. If the stove goes out, is that an emergency or is that urgent? Like the roof caving in is an emergency, a fire repair is emergency. But if the stove goes out and we can't make food for Meals on Wheels, does that still technically, within the legal definition of the word emergency, life or death? Or should it be urgent? That's all I'm saying, just so we don't hog tie ourselves.
Okay. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Administrator Dill raised his hand. I don't know if he was trying to respond to Beaman.
Go ahead.
If he is,
Thank you.
then-
Thank you.
Chair, I know no one's asked me, but I do want to lean in and say all of this comes back to you guys. So I don't know that we can codify everything that we want to do or everything that will happen in the future in this legislation. I would hope that you all would trust staff enough to know that we're going to bring everything back to you guys and we will find a way to respond to anything that is an emergency in this community, just as we always have. And, well, I'll
And-
save it for later, but don't talk about the administrator like he's not in the room. I
Thank
would
you.
hope that we won't do that moving forward.
Greg, can you just clarify for us on this amendment? Like what because as I've said, I think it's a good idea. I do not think it is a bad idea to have debate at this table. Other people's ideas have been clearly, we just spent an hour on senior centers. We have debated things regardless. It is healthy for us to do that. I grew up in a family that did that. This is not a bad thing. But can you tell us what your feeling is on this from somebody who will be the administrator and looking at this?
My feeling, and it's been said a couple of times this evening, it's 2 a.m. We are trying to craft policy that will live far beyond this fiscal year. We don't have a director in place. And I am uncomfortable with language that does not include the administrator. Because as we all know, if things move down the wrong path, it will come back to me. So all of those things are things I'd love for us to discuss deeper than we're doing right now at 2 a.m. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, thank you. Hodge, did you go or?
No, I didn't go yet.
Next in my queue and then Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm really perplexed by a lot of this conversation, especially after the anger that some of you had about the previous amendments in that discussion, when we are now talking about an amendment that was made on one side of the room explained by another person who was reading it. None of us had it. And then many of you have in the past voted things down on the principle of it coming from the floor. And we're talking about $575,000 structurally. And so if we're talking about $575,000 structurally, plus the 2 to 3% of the housing trust fund. I'm just thinking about, we're tying up 5% here and 2 to 3% from the housing trust fund that's part of this. And this debate was made earlier about, well, we need to be holding on to money for the future. And then we're just getting it now. Like, I don't understand why this is okay, or this kind of conversation was okay, but the conversation earlier isn't okay. And I share your frustration too around amendments getting voted down. I brought 6 things last time, all of which that I thought were reasonable, 1 passed. So it is frustrating, but I have a hard time wanting to vote for this when we just got it right now when we're talking about $575,000 annually. As it's been said many times, we can always bring it back later. Like, to use the words everyone else has been saying on the other side of the dais, we just need to pass the millage framework so we can get the money out. We've been talking about this new thing. That's what's holding us up now. So I am not sure how I can vote for it, given the very limited information, the double standard. I will vote for the millage framework, but I'm having a hard time with this.
Commissioner Sanders, then Light.
So I think I need some clarity, because I want to make some clarity, because it's my understanding that the decision to award any funding that was applied for these emergency situations would be done in cooperation with the county administrator and the director of the older millage office. And I would envision that they would be able to determine whether or not something was urgent or an emergency. An emergency to me is if that senior center relies on a stove in order to provide food to the seniors and the stove goes out, that's an emergency. But we would be relying on the 2 of them to gather all of the facts together and make a decision that they would still be sharing with the board. So I don't like the whole micromanaging thing. We're leaving it up to the 2 of them. I don't know that our administrator has ever held anything from us. The fact that he shares information with us when he doesn't have to about the discretionary funds that he has access to, he still shares it with us. What he won't say, but I'll say, is that he shares it because some of us are petty. Unnecessarily petty. And in response to Commissioner Hodge, whether he wants to say it or not, we got cliques on this board. You pick and choose who you want to support and who you don't want to support for whatever reasons. And I can say that because I have to date really not been clicked up with anybody. I try and support what is best for the residents, not what I think is going to get me reelected, not what I think is going to get me another commissioner's vote on something else that I've been scheming on. So what Commissioner Light said, she was being kind about it. There was a whole bunch of stuff that she didn't bring out, and you don't want her to do that. I don't really care if you don't want to support it. You can give your commentary and vote no. Do that. But to insinuate that one vote is going to change something and there are 8 of us, cut that out.
Some discuss the amendment we have here, Commissioner Light.
I just wanted to be clear that this is not about going back and forth or being double-minded or two-faced or whatever it was that was said. This goes far beyond what this is. What I said is because anytime, let me repeat that I bring something to this body, it never either reaches the whole board, or it is shot down. It never makes it. So it has nothing to do with just this. And yes, I do want to get this passed along. However, now we talking about just disrespectful on the things that I have brought to this table. So it has nothing to do with me being double standard or whatever it is you said. Because I can read a whole list starting from January 2024, when I set in like 2 resolutions that never had a response to it. Then I sent it again, January 2025, never had a response, never met board leadership. And must I remind us that board leadership, your real job is to set the amendment, to bring things, board leadership sets up the agenda. That's your job, your only job, because you don't make the rules for this board. All you are supposed to do is set the agenda and sign. But I got a deeper list than that. So this is beyond just right now. So I said what I said, and make sure you understand it. And if you don't, you can ask me. But this is some BS, because every time any suggestion, comment, you think it's a joke and it's not. So if I need to bring a list and pass it out so you can see it in black and white, resolutions, amendments, ways to get the East Side recreation so that I can be included. Things for the MSSI as far as storage. Asked in February. So I don't want to hear it. Don't try to play me like, oh, I'm being this back and forth. Oh, you were good, you didn't want to pass this, but now you want, yeah, I have a problem. The list goes on. Do you need me to continue? I don't think so. So stop playing with my top, because it get real heavy when you get low.
Commissioner LaBarre.
Yeah, one quick question on this. Funding may be used by eligible nonprofit and government service providers. Are we limiting it to the senior centers we just laid out? Okay. If we're not, if that's open to further definition, I think I can support this as is tonight. One other option would be add just simply a sentence that says further details on operations, qualifications, and whatever else you want to throw in there will be brought back to the board for approval. In fact, I will, at the risk of befuddling myself here, Chair, I will do that to say, just put a period at the end of Office of Aging in the last sentence and put further details on operationalizing this program will be brought back to the board for consideration and approval.
Is there support for that? Okay.
Looks like there's not.
Can I ask what? You can, sorry. Okay, can I ask a question, if anybody remembers, and it might be Commissioner Sanders? What was the first amendment you made before this language?
Of the village to be available for capital improvements. And it was to be for the centers that were named.
Oh, just for the centers we named and approved. Thank you.
For the sole purpose of them not having to sacrifice their $200,000 annual allotment. They should not have to do that if the roof comes off.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to say in some ways, I find that much more straightforward than what I have in front of me in print. But that we have, what we have in front of us in print is what we have. Commissioner Hodge?
Okay, so question then, because that's different than this.
It's not what's on the table. I just
Right.
wanted clarification of what, so I could remember what the original amendment was.
Yeah.
Um,
So if I have it correctly, though, what Commissioner Somerville had just said is that what she has written here is for things beyond just the 10. And Commissioner Sanders would set aside the dollars just for the 10 that we would be funding. Do I understand that correctly?
I think that's what Commissioner Sanders' original intent was.
Yeah,
And while I can appreciate that there is a broader sense of funding nonprofits in general, I think the original intent was, boy, we're giving these senior centers $200,000 a year, but if somebody needs a new roof,
Yeah.
I mean, then that's gonna eat their entire $200,000. Let's set aside a capital improvement bucket of money for these senior centers so that money is not eaten by capital improvements, which is, I think, a fabulous idea, as I've said. So.
right. So I guess my question is, that's different than what we're voting on now.
very
And I would vote for that, but not this. And which is what Commissioner Sanders and Light originally had said, which is different than the Commissioner Somerville one. I guess the other question, but that's not what she just said. And so then I guess my other question is, how is like setting this up going to be fundamentally different than just doing the RFP process? Like, are we just creating an additional thing that's unnecessary?
We're gonna keep talking. I'm sorry if I muddied the waters by asking what the original amendment was. So let's just.
Well, I'm glad you did, because that one sounds, yeah, it's helpful.
Agree. Let's just stay where we are here. I've got Somerville and then Sanders. Pause.
This is an amendment, but it's already been amended. We can no longer amend it anymore.
I think you can. You can amend, pause. I can amend an amendment once while it's in play. Once it's amended, I can go back and amend it again. I just can't have an amendment on an amendment. Now the language has language actually, the language wasn't, we did vote that. So it's now that this original language stands as this, and so now if we want to put amendment on. We're not. No amendment on the floor other than the originally amended amendment. We're talking about this in front of us. The original amendment as amended with the rollover language. That's what we're on. Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, just for some clarification, because I hear some comments about like, you like the first one that Caroline made, Commissioner Sanders made. So just to be clear, we have an employee who's usually here who's on vacation, and I'm really glad she's on vacation. The intent was to have this printed out. It did not get printed out. I knew that they wanted to offer this amendment, so I had it pulled up in my computer because they shared it with me in advance. I think that there was an intention also for like the rest of the board to have a copy of this printed, and that did not happen, which was not Commissioner Sanders or Commissioner Light's fault. I knew that they were going to offer this, which is why I mentioned it. And I don't blame Commissioner Sanders for not remembering all of this language and just offering like the short, just for senior centers. The reason why I don't support it just for being for senior centers is Meals on Wheels in my district had all of their trucks vandalized earlier this year and like had to scramble to make deliveries one week. There's also a situation where like the heat could go out at any facility that offers services to older adults. And so I think the point is for those like critical services and emergency situations that come up, and especially if people get into a tighter bind with their budget and not having like reserves for emergencies. And the whole point would be that like the administrator would like either it's under the threshold of what the administrator can approve on their own, or if it's over, it would come back to us. But the RFP process is going to be 3-year chunks. So we do have to have another process for these like emergency situations that's not stuck to that 3-year period. And so I just wanted to provide some background because I don't think it was Commissioner Sanders or Commissioner's Light like intent to not have this all printed out before the meeting, but logistically things got a little messed up. I think they thought this was going to be printed out in front of everybody. That was the intent, and that didn't happen. I just knew that, which is why I had it pulled up and made sure that it's not a Somerville amendment, by the way. It was totally them and like, yeah, it was totally them. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanders. Yep.
So what Commissioner Somerville expressed is accurate. I contacted, Commissioner Somerville and Ashley. Ashley, I told her in essence what I was looking to do. She put it in verbiage, sent it back to me. I approved the verbiage. Talked to, Commissioner Somerville again, kind of had some back and forth about the percentage, but the verbiage. And then honestly, I forgot about the verbiage. And you could tell when you asked me, I was like, oh yeah, we are doing it. So I've just forwarded it to all of the commissioners, because I want you to see the timestamp. I still don't do ambushes. That was not the intent. I asked Ashley to help me with the language, and she did that. I actually don't have a problem with the language, because I think that it provides more content and guidance for our administrator and the director to be able to make good decisions about how that funding is distributed. So that probably doesn't help, but I certainly want to clear up, because Ashley is not intended to be thrown up under the bus for my, no pun intended, senior moment.
Some of you may know, I see you, Labar. See, I've renamed you now at 2 a.m. Some of you may know something I'm very interested in doing, or that I'm very interested in, is thinking about when a process breaks down, how you improve the process in the future. And I like 100% love our Director of Board Services and think she does a phenomenal job. It may be because this was like, I'm looking at the emails and the people involved here. Maybe it would be helpful in terms of process when having an amendment like this is just CCing the chair, whoever that chair may be, just so they know what's happening, because I can see it and I appreciate that very much. So maybe process-wise, if something like that happens, just CC the chair or anybody in leadership that you're comfortable with, if you don't particularly like the chair at the time. Just so
Didn't have
leadership-
anything to do,
Yeah.
no.
No. I'm just trying to make it easier. But I think that could be, in terms of problem solving for the future, that could be helpful, because I can see the timestamps that this was done
that's
last
all.
week. And that the people were Annie and you and Crystal. It would have been helpful to know about this ahead of time, whatever way that happens. So, can I make another suggestion that if Commissioner Labar's idea of can we just stay in general without having to say we're going to vote on it and make an amendment, and whether we can make the amendment on the amendment or not, that we have just, if we vote on this, we ask administration to tell us at some point how they operationalize this, and let us know if we need to amend this language to make it work better. Because I think the intent is that everybody is saying, this is really good and we want to make it happen. But if you look at it at a later, as we go forward and say, listen, we have to change this language to make this be able to be operationalized in the right way, which is what I've heard you, Andrew, say, and I've heard you, Greg, say. Is that correct? Okay. So maybe if we vote on this as it is, you come back to us and let us know if there's anything we need to do to make this operationalized better from your end. Does that seem like a good place for us to move forward on this? Commissioner Hodge, you're next in the queue, so I'll let you make your point, and then if you maybe want to think about the question I asked as well.
Well, I mean, that's the main thing I'm thinking
Oh,
about.
sorry. Hodge, I meant Labar.
Oh.
I keep calling him Hodge. What is that? Okay, sorry. I'll go Labar and then Hodge. Okay, sorry. Labar, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm sort of with Commissioner Somerville in terms of eligibility and meeting needs. And Chair, I'm happy to do what you just said, which is, pass something, let them bring it back to you. But if we do that, are we taking off the table any agency beyond the 10 that we've listed, or is that still open? Because
Not-
that to me is a
No.
fundamentally important thing.
As this amendment stands, it does not have that 10 language.
I understand, but to reference Commissioner Sanders' point, that's what I'm referring about her intent when she brought this issue up.
She has sent a message to all of us that shows that she maybe started in that place and came to a different place. And she hasn't, I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner Sanders, but what I think you said is where this language ended up in front of us is where you wanted it to go. Is that?
I think that, so the intent was the identified, senior centers. However, that is something that I would entrust the administrator and the director. If they got requests from entities outside of those 10, that they have the ability to sort of prioritize and still bring before us for support. That's what I would say. I'm not saying that the intent was for the 10, okay? But I'm not saying that other centers that provide support for seniors could not and should not be able to come and ask for support utilizing that millage.
I just want to note, Commissioner Labar, I think you're like, we're in the weeds a little because I know you're talking about her intent, but the language in front of us does not say 10 senior centers.
By literal reading then, I will take that literal reading.
Yeah,
I suspect we might have more discussion in the months ahead.
maybe not at 2:30 in the morning. Commissioner Hodge.
Third, my main thing is your question that you raised earlier, which
Thank you.
was if I understood your question correctly, it was if we pass this, then you were asking the administrator if this is clear and if administration or staff understand it well enough or that there are issues with it, would they bring it back to ask us to amend it? Is that what you were saying earlier?
I don't even know.
That
Yes,
sounds like what
that's-
you said.
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
was saying, yes.
So can the administrator answer that question? And if
I saw Andrew nodding.
I guess the question is that the chair raised was that if, because of this conversation has, I think, been complex, if we made a mistake and we passed this, will you be able to come and say, hey, you guys need to fix this because there's a lack of clarity? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. I was just looking for a yes here. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No, let's go.
Who's, any other? Oh, Labar, you had your hand up again. Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, let's vote on the amendment.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Okay, we're back to the original resolution as amended. Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you. There's one piece before, that I wanted to just kind of like air out before we get to a final vote. The mention of staff and the senior nutrition, I think that there's been some confusion that I've heard about in, like, out in the world. And I would ask Commissioner Machewski maybe to clarify that I believe the intent with the language that's in here is like specific to senior nutrition that already exists in the Office of Community and Economic Development that's funded through the Older Americans Act that would not impact other departments like the health department. But I guess I'm just like, I wanted to make sure we discuss that before we have a final vote, just so we can get clarification and ask the county administrator or potentially the deputy administrator or any of the other staff on the admin team, how we should best describe that to make sure you all know what the intent is. I think it's specifically around the senior nutrition that's currently housed in OCD, not the health department or any programs that they do, but I just wanted to start that conversation and I'll yield my time to maybe my friend Commissioner Machewski.
Commissioner Machewski.
I would just mostly concur with that. My thoughts have always been that the nutrition program being a foundational program would be in the Office of Aging Services. The other things that might be aging related, that might be done by public health or others, I had no thought of ever trying to fold them in. It was simply a nutrition services discussion, and I'm not going to suggest any language on anything related to that, but just I think it's a good point to put out there that I never had intended to bring anything more into it other than the money that was that comes from our area agency on aging for the nutrition programs, to have that be under the purview of the Office of Aging Services. That was it.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you. Can I just add clarifying more, just to clarify further, just so it's out there? So the intent is then also not weatherization or home repair that OCD's for
Correct.
seniors.
You are
It is-
correct.
Okay, I'm just making it clear because staff are confused by it too because of the conversations we've had.
Yep.
So not moving staff that are doing weatherization. We're really only exclusively talking about senior nutrition and nothing else. Correct. Yes, he is sucking up in the affirmative.
Commissioner Somerville.
Well, and I guess just the other comment that I'll add to that is like the difference between those other programs that you just mentioned is that they don't only serve older adults. That's the major difference.
I understand that, but like
Commissioner Hodge.
as I brought up last time, the way the language and other people have read the language and have had the similar concerns that I had. But I'm glad that we've clarified it now, and I think hopefully that puts many staff at ease.
Any other discussion on the, Commissioner Robbie?
I don't think it puts staff at ease at all, personally. I think that this is actually a big mistake that we're about to make if we do this. I don't think that this has been vetted by Tony. I don't know that Tony's had a chance to review and respond to the idea that staff would be removed from OCD and placed under a new office, which is what's the stated intention here. So I'm going to vote no, obviously. I think this is a huge mistake, and it's not something that we have staff approval of, so.
Commissioner Machewski.
Again, I'm not offering anything here. I'm just trying to relay the thoughts I think that we had when we were working through the framework, the idea that the money that comes into the county through its contract with Ageways for the meals program, that money would be under the purview of the Office of Aging Services. However that plays out with FTEs or partial FTEs, that's for the administrator to work out. I just wanted the management of nutrition services, which I think we referenced in the framework, under the Office of Aging Services. However that plays out with personnel, that's up to the administrator.
So you're clarifying,
Right.
this is we are saying the money goes to aging and an administration can do their job.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Administrator Dill?
Thank you, Chair. Just for this body, we already have a conversation teed up with myself and Tony and Andrew for 1 o'clock tomorrow. We were intentional about waiting until you all had this discussion tonight so that we could unpack and repackage a recommendation back to you.
Thank you. Any other discussions on item A as amended? Commissioner Somerville?
Just one final, it's 2:30 a.m. We've had a lot of time to discuss this since I've been on the board. I think partially because I serve on the Commission on Aging, and I also, just similar to Commissioner Machewski, before I even became a county commissioner, I was at the IPSI Senior Center annual corn roast. That's not happening this year because they don't have a facility to use. And I had people coming up to me like, "You're going to support a senior millage, right?" And I'm like, "I don't know what you're even talking about," because it was the first time I had heard about the concept of putting a millage on the ballot for older adults. I think both because of my role in serving on the Commission on Aging, but also the work that I do for my day job and just seeing the gaps and how the state of Michigan used to fund senior centers and how local municipal governments and even us as a county, like we have mandated services that are not necessarily human services, and older adults have typically been really left out of opportunities to help enrich and improve their lives. And like the data that we keep seeing, I know there was an MLive report about Michigan and what that's going to mean in a couple of years for us. And so I'm just really glad that we're going to be added to the list of counties, which it's most counties in Michigan that have an older adults millage. And despite, some of the long conversations at the table, I'm really I think we did a really thorough community engagement process, just doing all the research I did for the proposal framework presentation where we showed the feedback that we got and the changes that we made and just understanding how much work. Really, I just want to say thank you to the folks that started Say Yes to Seniors, because we wouldn't even be here right now, especially in a really critical time. We're about to lose federal funding. If it weren't for that group of volunteers and people who cared about older adults pushing the Board of Commissioners for over a decade to put it on the ballot, we wouldn't even have been able to have these discussions. And so I guess before we take the vote, I just wanted to say that I'm really grateful for all the work that they put in, while it's been up to us to make final decisions on, the first, framework that's going to be implemented and hopefully brought back by administration and the future director of aging to improve over time. We wouldn't have been able to do this without them. And I think sometimes it gets lost that the people who work to encourage us to put this on the ballot also elected us, and they really the work we do. It comes from the power of their voices. And so I've just been really grateful for all of the folks that have been engaged on this and offered feedback, especially the constructive feedback, because it's helped, in my opinion, make me grow in the last few months as a commissioner, and really going through line by line and looking at the feedback and having hard conversations both with staff and colleagues and the folks that are making those suggestions, and determining if me personally, if I think this is a good idea, or if I think that, it's not, and how do I reflect that to everybody else and build a coalition around an idea. So yay for older adults, and I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Anybody else? Ashlyn, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
motion passed.
My God. Okay, great. Item B. A resolution allocating $2 million of the older person's millage proceeds to qualified senior centers in Washtenaw County. Any discussion on this item? Okay, Ashlyn. Thank God. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
motion passed.
Fantastic. Next item on the agenda is items for current and future discussion. Commissioner Beaman?
Mine is really fast. Manchester fireworks today, Thursday, the 3rd.
Any other items for current and future discussion? Listen, I know everybody's trying to get out of here. Can I just circle around? It's 30 seconds. I want to tell you that I really deeply value the robust debate and thoughtful questioning that defines our work together. I think that this has been a difficult process for us. And we are going to continue to have to address complex and really challenging topics as we go forward. And I want to encourage us all to continue to remain focused on the issues at hand, maintain a spirit of respect at the table, sharing our thoughts as much as possible in advance. I think we came to a good process decision tonight. And making sure we're all understanding and engaging with the material and, and understand that when people are asking questions or trying to do those things, we're just all trying to understand, and helpful debate is good. I mean, like, it's tiring, but it's good. And I think if we can do this, it's going to this approach is going to support a more productive and collaborative decision-making process, which ultimately serves our community. And that's why we're here. So I appreciate the debate, even though it was difficult. I think it's what makes us stronger. Growth happens from the difficult places. Thank you, everyone, for illustrating democracy on the eve of the 4th of July. Any other items for current and future discussion? Motion to adjourn the meeting? Any support? All in favor?